Wake up, Mom. It is the Shanghai Major, and here we are. Perfect World has brought us an epic display of Counter-Strike for the Asia region. We are in day number 2 of the playoffs. It's been a very long road to get here, but finally we get to celebrate the best in the world at the game we love so much. My name is Sam. I'm going to be keeping you company for the first quarterfinal of the day, and joining me on the desk we have Maui Snake as well as Richard Lewis's little Moodang. Gents, how is it going today? I mean, we had so much fun yesterday. I know it was a 2-0, but for the most part I felt like we really got an incredible level of Counter-Strike to kick off the playoffs.
We definitely did. Seeing Liquid fight back in the fashion that they did against Spirit, showing that they have a little bit of bite. The Mongols, unfortunately, starting hot on both of the maps that they played and losing to comebacks from Maus, the perennial underdogs themselves, showing that the stage isn't frightening them as it once did before.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a storyline we were keeping our eye on because we had seen Maus look pretty good so far in Shanghai. We had seen improvements from them at Cologne and Rio handling the big stage, and they did so yet again against a red-hot Mongols who had been playing such a fantastic tournament. And while their story is over, the legend will live on. Spirit taking care of business against Liquid rather quickly as well yesterday, if we're honest. They were the favorite in that game, so maybe not too shocking, but just kind of the way it played out, it was very dominant.
Let's be honest, if you were a team in the playoffs, you would have wanted to be on the side of the bracket yesterday, because today's side for me is just a gauntlet of death and destruction and fear. G2, Vitality, FaZe, Heroic, terrifying. Some
huge names, obviously, that we're going to be witnessing today play out. G2 first against Heroic. No one wants to face m0NESY, no one wants to face Nico in the server, and it's really pick your poison because in the second matchup, FaZe against ZywOo, come on, like, the problem is that, sure, you said you wanted to be in the other side of the bracket, Sam, but it's like, do I really want to face Donk either? I don't know, I don't want to face any of them, okay? That's why I'm on the desk right here, okay?
Maui made that choice. For you, Dust, though, I mean, it is the harder bracket, if you like, in terms of what the public would say. But the likes of FaZe, they've looked a little bit shaky. Heroic, we're not 100% sure what they're going to bring. So maybe G2 Vitality's run to the semis?
Yeah, I mean, certainly G2 and Vitality are two consistent top 5 teams in the world. You've seen Heroic certainly make a surge here lately between Rio and what they've done in Shanghai. And then, I feel like FaZe have been kind of the gatekeepers of the top 5. They haven't been really a consistent member themselves, but you always see them kind of place in that 5th, 6th, 8th kind of region. They've swatted Liquid away multiple times from having a chance to propel themselves up the totem pole, so to speak. So that's kind of where I had them at, like a team of veterans with some talent that kind of gatekeeps the top 5.
I was thinking about this. Obviously, we speak a lot about the 3 players that could be in contention for Player of the Year, and there is a possibility that one of them could be out today if Vitality and G2 don't perform and win their games, and then it becomes the Donk show versus whoever else is left.
Very real possibility, and if G2 and Vitality fall today, I will say that, I mean, my list is already set. The result of this may impact it in some way, shape, or form. But if Vitality falls here, I think ZywOo's case is just completely dead, honestly. So I think that of all 3 of them, it is most imperative for Vitality to actually bring ZywOo to the semis, to the grand finals, to give him a crack at actually attaining an MVP here, because his annual case has not been as strong as the rest.
So obviously the ZywOo conversation will happen a little later with Richard Lewis. We're going to talk now about Heroic versus G2. Which allows us to pivot all the way to m0NESY because he has had a really good tournament, Dust. He's put up a really good showing. And G2, Maui said it at the start of the RMRs, definitely in contention to win the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're always in contention to win the whole damn thing, and they've done it twice, last World Finals and the Fall Finals, but then we had Rio where they went dead last, and even at their time in Shanghai, it's been shaky at moments, right? That overtime game they had to play against Nine Pandas, losing to 3D Max, just things you don't expect a team of that caliber to have happen, but I will say they finished incredibly strong as they got revenge over 3D Max and were also able to beat FaZe to make it to the playoffs.
We get to take a look at an awesome light show now to start the Shanghai Major. Let's get into it. That was fun. Nice little introduction. You get to see that incredible trophy high and by, jumping on the screens as well. Heroic's got to be feeling a little bit of nerves because, I mean, G2, like Dust said, that they might not have had the cleanest run to this point in terms of results, but they've always been in the playoffs. They are always someone you need to be terrified of.
G2 or Heroic? You're
No,
saying
I'm saying
they need
G2. Heroic should be afraid of them.
Okay. I mean, yeah, of course. Heroic look at this matchup and they think that they have to play their absolute best game today to take down G2. Like, if you're G2, you can probably play your 80% game dust. I honestly think they could play that and still walk away with a victory today. Heroic are no slouches. They are one of the best 8 teams in the world, I think it's safe to say. But G2, they're either 1 or 2, 1A, 1B, whoever you got it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where they have proven time and time again they're capable of beating all the elite teams. And yeah, every now and then they'll slip on a banana peel out in front of them. But for the most part, you can count them to be a team that's going to make a deep run. And so far this tournament, you're getting exactly what you want out of kind of the stars of this team. You know, Muncie and Nico have been 2 of the top 5 players in the majors so far. I will say Malbs has been a little bit quiet for my liking so far.
He was
sick.
This
major.
Hey, he was sick.
That's true. That's
he admitted
true.
He was sick.
But let me show you this Gamers 2 paying homage to the old team name for G2 because these 2 guys are definitely doing some gaming. Maui, you can see again both of them ranked in the top 5 for rating. You can also see they're both killing it when it comes to damage per round and kills per round, and Nico having incredible impact as well. These 2 guys are some of the front runners for perhaps an MVP title if they are able to go all the way to the grand finals.
If Malbs comes online today, that's a scary thought. If you have all 3 of them firing on all cylinders,
Just disgusting. I mean, with G2, they are just despicable in how scary they are on the T side. I mean, you're talking about horrors and frights. Like, I mean, this is like watching Saw for the first time, you know, like you're just quaking there in the movie theater, and that's what it's like when you're in the server. If you're defending a bomb site, if you're on Ancient and it's Malbs, Nico, Monacy running at you, dude, that's like the Ring. Like, I don't want to look at that TV screen. I don't want to look at that monitor. It's going to come out in 7 days and kill me.
It very well could. Malbs definitely still can kill you, by the way. His overall numbers might not be good, but his entry stats are through the roof. He is taking a lot of their opening duels, and he's at like a 50% success rate, which is incredible for an entry fragger when you're having to take that many opening duels to be that consistent. And so even if he doesn't jump off the page on all the other categories, he's still fulfilling his role that they picked him up for, and it really sets up the rest of the team nicely.
I think we got their stats since Malbs joined for the T side, and if you combine any 3 players from any top 20 team and just simply look at their T side ratings in that 6-month window, this is the highest trio in the world, okay? The second best team is Vitality with the combination of Zywoo, Spinks, and Flames, but nobody really holds a candle to these 3, and that's why the conversation gets very murky when talking about, is the calling good or are the players good? And that's always kind of the internal conflict with talking about G2. Is Snacks working with the best pieces in the world, or are they actually elevated due to his calling?
I want to talk about the IGL battle and the conversation around that, but before we get into that, let's just shift the focus to Heroic, because they've kind of gone under the radar, right? The whole way through this major. They've put up fantastic performances, but they're not really the talking points ever. They're kind of, we brush over them and go, oh, they're playing well, and we move on to whoever they're up against. But they are in the playoffs.
We consistently just see Heroic right now as a stepping stone for the true elite teams in the world, and Heroic have to do their absolute best, come in with an incredible game plan with Saw and Kickstand in order to thwart those kinds of expectations, because to me, they're supposed to be a footnote, Dust. I see them as a team that G2 simply had to beat to get to the semifinals. Right now, I like how they play. I like a lot of their players, but I don't see them being true world contenders.
I don't know, man. I feel like they've been on the rise. I mean, top 4 finish at Rio, where they're able to beat Vitality. We saw them beat Navi in that final best of 3 to get this quarterfinal spot. And look, they may struggle in some areas, but they have 2 huge headliners for this team that are just crushing it right now. Look at Nerds up there, just doing so well when it comes to the aggression. He's taking 36% of their opening attempts on the T side with a 54% success rate. Huge rating, huge impact, all that jazz. Then Dexter, you know, again, guy who took a year off from playing, a guy who, you know, struggled to find his footing on this team because he had to miss out on a few tournaments due to different visa issues and things of that nature, but he has been playing a fantastic tournament so far. He's had the most clutches so far this tournament, actually. And then on the CT side, he is just taking so many opening duels and winning such a high amount of him. He's just having crazy impact with the op, and these 2 guys can go toe-to-toe at G2's talent, in my opinion.
You think they can? Because I was about to say, if this was any other team and this conversation came up, we would be going, well, damn, that's scary. But up against G2, I'm going, well, I mean, can they do it?
Heroic got the short end of the stick here in terms of their draw. If they got any 2 teams that weren't named Vitality, weren't named G2, I would look at those 2 guys you brought up, Dust, and I'd say, you're right, that duo could actually probably take it to Liquid, could take it to Mouse, could take it to the Mongols. but it's Nico and m0NESY, man.
Okay, you're talking about Nico and m0NESY who have lost to 3D Max, who have gone dead last in Rio. Like, I'm not saying that it's going to happen very likely. I'm just saying it is possible, especially when you consider that Kixen's also having a phenomenal tournament as a fragger at the IGL position. His entry work has also been insane. Like, his success rate in entries is like 45%. That's like an entry fragger, not an IGL. It's ridiculous. And look, I think his calling's just going to be better. My only fear is that, yes, G2 has more overall talent that is going to hurt them. And I do think that there are a couple discrepancies in Heroic's map pool that G2 could punish. So that's kind of the big factors for me, besides the obvious, like m0NESY being perhaps the best player in the world, and then Nico being the most flexible rifle we've ever seen in Counter-Strike. I mean, that's just hard. I mean, Nico can do everything.
Incredible.
I don't know what to say. I mean, Nico is just a special character. I mean, he can entry, he can lurk, he can anchor, he does whatever. So I mean, like, it is going to be a tough uphill battle.
Makes my heart throb.
I'm trying to give him something, dude. I'm trying to give Heroic something.
Hey,
like,
of course,
you know,
of course. Yeah, we gotta talk.
I gotta give them some props.
They got here for a reason. They're top eight for a reason.
Listen, if this is where their tournament ends, this has still been an incredible rise for them, and I can't wait to see more of them.
And I agree with that.
Okay, calm down. They haven't even played yet. Wow, we're already talking about their tournament.
We're excited for the game.
Give them a little bit of hope. There is a little bit of hope for them.
I'm trying.
You kind of jumped to the other side very quickly, which is what my concern is. But it is pretty much what everyone's thinking, right?
Exactly. G2 right now, they're gunning for the trophy. Heroic, on the other hand, in some ways happy to be here, to be in the playoffs. A lot of people had them on the cusp, the bubble, per se, of making it into the stage at that. And so it's a pleasant surprise because it's a roster that we looked at on paper and said, for roll, this should work. You got great support elements in Shush. You got Nerds and Tessus, who are both good entry fraggers. You got Kixen, who actually has called a great game, and Dexter improving every game.
It's now time to find out how these teams are feeling. Our first quarterfinal of the day. Let's go to the main stage.
Today, let's check in with a player on each team. Kixen, you have a huge challenge ahead of you in the form of G2. Are you prepared to show you have what it takes to win out?
Yeah, we are prepared. We don't really care who we play against. We are just trying to play our game, and we will do our best.
Kixen， 你们现在要面对的是 G2， 是一个夺冠的大热门，你们准备好了吗？我们已经准备好了，我们不会在乎对手是谁，我们会打出我们自己的表现来发挥。
And Snacks, you and G2 are massive fan favorites. How ready are you to put on a show for everybody in this arena?
100%.
Snacks， 你们 G2 是我们现在的夺冠热门，你们准备好为现场的粉丝献上一场精彩的比赛了吗？100%是的。好的，那也是感谢两支队伍接受我们的赛前采访，我们把剩下的时间给到舞台。
现场的观众朋友们，你们准备好了吗？今天依然是由我跟我的搭档 Banks 来给大家测试一下观众的组成成分。Banks。
Ni hao Shanghai, and hello to all the Counter-Strike fans around the world, because yesterday was absolutely epic and we are in store for a fantastic set of games today. We get to discover who the final teams are making it through to the semi-finals, so I hope you're all ready.
今天的4支战队一样是2支战队即将晋级，锁定4强，而2支战队即将遗憾淘汰。那么现场的观众，你们是为谁而来的呢？
All right, let's find out. How are we doing over here? On this side?
哎，我觉得我们这一边的观众应该叫喊声会更大一点，会不会？来，这边的观众准备好了吗？最后，我们准备好了吗 ？Thanks, I feel this part audience has the biggest voice.
That side? What about this side?
好的，那我们现场的观众朋友们都已经准备好了，而2支战队也准备好登场了，让我们有请 G2。 今年的 G2 势头强劲，已将3座 S 级赛事奖杯收入囊中。在上海Major淘汰赛上仅败1张图，接连3胜晋级决胜赛的他们，能否再连3胜，圆梦上海
？The last dance for this team as we know it, with two of the world's biggest superstars leading the way. We've seen their development, we've watched them lift trophies, and now it's the perfect time to go out and show the world the way of the samurai. Will they be sharp enough for this courageous battle? It's G2!
接下来，让我们有请他们的对手 Heroic。在大赛4强，在经历多次阵容调整后，今年以新的组合强势回归，拥有 Nerds、Passes、Dexter 的超强火力，似乎可以摧毁任何堡垒。他们誓要重拾荣耀，剑指冠军。
No easy fight, no simple victory. This team earned their spot with scars across their faces and tears in their eyes. Here, they've proved themselves as a major playoff team. Today, they can prove themselves as one of the elite. Can they prove the doubters wrong once again? It's heroic!
Some quick thoughts before we do those pre-match interviews on the stage, boys. Watching these two teams walk out, both of them each have a rookie on their sides, their first time in the major playoffs. What an experience it must be.
Absolutely, and to hear Snacks in the pregame interview, just in that hallway, you know, Paula's asking him how good he's feeling about this, and he's just like 100%. About as many words he's going to use in free time every day.
Oh, you're coming.
You ain't got to say much when you got the death ball of Malbs, Munisi, and Nico. I mean, you do just can trebuchet them forward, and they're probably going to win you rounds. But what's also interesting in this matchup for me, real quick, is they've only played each other one time. It's just one best of one. It's a Dust 2 game that Heroic won 13-10. That was, I believe, at Rio. So, yeah.
昨天其实两边的战队都稍微的比较的友好，比较的和平，没有发生太多太激烈的在赛前放狠话。那今天两支战队究竟会不会给我们说一些让我们感到意外惊喜，而又觉得他们充满自信的狠话呢？
Snacks, my question for you is, how hungry are you for this victory today?
The same way as always, you know. I want to say only one thing. G2!
Banks 问他说 ，Snakes 你有多渴望赢得这场比赛的胜利？他说，像往常一样，非常的渴望。我只想说一句话，就是加油 G2， 很标准的中国话。来，我们问一下 Heroic 这边 ，Are you ready for this big fight?
Yeah, we are ready. We prepared well for this game and we'll try our best.
他说，我们已经准备好了，我们会在这场比赛中尽全力奉献出一场精彩的比赛。Thank you. 那我们把两边的队长请回他们的对战席。
Well, the stage is set and the teams are ready. So Shanghai, let me hear you!
现场的观众，正在看直播的观众朋友们，所有的战队都已经准备好了，让我们把舞台交给两边战队。
Okay, so we saw the two IGLs there. Let's talk about them because they both have incredible firing power, and on both sides, I think that the calling is interesting. For me, Kicksan is the reason that Heroic has had this. They've gone up against some of the best teams in the world, beaten them to make their way here, and then obviously we all know Maui's feelings on Snacks' IGLing. How do these two compare?
Well, there's a bit of an aura difference. You're going to see Snacks there, just full-blown confidence, knows that just about anything in the world can and will work when G2's, you know, when their players are in the server. But when it comes to actually Kicksan, I will say I have a lot has grown on me with this guy. With the Apex run that he made at the Blast Paris Major at the end of CSGO in 2023 up until now, I've seen improvements in leaps and bounds, adjusting his calling to the players that he's had, and also inserting him into some pretty deep positions and then making reads off of just what's going on live in the game, too.
I mean, they're both definitely very different in-game leaders. Snacks more of a backline player, more of a lurker, more of a supportive element. Every now and then he'll come in first if the timing's right, but he's not known for that. Meanwhile, Kicksan, he'll sacrifice himself as the first guy, and sometimes he's even able to find the opening duel. Again, his success rate in opening duels is 45% for an IGL. That's ridiculous. It makes the game so much easier for guys like Tessus and Nerds when he's able to do that. And also, let's just face it, Heroic has a more balanced game. They can play defaults better. They have more, you know, mid-round protocols. They are more polished in those situations, and they can play you fast. Meanwhile, G2, while they are capable of playing default and capable of normal CS, their strength really is in just, let's group up all of this talent that we've got and just hammer it into a site, and we're probably going to make it work, even if we keep running the same strat over and over again.
In the perfect scenario, every single piece on both sides is activated and online.
Sure.
They have a very similar map pool, as we know.
Yep.
So the question would be, does it then come down to who is the better IGL? Who makes the better calls to get them through?
I mean, Kicksan's on the back foot because G2 has more overall talent. I mean, so you do have to put that into consideration. But I do think that on a shared map pool, it will come down to how well do you counter your opponent and can you have the better calling. We know we're not going to see Vertigo and in front of those that are permabans, but I'm curious what the picks are because G2, I think, could attack D2 or Nuke. Those are weaknesses for Heroic.
There we go. It's coming.
I don't think they go with Nuke Dust. They haven't picked
D2
it once
probably.
since Snacks joined the team. And Heroic going with Ancient.
I like this.
Yeah, I thought that was a big possibility. And okay, wait a second. Right there, that's the first time they've picked this with Snacks.
They're trying to pick into opponents' weaknesses right now, which actually I like a lot.
It's supposed to be a punish pick here.
And I like Mirage as a decider that just share the ground. Both teams really love Mirage. And that's why I'm glad either team picked it first. Like, go ahead and let that be a decider where you both feel comfortable, but try to find an edge in this opening. And the fact that they went for Ancient on the Heroic side of things, I think is a perfect idea.
Are we surprised by Nuke?
Definitely. I mean, for me, I understand Dust's take with it, that G2 should have picked it. I agree in a lot of senses, like the wins, the quality of wins that G2 has on that map are very strong. It's just that they don't usually pick it. It's been the decider or it's been the opponent's pick every time they've played it with this 5-man roster.
Yeah, but kind of kicking things off on Ancient, I mean, this is going to be our first battleground here. This is a map that both teams are pretty good on, but I get the slight edge to Heroic just because of the recency that I've seen out of them. They're so good at just playing split pressure, with Nerds being able to just be such a dominant force in middle, but you have Tessus over on the B side of the map as well, so you can constantly keep G2 guessing on where you're trying to go, and I just feel like they have really good abilities to not only play default, but just play like the faster pace executes. Meanwhile, I feel like on the G2 side of things, they're a little bit more reliant on just kind of heavy executes, which is fine if you got loads of talent, but for me, it's going to be the adjustment factor. What if that stops working? Are they going to be able to find a mid-round or mid-half call that's going to get them out of trouble if they wind up in it?
I actually have pretty strong confidence that Heroic will get off to a half-decent CT or T-side campaign for themselves. I can imagine 5 rounds pretty safely. It's just that when G2 switch to their own T side, do you have the nade protocols? Do you have the crossfires? Are you able to play enough anti-flash positions when they're trying to bombard your bomb site, when they're going to hit A 4 or 5 times in a row? Are you going to be able to stop them with any utility in your belt, or are you going to fall susceptible to sometimes the most simplistic calling I see from any tier 1 team?
When you take a look at the Veto as a whole, are we going to 3 maps? I mean, you're not, I understand you're not fortune tellers, but you can have some sort of opinion based on what you've seen here.
Sure. I think that this series could easily go to 3. If I had to put money on one side, though, I would say G2 2-0, but that's mostly just because of player quality. That's mostly just because they have the best player. They have arguably the best player in the world. They have arguably the second best rifler in the world. And so in a game like this, that's usually where things lie.
Okay, so let me swap that out for you then, Dust. I mean, is that it? The only way that Heroic can potentially see themselves in the semifinals is to make sure that either one, they shut down time the man on your screen right now, Manasi, or two, hope that for whatever reason him and Nico arrive feeling super nervous and don't perform. Is that really the win condition here?
I mean, it is going to be tough to out-op Monesi, right? If you're Dexter, I mean, that's going to be a tough one, but you just got to hold your ground. I mean, Dexter has done so well on defensive opping throughout the course of this tournament. That's why he has some of the most success in opening duels for the event, is because of his defensive opping. He's also had some big clutches on retakes and post-plant holds. So yeah, he's not going to be able to be as flashy as Monesi, but he can still, within his own, lane, find ways to have impact. I think for me, the biggest thing we got to watch up in this matchup is Nerds versus Malbs. Those are the two guys that are going to be clashing at middle on Ancient a lot. They're going to find themselves in a lot of early to mid-round interactions because G2 likes to play up-tempo, so Nerds will be forced to face him quickly. And I think it's going to come down to, if Nerds can keep up his form, and Malbs has looked a little bit shaky at times, that could tilt the balance just a little bit. But then you got to worry about the follow-up, and that's going to be where things get tricky.
I mean, I would want to just envision it like this. What Snacks is doing right here is like he's walking up to a bout in the ring, and he's 25 kilos heavier than his opponent. He's 50 pounds heavier than his opposition. I don't even mean like outside of the server right now. I mean the firepower in the server.
Literally and
and at this point, for Heroic and Kicksan to win this, they need so much more in terms of tactics. They need to basically outthink them twice, twice as hard. It's like they need like 40 IQ points more to outweigh the 25 kilos that weigh in Snacks' favor. So that's why it's just like you can do so much right, but you have to play a perfect game here if you are Heroic and want to win, whereas G2 can show up and they can be a little bit nervous. They can mess things up a little bit more, but the wealth of options and firepower, that is so heavily in G2's favor.
I will say this though for G2, like I just don't want them to get bogged down and get stubborn. Like I know this team is capable of playing split pressure too. Like let Mouse work an area, let Nico work the opposite, come together in the mid to late round. I just don't want to see them get pigeonholed into like running the same execute on the A bomb site 5 times in a row like they did against 3D Max, or just kind of pigeonholing themselves into B executes. Like I know this team is capable of playing more proper CS. They just need to show it to me more often though, in my opinion. Whereas if you're on the Heroic side, you got to find a way to disrupt them. You can't let them get comfortable. You can't let them get the basic map control and then kind of work from that. They're too talented for that. So I want to see Nerds and Tessus be the aggressors. I want to see them try to disrupt G2 before they can get launching off the pad.
If they need a bigger IQ, they've pretty much got it standing behind them. We saw what he could do with Ents. He punched way above his weight with the pieces that he had. I would argue he's done the same with this Heroic lineup. When it comes to prepping for G2, I would argue that Heroic's probably coming in far more prepped than anyone else could be.
Very likely. I would probably only trust like a Blade Alexi B combo to be more prepared coming into a matchup like this.
Them.
Yeah, and that's true. So honestly, I mean, Heroic, they are right now at this point just their tactics can be on point. We have seen it. We have seen them take down Na'Vi in the previous round with good strategies on top of that. But Na'Vi, they just don't have that same kind of star power. It's just that G2 when they're playing in this kind of game, there's so many reasons to say why G2 win, and it's just that to play at 100% for Heroic, for Nerds, who has never been on a major playoff stage, that is where I feel like the jitters will actually get to him. I don't see it getting to Monesi, who has been the best arena player of the year so far. I don't see it getting to Nico, who has been in moments much bigger than this one before, 2 major grand finals in the past. For Heroic, on the other hand, a couple of these guys, they're known to crumble a bit. Like Tessus obviously was part of that Cadian lineup. The reason Yanko has reservations about him as Denmark's best player is because he has fallen off in moments like this before.
I think that Maui has said what needs to be said. It is a mountain that Heroic is going to have to climb. But Hull, if anyone can try, I believe it would be these pieces. So this is it. Quarterfinal time. Scrawny, Launders, bring the hype.
We'll do our absolute best, Sam. Thank you so much for your insights, Dustin and Maui Snake. You guys paint a beautiful picture, but I think Sam said it best. This is a mountain that Heroic have come prepared for. All of the tools in their backpack to try and mount this, but G2's talent stacked to the sky as they will be attempting to get into the semifinals. Do Heroic crack under pressure, knowing they've already dispatched of the previous major champions? Today could be their day. Glory on the line, semis await. and it's gonna kick it off on Ancient with a slow walkout through middle. m0NESY, that classic unsilenced USP, a little BM to start us off. He is shoulder to shoulder alongside Nico, and the three of them drop like flies. Top red peak from Hunter as he assists. You have so much prep on your plate, but the moment you step forward, you're met by who? Nico and m0NESY. And that's going to happen all match long.
I mean, you could talk about prep, but it's G2 who had the proper setup for this exact. So they knew what was coming. They put themselves in positions to win, and they succeeded. G2 are the king of pistols when it comes to Tier 1 teams, so I'm not surprised to see them pick up the first one. That was definitely one of the richest, most thought-through desks, I think, of the entire event, so I just want to give them some credit there. It was a lot of great points that were made that I think we can unpack as the series goes through, but gotta say they touched on everything, man. If Heroic played their best, I definitely ride with Dust that they can be the better team, and I think G2 obviously play a looser style that is more top-heavy, but they lean into those players because that's how to get the most of their team. So let's see if Kixan can break through this.
Yeah, they're just going to try to do a little bit of quick work up the ramp, but nah, denied by rifles. Yeah. Nico snacks 10 shots in abundance, and it's unfortunately Heroic fizzled out in mere seconds with the force buy. So back to the drawing board, back to the Glocks, and G2 to the comfortable start.
We'll see about FaZe in this arena, but I have the suspicion that G2 are most likely the most popular team here so far in playoffs. I think even more than Mongols. The m0NESY fandom has been outrageous. And, you know, this is a last dance for G2 with the lineup that we see before us, which is a special thing for everybody to be able to witness live. A lot of people are wondering if Nico will get his first chip and if this will be his last chance to get a chip.
Of course, it's bittersweet. It'd be a glorious moment for a team that has shown highs and lows for these last final attempts to hoist that major trophy, right? CSGO's uncrowned king in Nico alongside m0NESY. This duo has given us so many fun moments.
He's more of a prince, right? You can sort of see it coming. And with m0NESY, I think that's it. You watch him play, and he looks like the whetstone for the rest of Tier 1. The guy who understands the game better than anybody else. And I'd say the front runner in figuring out how to use the op in CS2.
Sure.
And now I think we've seen ZywOo pick up the op more often, especially here at the major, which is a welcome sight. But he was the guy, the only guy, for some time.
And honestly, as Nico is set to depart for Falcons,
all right.
Speak of the devil, with the easy cleanup versus Glocks, the top brass at G2 have made it very clear that m0NESY is not going anywhere. Having signed that contract 2 years ago now, he has given them moments to be proud of and a runway for the future. But now on the tarmac, Heroic in with the guns. First full buy of Ancient. First full buy and the first test for G2. That pistol went down so smooth, the conversion right there with it.
I think the single best part about Kixan's calling has not been the team play, it has been standing up to losing bad rounds. In their game versus Na'Vi, they went up against it all in terms of individual clutches, losing player advantages, and they still came back the round after and won.
Ooh, it's going to be activity here from G2 right out of the gate, down the ramp. They'll go. TeSeS going to find 2 players at the base of it. Snacks, it's a clean trade frag, a good lineup, but he's not quite as clean as need be to finish off Kixan.
But look who's coming, the final boss of the server.
But he's missed his timing.
An aggressive push, I don't know.
Has he? One player, yes, does slip into the cave. He seems wary of it, but a missed incendiary means that that cave pressure will remain.
The fact that he's even being this aggressive, solo on the site, he's got a teammate behind him, separated by a smoke, shows the confidence that he wants to show here in the early rounds of his opening game.
Bomb took a sniff at this B side with Kixan. He decides to make it depart.
That molly is great. Clears out the close positions, makes it safe for m0NESY to push into cave and clear it. And this will alert Hunter that the fight might be coming towards him as we see the CTs peel back now. Bomb in main.
Makes sense to throw that bomb over towards Shush. He is the player with 100 health here for Heroic, most likely to crack a bomb site, but Hunter's going to remain passive.
He's looking for another peek.
Short barrel.
There's a timing where he will look.
Of the A4. Oh, but he steps out, and in that moment, Nerds thrives. So hands busy for Nerds. Mobs could just dive this, but he doesn't. It's going to be the nade, but it's not going to stop that bomb plant, nor will it find the kill. Nerds actually connects into the headshot. This 3v3 taken down by one as m0NESY just underhands a bomb on Nerds and then pushes to the backside. Oh! And instantly takes his Shush's head off. The 3 health of Kixan. The 2 Ts that touched over towards that B site. Kixan, huge reposition through main, catches m0NESY off guard, and to deny m0NESY a 1v3 early is to give Heroic their first round.
That's what we're talking about with Kixan being able to make the call. Now you could look at that round and say, Hunter, why do you even take that peek on that timing? Could have peeked out and gotten a frag. I think he was sort of alarmed and ready to hide again before realizing there were 2 players there. And that's what got him killed. But this is what Heroic can do. They've been punching up all event.
m0NESY flashed out. Dexter takes an aggressive angle up the ramp, lets himself be known, and Kixan hits that wall bang. Ooh, leg shot only for m0NESY. And as he peeks towards ramp to try to cut off the support of that front runner, they already have their footing in sight. m0NESY will find sanctuary between the Molotovs. Nico finds this hidden corner, and this could come back to haunt them if not for great cover out of TeSeS.
Great peek.
He tries to go in through the smoke spam, and the CTs have a difficult choice. 3v5, unlikely. They will walk away, and Heroic making the most of that open door put forth by denying the 1v3.
I'm telling you, man. It's I mean, this team, this event has been very special. When we talk about the formation of Heroic at the beginning of last year, it was an emergency situation when ENCE fell apart and they had to find a lineup. They paid a lot of money to get Kixan onto the team, and Saw took a huge bet on him. And then when it came to the major, they were clearly not prepared enough. Started off so strong at Blast Group's beginning of the year, fell apart right thereafter, and in this middle portion of the year, the closest they got to a chip was Thunder Pick, where they ended up losing to the Mongols. But that was the first instance where you thought, wait, they're actually starting to figure out a consistent Tier 1 style that's going to be sustainable for them. And here they are proving it at the major, getting the corners. And it's not just getting the quarters. You know, it's not a run like some of the other teams have had. Even looking at people have criticized Liquid's run for running into easier teams. Heroic took down Na'Vi. They had to fight against Mongols, who showed amazing strength in elimination. Almost 2 rounds away from getting into quarters right from there.
Sure.
Then hard the hardest road possible. Most pressure versus Na'Vi in the end, and still overcame that.
I mean, after Mongols, Heroic had the 2nd highest average ranking in terms of opponent at that elimination stage.
You know, depending on how good Heroic do, they might be the most improved team of the year if they can show something this and go a little bit deeper at this major, but this will be the hardest test right now.
Mobs, he takes a lot of damage here, but it is still his rifle and m0NESY's op, right? The remnants of that last round. So to kick it off, 5v4 is a good sign. It's going to activate Nerds into the cave corners, wary of which side he should look first. Nico instant dinks. That is huge.
Oh, of course, the peaks are just perfect. Nerds assassinated. We've got 3v5 now.
And it frees up Snacks to make a move. But, I mean, huge shadow advantage, right? You can't go into that and not anticipate them.
Ooh, shots missed.
Let you get out for free. This op is now into the position. You've got the rifle right here with it. This is G2 making the most of the little that they had. It is a phenomenal lineup out of Malds. 1 M4, 1 op, and G2 send Heroic back to the drawing board.
Yeah. Now this opening game is so ridiculous, and I think G2, you'd be silly not to be worried about Heroic coming into quarters. But if there's any team that Heroic would be most afraid of, you know, G2 would be at the top of the list. I think for some, they look at this game and they think this is just the first rung on the ladder of games that G2 will win on the way to the first chip for Nico. It just feels like there's some, you know, there's an aura about them at the moment. But again, look at the confidence call out of Heroic. They do not get scared.
Ooh, and even ahead of that, there's a late smoke that goes down. No opening kill here for m0NESY.
And there's no one in Donut to put the pressure on just yet. Bomb's getting planted a little late, but
it's not stopped. And once Dexter's hand's no longer busy, that op into play.
Here's a test of whether G2 or not are a really good team. They're going to try this 5v5 retake. They've got some time to do it, and they have the utility as well. But if...
Wait, nice.
Oh, there
Nico,
we go.
Late lurk, finds the kill out towards elbow. That's Nerds down. That's going to soften up the likelihood of the retake. Shush, he's looking for something off the MAC-10. Will find them a little distracted. That flashbang disturbed it, and it's a late retake now for G2. They've got to come out 3 strong from the donut. TeSeS looking to cut them off. Tree cleared, bodies falling. Dexter Dexter down, and as they put that smoke on top of Bomb, it's TeSS in the clutch.
Oh, Modesty dies to his own molly.
Oh, no.
And that'll be the round one for Heroic. Off time, but just played perfectly from TeSS. They were so crowded up in the site, they needed to try to expand because there's not enough good spots to stand. And you see the push through the smoke from Shush, and you think, why are you doing that? But back default with the smoke coming up and Donut being exposed to that, he had to make something happen. So it makes sense that he goes out, gets some info, delays it a little longer, because you see at the very end of this post-plant situation, there's simply no time to defuse, and they have to rush trying to get this last kill. As you can see, it's a 2v1, but without time.
Desperate, right? No other course. What, you gonna run through that smoke blind?
But it's the call from Heroic, right? How fast they did it.
Right back, G2 trying to keep Nico's head on the swivel. Back and forth to deal the lineup here from Dexter. Again, trying to put down these riflemen.
Wow, real fireworks already.
I love it. Dexter into the triple kill, doing everything to deal with the pressure. And as we talk about a Heroic, as you mentioned, that kind of come into their own later in the season, one of the things that really held them back was Dexter and his inability to secure that visa to attend some events.
Now, this is where I'll say that, you know, if Heroic play their best, I think they definitely can win this game versus G2. But standing up to the stacked individual talent is something they can't do on an average day, you know, versus, as Maui put it, the best playoff player of the year in m0NESY and the second best rifler of the entire year on the same team. The problem, I think, for Heroic when it comes to Dexter, we see high peaks, but in my opinion, some of his pick plays are a little obvious. I think he can be countered when he goes out for some of his moves right now, and I feel like he's got to try to freshen up in a way we haven't seen throughout Elimination. We've seen good games, but Nertz is still the best player on this team.
Nice play here from Shush. I love the deep tempo peek. The challenge on Bomb is stopped.
What?
m0NESY actually ending up getting the one in the background. We saw his 1v3 attempts come down to the final frag. Does he still chance this at the halfway point on Bomb? They do give him space. That Molotov actually gets extinguished, and it would have told him there's a player still back in that corner. It's the second piece he doesn't know about as it came down to the last clutch, caught off by the last member of Heroic's positioning.
His mind is on the money.
And he doesn't take it this time. He won't try and throw out that chance. It is Heroic to tie the game.
They'd have to go and secure a kit. Now he's looking to punish exits. Let's see what he can do from this position. Hey. This is a great first pick. That was the Navi spray.
Gone but not forgotten.
Yes, long are the days that, you know, m0NESY played on the Academy, and that's when we saw the brilliance of the Flash and his power.
Nicely done here from Nico to try to set it up, and Dexter slides out and trades. m0NESY keeps that damage up, so money low. You can see the limitation. Nertz, one of the few MP7 players in the world.
Mixed up buy here for G2 as they're bifurcated on the sites, holding it down in Donut, thinking about the B split. But as time goes on, they'll obviously be a little insecure about A main. They have this crack spot on mid, so they've got that info. But it's not full information, and it looks like another solid call here from Kixan with no friction to stop the A hit.
Albs may try to throw himself into the fray, Deagle in hand.
Surely they go through this.
You'd think. Oh, he gets off the angle, gets gushed by Nertz and cleared. m0NESY looking to rumble with that AK, but
Molly's not deep here on Temple.
Nobody faces him until Dexter decides to take his head clean off. May Hunter bring it back. Again, limited rifles, beautiful mid play out from TeSS, not caught by Nico this time. Nico usually so good at getting one over any kind of late mid lurk, whether that be during retakes or mid rounds. Either way, Heroic, like you said, no friction in the A site. Mulb's unable to do anything with the Deagle, and that is why Heroic find themselves one round up on this T side.
Yeah, and don't be surprised if you see Heroic play Ancient well, because that's, I think, the map that they've had the most impressive wins on so far.
Eliminated Navi.
Yeah, eliminated Navi. The game versus Mongols. In some ways, you know, map of the event with how well both teams played. And I think they're a team to learn from. I mean, this is m0NESY playing well, it's Nico playing well, and Heroic still with a small lead. One of the rounds G2 have won, it was a similar one to this. Mulb self-proclaimed best Deagle in North America.
Honestly, just turning from the second, and as he goes back on the angle, his head's off. Shadow advantage from Mulbs, he's down empty-handed. But there's more where the first two came from. You got Hunter and Snacks at bat. Oh! Double Deeg is clean. Snacks dead. Hunter, he's got all of it to do. Woo! But 2 is all he'll find. He tries to set up his cousin, who is still just too many steps behind, but is equipped with that M4. 14 frags deep here on map 1. And these T's uncertain as to his position. Right now, it's 2 backs turned. Shadow advantage. Oh, what a clean duel out of Dexter.
Into it.
And his rifle work is looking just as good as his op.
Absolutely.
There may be peaks and troughs throughout his performance, but today is starting strong.
Man, look at that. Oh, beautiful tracking on the first frag. Jumping up in front of Hunter. A good day from Hunter could also make the difference. When we talk about the Dallas run, Hunter being the 3rd best player on the team was instrumental. But this is, you know, G2 in this form, crush a lot of teams. But Heroic playing this well on stage versus G2 right now are showing us that they are not false prophets. The calls have looked good. There's a lot of trust in the reactions that are fast. They survived getting ecoed in this game. They survived losing a pistol and 2 conversions and still come back for a lead. Heroic can be proud of themselves so far.
Here for Hunter, he soaks that up, and it doesn't end up being worth it for him, but Mulbs will trade.
Okay.
Makes the most of Hunter's opposition down through middle. Fire at his feet as he ran into the faces of Heroic, and that elbow control could end up being essential. This A site continues to be targeted.
Great to see Mulbs and Hunter working together. When they joined the team, Mulbs credited Hunter a lot for giving him some space, making him feel comfortable on this new lineup.
Oh, this is huge timing for Dexter. You can see Mulbs giving it the jiggle peek.
That's the problem with those crack spots on Donut. You're always going to have a small gap, but do they call the timing? It looks like not.
Backline compromised.
And what can Dexter do with this information? He's synthesizing his options. He's telling his team to take over main.
Oh, that's so huge. They also
and Donut's about to get a couple sprinkles.
Beautiful. They Molotov Cubby out middle to serve up a distraction for Dexter, as if they didn't know mid was clear, but he makes a mistake. He pulls out a util, Nico hot on his heels, able to sniff out what's going on. Mulbs, low HP, not able to get yet another, but Nico's here, so the rifles keep it going. The lineup's not quite theirs. And G2, luckily off the back of this overperformance from Nico, will maintain what looked like a lost A site.
Yes. Yes, indeed. As Tesses, I thought he made the important kill in getting Donut, but instead, wow. G2 survive it. You hear the Nico chants inside the arena. 17-6 right now.
First chant we've had so far this playoffs, and to me, it's no surprise it's one of the G2 players.
Yeah, we knew early on when G2 played against the Mongols that G2 definitely have the crowd on their side.
Back 10s here for Heroic to try to finish out a half. A half that secured them 6 and kicks down that fire, spreads beneath him. Star of the show for G2 goes down.
It's pretty critical that he dies in cave, as they're all curdled up here at the bottom of Banana.
Snacks, who has not been tested all too much throughout these first 12 rounds.
They're coming through this.
He's gonna have his hands full in the B site, but he's got modesty to try to bank these frags. It is only one for the kid. Tesses with the deep peek down ramp maintains flanks, so he thinks, but Mulbs has, in reality, slipped in behind this backline. And, I mean, the surprise is the name of the game here. How long can he milk this? Not long at all.
Yeah.
Dexter wins another duel, and
that's
that is
half over.
a 7-round half for Heroic.
Look at that. Like, look at the score lines, and then look at the top score, right? That's exactly what we want to see this game. The Stars playing well for G2. Heroic somehow still overcoming that, at least for now.
I think you said it. That was an excellent pre-game desk between Maui, Snake, and Dust, and we get exactly what they foretold. Fortune tellers alongside Sam. 2 stars stand up, and the team play pans out. If not for that pistol and conversion.
Think that round shows us that Heroic are a 5-headed Hydra. When Kicksand dies in the 4-1 play to go Cave and Banana, they're still able to exec and cover the gaps that Kicksand can no longer clear and not worry about it. they still are able to operate. You know, I can't help but feel that when Kadian left this team, TeSS took over as the IGL, and they've got him prepped and ready to become sort of a second caller on the lineup. And you can still see it's the heart of Heroic in many senses.
Surely.
G2 are going to have to work hard for this one.
The Heroic spray covers Monacies from the first half.
Yeah.
CT side taken up by your current leader. Again, pistols, one of the features of G2, one of their strong points, and they're going to go flooding out middle. Nertz immediately tries to retreat here. They are hot on his heels, and it's going to be up through the red room into the lying weight of Kixan.
Look at them defenestrating through the window.
Over his angle. Like water, G2 flooding into this A-bomb site from the back line. And while the CTs push off-site, they have completely forfeited it for the plant. What's the post-plant look like? What's this retake come through with? How can they manage to get it back? A man advantage will certainly help. Malbs opts not to go deep into the donut. Hunter doesn't boost up onto green.
Look how uncomfortable they are on the map. They're trying to get anything, one good post-plant position, they have to fight for it, and Shush is holding it down.
Sickening headshots coming through here from Heroic. If you can rob back this bomb site, as it seems they have, then it is clean sailing for Heroic as they go forward into the next half with an 8-5 lead and money momentum.
I mean, you know, G2 opened the valve when they jumped through window and they flooded back through CT, but because they took that position and didn't hold on to window, didn't plant for CT, and had to worry about Donut A main, they needed to get one more kill. And that was either Shush or that was 2 inside a Donut, and Shush locked it down with his 2 USB kills.
Not bad for a player who comes into second pistol, 3 kills. Gives up his bomb site, but won't give up the pistol round. We saw fight and life from G2 on rounds with buys like these. Galil for Hunter and Monacy. Nico headhunting. Missed chance out of the first shot.
You know, I'm personally not a huge fan of the vacant A-site meta. We've seen some teams try to do that. It can be powerful, but if the bomb goes down fast enough, like we saw with Heroic in the first half, oftentimes you can lose the retake on time. And retakes are just not a reliable way to win rounds. And that was not a reliable smoke to get you out of mid. Oh my goodness.
Saving grace.
Yeah.
A Snacks Tech9 finish on a tagged red player. Oh, and then hands onto the Galil.
With a double.
Quality, not quantity.
Now
huge moment here for Snacks to try to draw rotations.
With the lay of the map, it's still pretty comfortable here for Heroic, I want to say. Now they don't come back in to clear out mid. And I think this next interaction at the tip of Cave is going to be the key one. Kixan, he's got the MP9.
He's got the right read. They bolster the back line, both eyes set towards Cave. Easy clean up on the 2 players low. Here's the third and Hunter. Oh, and while TeSS is busy towards Ram, now softened up for Hunter. He's got that Kovac blood pumping, but he has no idea where Dexter's at. And in so many of these close rounds, the CTs catch them off guard.
Turns out he's the big game. Dexter, clean 1v1 on that timing. Brought to you by the perfect alignment of the MP9s to cut off Cave. Like, they put themselves in great spots to both fight Cave and then turn their attention to Banana afterwards. This was an awesome try by G2, of course, to get those couple of Snacks kills in the beginning, this trade. But now, Connor, we're at a 9-5 on Ancient.
Nothing to buy in the next round. Place for G2.
Come on! We have a lot of chokers. Put that plainly. You know, considering what we've said about Heroic so far and bigged them up so much, there's a lot to be proved in this quarterfinal. Yes, they had the elimination stage versus the crowd, but this is another level of seriousness where now Dexter in the interview said, I can really see the trophy now. this is where the pressure is absolute maximum. And this is Kixan, who did a fantastic job on Apex. This is Heroic, who have seen a major final with TSS and Shush. This is Nerds on Ents, who, as Rookie of the Year, has had unreal performances, but they have also struggled to close out winnable games a lot in their career.
Stakes on both sides with Util. For the newer fans who join us just for the hype that is CS2, they may not know that Dexter has made major playoff runs in the past. And if anything, I think he's tapping back into that performance that he showed once upon a time alongside Spirit.
He always plays like he believes. I think we know that much about Dexter. His honesty comes across, his frankness.
Maybe his predictability at times can cost him, but I think his confidence is key.
I think this team is more than Dexter, and then in some games, Dexter can play to the level of, the top of G2 players. He has so much potential.
Well timed. Actually, they get ahead of it. Not as bad as it could have been. That pack of players spreads out into middle.
They need to go back and grab this bomb before they expand too much.
Luckily for them, Shush doesn't hyperextend through A main. Monacy scoops bomb, goes to join into the B split.
This is interesting. I mean, they're not really watching window at all.
Kixan getting active. Down the ramp they'll go, but it's a very passive Monacy. That's bomb spotted. Nico steps out into the duel. TSS cleans up the front runner.
And that's the high HP player down in front of him.
We've got the wall bang out from Snacks, but it's off the mark.
Oh, the bomb spot is so uncomfortable at 27 seconds. This timing, Lurk is everything. Is Nert's going to overextend?
Oh, Shush is going to cut it off.
Oh.
He drops the bomb and then disengages. TSS going to be coming running in. That's going to alleviate a bit of pressure. Nertz knows the backline's compromised. Hunter's desperate.
Oh.
And Nertz in the perfect position. That red room player comes back now with a second frag. It's a huge attempt for
There's
Wolves.
no time to get the plant off. That's
He will not get it. A main player comes out onto the site, but
Careful.
he gets lost inside of the smoke.
Of the time.
Oh, he hangs on to that. Galil so desperate. 10 rounds secured here by Heroic.
Wow.
A perfectly timed flank by Shush.
This is suddenly becoming a crushing victory. Yes, Shush. But you know what? It's also Kixan with the push on the other side of the map. He tips off Shush that that side of the map has been cleaned out. They get the trade from TSS with the MP9. That's the one they had to deny to create the fog of war, to make sure that Heroic don't move too fast. They couldn't grab it. And it's crazy to think it's a couple of individual kills that are keeping G2 out of rounds.
Those big clutch moments, that star power potential, those rounds have been denied in the gritty moments of Heroic.
If you just tuned in, you would think G2 are crumbling. I don't think that's the case. I think they're actually just not good enough so far based on how well Heroic have played.
I know Maui Snake was quite critical of G2's calling on Ancient, accusing Snacks of just maybe being a little redundant, repetitive with some of those A execs back in the elimination stage. Feels like Heroic have got him red. Kixan not afraid to run risks, and Nertz neither steps forth into the donut, occupied by 3. Perfect lineup for Nertz, and there's always trade potential.
Wow, how'd they find that re-aggression? Just unreal. Tic-tac-toe in through donut.
2 stars of the show for G2 remain, an 11th to be taken away. That's Heroic's ambition as they move forward down middle and also cave, right? Remaining active in these moments.
Connor, 2v4, Monacy and Nico.
Yes.
Can't think of 2 better players at the moment to make this happen.
But trailing by 5.
35 seconds. Bomb control here for Heroic is a real test for them as they search for the second guy. They know that Monacy got this kill in main.
For a second there, Monacy had eyes deep into donut, but we actually get a CT smoke once the second defender gets into position. There's a matter of how much they want to fight for the actual bomb.
I mean, time is now suddenly just
Can
such
he
a big
scoop it up?
problem.
It's right there for the taking. He's going to have to get desperate, and as he dives down through smoke, Nico nowhere nearby to trade him. 8 seconds remain on this clock. He knows there's one locked into the corner. He'll scoop up that frag, but the other 2 CTs secure it. Heroic are on the brink of a blowout.
Yes, yes. I mean, I definitely believe that there was a chance Heroic would win this map. I did not think that it would be in this fashion. This game, as it stands, I think it's closer than it looks, but the scoreline would tell you otherwise. I think a lot of these rounds have come down to just a couple of key trades. It's just been pretty extraordinary to think that it's Heroic who are the ones to look like they've got better individuals right now. And
think the wildest thing for me in all of this is you still have Nico 20 kills, 10 deaths.
Yeah,
you still have Monacy positive, despite being down by 6 rounds.
Yeah, and that is the hard part to litigate, to think that the stars are shining, but there aren't enough in the sky here for G2.
It's not that Heroic have cut all the heads off this Hydra. It's that they've taken it out at the knees. And as it squirms to try to get back into this game, it's not enough. Heroic sitting comfortably, 6 rounds deep, and confident at that. We saw a glimpse of greatness versus Mongols on this very map, and Heroic tap back into it.
Let's see about that T side, G2.
Snack's gonna be looking to line up the green molly. But very wary of some kind of a mid play. And I think that kind of comes down to this activity from Heroic's CT side. You can see Snack's a little nervous. There's nobody on the boost. And it barely spreads all the way, so Monacy doesn't end up getting a target that Molotov was meant to dislodge. Kixan shows a little skin towards ramp. Here's the commitment in from the other half of this pack. It's a clean frag from the cage play. Great trade out of Kixan. And there's nobody else to come and help this final fighter. Hunter into the open will do it on his own. And finally, a moment to catch his breath. They show 2 players' presence over towards A. The nade doesn't find Hunter as he just gets around that pillar.
He's got to go for another swing, right? He's just too cramped on space. Hunter not fighting short means Dexter's running up, and Dexter will simply get the kill.
Nice clean clear of the site. We got the smoke down on the ramp to cause desperation here for Snacks. Good wall bang damage coming out of Monacy. Snacks is incredibly low. Heroic getting back on top of that bomb. No frags come through, but they may think they stopped it.
Yeah, they
Not
probably
the case.
do.
Shush secures the 12.
And that Snacks dying as well. 12 rounds here for Heroic. A massive job here. I mean, it's incredible what we're witnessing, and that's G2 trying to get up the B ramp like Heroic did in the first half, but they can't get that first kill, man. They're trying to set up and be just as loose, just as scrimmy, just as top-heavy, but Heroic were able to pull off the rushes just a little bit better. Their reactions have been just a little bit better.
No star power needed thus far from Heroic. A game plan and a call to action.
A couple of trades back and forth, and just like that, mid has actually won. They don't have a cave push to really delay for time, but you know, with the smoke present, they can actually wait this out. And of course, G2 are nowhere to be found. Let's see if this boost can yield any frags. Kixan, how careful are you going to be?
Comes through, spraying into Nico, but all you've done there is given up the kill. 21 frags for Nico. And Nerds softens up the back line. MP9 swings into
Look
cover.
at the reactions, man. They're so good. Another smoke on Banana, a peek out of cave, just to let them know they've got neighbors.
But a vacant map everywhere else here for Heroic. And being so busy inside the site. Oh, Monacy straight up into Nerds. Getting into the action as the wallbang fight goes back and forth. Dexter secures another. And we're going to get this immediate call. Everybody leave. A site prime for the taking, and they are dead on. Except for TessS arriving maybe a little sooner than they'd expect. He's going to contest through the util. He will go. And Nico puts him down with fire beneath him. It's a good call from G2 to keep majority alive. And maybe, just maybe, the T side starts now.
That was a moment where I think Nertz was convinced they would have left for A, and he was looking to clear up mid just to make sure inside of cave, and G2 finally found an exit. Heroic really had their attention though on B, even with no one playing A for that long. And again, the reactions have been there for Heroic. So G2 survived this round. It is one of the early tests here on T side. It's because they lost the CT side so heavily and then lost the second pistol that we haven't seen many rounds like this. So that's a good sign, but it's going to be one hell of a comeback if they pull this off.
And when the criticism around G2 was maybe the redundancy of this T side, I'm curious to see what Snacks gets into in order to keep Kixan off his ass. Because right now the calling from Heroic so active. Not only do you have the pressure from all of these match points looming overhead, but just knowing Heroic are so well oiled at the moment.
This is what people talk about when they say being on the same page. You've got a system that almost runs itself. You know what you're supposed to do for a teammate in an adjustment. There doesn't need to be any micromanagement. and you see the reactions coming through. But still, G2 show they can keep up at least a little bit.
And the door's ajar here. First tac pause called by Saw. A system that can run itself, but not bad to have a maestro.
This is the tac pause where he goes, do you want to play a game? We've got a half buy with the op in play here, or it's one where you have a little fun if you're heroic.
And you know, it's
in
the
this
kind of
series, they're still not. I mean, now people might consider them favorites, but it's not written off that G2 can simply come back on the next two maps. So Heroic are looking for a strong win here.
It's the buy you can have fun with on a score you can have fun with. And they're going to try to play it loose. 3 players in middle. First one taken down easily. Kixan getting the kill in the background, softened up the second. Nerds with this rifle
coming through?
Could very well be the deadliest piece. They will open up the smoke, and Nerds loses out versus Monacy, so man advantage claimed.
That's a nice one, and it makes the biggest difference. They're going to pendulum around through spawn as Nico holds outside of cave. Problem is there's 2 CTs here.
And again, they're looking, they're hunting, they're stepping forth. Nico turns as he gets nervous. Where is this pressure in from Opper spotted?
And they don't spot him.
And it's right before the other 2 Ts were to get into position.
The CTs are leaving, right? They think that this is a sign there's no way G2 are going to go to this side of the map. Now, they might get cut off at the pass. Monacy's watching this. Tess here pushing in. And he's going to hear this.
He sprints
oh, he wins it!
And so the player with the most clutches ever needs to do one now to keep Heroic off a map 1 win. And he has not been spotted this entire round, so he can play to his strengths.
They think he's got him cut off, and they're playing very close to the spot. Let's see how much time he delays. Sticks this as they walk back.
Brought back from the brink of retirement to lead G2. Deep Molly, and he's going to step into the CT. He's ready and waiting and willing to push this the distance.
Incredible.
Heroic don't just secure their map pick, they blast G2 out of the water.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The major has never been just a major.
Комета, преследованию которой я посвятил жизнь.
The mission I'm willing to dedicate my entire existence to.
When I leave, I want nothing else.
Only the major trophy.
This is the major.
Это major.
Ovo je major.
This is the major.
This is the major.
This is major.
Det här är major.
Det där är major.
As a major.
all of G2 stars activated. Heroic still takes the map win, and it is now 1-up to them. Gents, what do you got to say about those apples? Because Snacks couldn't get a damn bite.
Damn. I see what you did there. I like it.
It's the big Shanghai. Wasn't hungry enough, apparently. That whole second half right there was kind of every single caveat, every single condition that needed to be met in order for G2 to have a disaster class offense. It was all met. Every single requirement, Dust.
I mean, look, at least they didn't just execute A 6 times in a row.
It would have been better. Hey, it would have been better. People have been telling me that it's better. People telling me that that's somehow good and genius.
Okay, can we rewind a little bit though first?
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to the first half. You know, a greater time. You know, great start from G2 defensively. 1 pistol, 3-0 start, looking hot. But let's give credit to Heroic. Again, such a varied offense. They are not contained. They are able to, you know, just kind of work the whole map. You know, go for the mid pressures, go for the set pieces.
So fluid.
Exactly.
So many good mid rounds from them.
The cohesion was just perfect, right? And even though Nerds was having kind of a quiet game, that's kind of the guy you're expected to kind of really dictate the pace of these rounds and create those openings. It was Dexter with an AK-47. Like, we talk about some of these other operas out in the world, like Munacy, who's really good with rifles, or Zebu, who's really good with rifles. But to see Dexter come out when some of his other stars were quiet, I mean, him right there on the screen had such impact this game.
And for them to open up the space for him to even accomplish that, though. The lurks from Shush, though, towards the A side of the map, calling over his offense back to his side of things. G2, though, they fought in that first half. Like, they were good on those early entry fights, the fights towards middle. It felt like all the space that they wanted at the beginning, they were good for it. It's just the mid-late round, they were consistently outplayed.
Outcalled, even. I mean, this was what we spoke about in the pregame, that Kicksan calling versus Snacks, and I felt like the reactive nature of Heroic meant that even with Nico firing on all cylinders in the first half, they still end the half up because they were able to react so fast.
Kicksan is approaching levels of elite in-game leading that I was wary of, that I wasn't sure about, that I had my reservations. Every single progressive game I am seeing him work with Heroic, I am becoming more and more inspired because the system is developing. He's understanding how to use his players. And even though there aren't even necessarily those huge pop-off star performances here, like what you'd say the best one here is Dexter, 18-11, it still is dwarfed by what Nico did himself. And they only got 6 rounds, G2.
Indeed. I mean, it's a crazy one because when you go to that second half, look, I thought G2 did a pretty decent job in the early stages of rounds. They were creating good mid pressure. They were putting themselves, you know, on a foundation to launch from. But there was instances where they kind of overcooked and I feel like overplayed their hand and maybe just weren't decisive enough to just commit to something and were trying to, you know, throw fakes and double fakes and just try to keep Heroic guessing. So I do feel there was a little bit of that, but I also want to give credit where credit's due for Heroic. They did such a good job re-aggressioning areas of the map at just the right time, whether they were pushing down B ramp once things got quiet at middle to discover whether or not they had fallen back to B, whether it was Nerts, who was a constant nuisance at mid, by the way. Like, even if he wasn't always fragging, he was doing so much chip damage with HE grenades, spams through smoke, you name it. He was kind of constantly weakening and softening up the offense. That way his teammates could clean up later, and boy, did they, on all fronts.
Can I be a little bit cheeky, boys?
When have you not been?
In the pre-match, you were both like, well, if all of those G2 stars come online, Heroic has a hope on hell. You saw the board there. All 3 of them were there. Nico had the game of his life. And
he did.
Yet,
I mean, he has a lot of life games, to be fair to him. But Monacy was performing well in the first half. I think Mobs was a little bit of a slow start. By the end of things, he was okay overall.
That's fair.
But I mean, I feel like it was just too much cooking. It was too much going on in terms of the ideas, and the pistol round itself set the tone for me. The second half pistol round, round number 13, the way that instead of just going with what was tried and tested, like when you're watching Snacks play and call, it's just like butter on white toast. It's simple, it's effective, we all like it, but you know, there's been some community sentiments that things are a little bit too simplistic. So what do? They flip the script entirely. They go for a mid rush through all the way through Red Room, all the way through Spawn, and this is like I'm watching a Fury around when Art was still calling, okay? This is a ridiculous situation to be in, and I almost think that G2 are simply perplexed by the fact that they didn't get kills when they found them themselves in this position. They get the bomb onto the bomb site, slowly and meticulously, Heroic pick them apart. Every single player on Heroic knows exactly how they want to react. They don't overextend by themselves, and they just eat G2 alive because that initial plan was so ridiculous. It was so over the top, bombastic even.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point, but it also just goes testament to Heroic just being so much more like decisive and having so much cohesion in those critical moments. When the pressure's on, when you're in the mid to late round, when you're going for a big retake or a big post plant hold, or you're trying to sort out, hey, how do we get ourselves back into a 3-on-3 situation on top, they just have more chemistry. Like, I think now that they have finally been able to settle in with this roster for the last few months and kind of just get everyone on the same page, like the brain trust of Kixin and Saul, and just the players being able to also just have their own agency to go for things when the intuition's there. Like, I'm just seeing a team that is blossomed throughout these last few months, and it's just gotten steadily better each tournament.
I think that you've highlighted it there and you've said it, and I'm kind of just reiterating it, but they looked like a really good cohesive unit. They worked really well as a team, and something that we've seen from the likes of Na'Vi is how well that teamwork works in CS2. The difference with Heroic is they have the superstar inerts, they have Dexter popping off, it allows them space to go head-to-head with a G2.
And on top of that, I just don't feel like G2 adapted. I feel like when the individuals from Heroic were making the moves that they should be in the mid-late round on their defensive side, G2 just kept trying to out-mid-round them. They just try and play for later and later and later in these rounds. But, you know, when they played against 3D Max on Ancient, they just A-exec like 5 times in a row, and it was almost just like, wait, we can't win like that, so we're going to overcomplicate things? Guys, you know, we'll clown you here on the desk. We'll, you know, the mentions, the forum threads, those will all say, like, that wasn't the most inspired half. It has been effective before.
It has been effective. I think they just need to find a medium ground. Like, we've seen at times them be stubborn and go for the same things over and over again. And then I've also seen the opposite end of the spectrum where they've kind of maybe overthought things and maybe tried a little bit too hard. But yeah, the fact that Dexter was able to have more impact on the game, in my opinion, as an opera than Muncie is kind of crazy that those words are coming out of my mouth and they're objectively true, not just some type of daydream.
That's because his IGL gave him space to operate.
That's very true.
Made the right calls. And I do think that we can, people can say what they want. Yeah, it works against 3D Max, but I think Snacks is a problem in this lineup. I do think that G2 is going to struggle against, you mentioned it, the big IQ plays. Heroic bought it, and that's exactly what happened.
Heroic, everybody was just operating at, like, you know, above average team cohesion intelligence. Like that, like they were synergistic. They were looking like the more polished team. When rounds got a little bit chaotic, even when G2 tried to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works, it was Heroic who were always able to collect, just have clear and concise comms, and recognize the situation and have the appropriate answers.
Can they do that on Nuke?
It's going to be an interesting one. Like, I think this is going to be an uphill battle for Heroic. I mean, despite them, you know, playing in a decent amount, their resume is not the best. I'm just going to be honest about it. Meanwhile, you look at a team like G2, they've won their last 7 Nuke games in a row and against the best teams in the world. And what makes them so effective is that they're just so good at split pressure, because you have Nico and Hunter, the cousins, dictating things at the yard, but you also have Malv just playing inside lobby, and at any moment he can strike upper, he can strike ramp room and just create an opening. And obviously, Muncie's roaming op can do wonders. And that's both in the attack and the defense. So I think it is going to be a little bit tough for Heroic. I think it's going to come down to Tessus and Nerds.
I am a little bit concerned for G2 simply because this is a map that it almost kind of fell into their lap to be a good one. It wasn't one that they outlined at the beginning of the season and said, this is going to be our pick. We're going to outplay people on this one. It is almost by circumstance of the players popping off in these sorts of situations. Like you said, with the Mobs inner pressure, the Hunter and Nico outside yard pressure, Monacy kind of being an X factor in rounds. But the fact that they have never picked it with this 5-man lineup, and now they are hinging their season, pretty much hinging this lineup's life on this map, that is where I have seen teams who were the favorites in the past crumble even at an underdog who was just nipping at their heels.
And by the way, this would be a massive upset story if Heroic's done it. Because look, Heroic's done it in the past. They beat Vitality at Rio. They were able to beat Na'Vi to beat here in this quarterfinals. They've taken top 5 teams before, but now to do it in the quarterfinals of a major, to shut down G2, a team that some teams have picked to win the whole damn thing, and certainly had the talent to do so. If you can pull it off here on Nuke, and Matt, that's not been your best. They got blasted by Na'Vi in that series that we saw in the major coming into these playoffs, but they have the capacity to do so. And for me, me, it's just going to come down to the yard play. If Nerds and Testis can find a way to best Nico on both sides of the map, that's a win condition. If Dexter can keep up this impact with an AWP roaming around Nuke, that's another win condition. There are options out there for Heroic to win this thing, and what a shocker it would be to see a Heroic 2-0 over G2 on maps that they usually play well. I mean, I know I'm kind of building up a romantic story, but we really could wind up that way.
I've seen some just great reactions from Testis and Nerds. Anytime people are trying to cross outside, they're nading that smoke with Dexter already holding the line, waiting, scoped in at that position. And so the G2, they just got to be ready for it because there are great reactions on this Heroic side. Saw and Kicksan have prepped these guys fantastically over these 6 months, despite all of the trials and tribulations they went through, with all the visa problems that Dexter had in the beginning, where people were saying, should we even keep Dexter on this lineup moving forward? Well, he's made a name for himself here at this major, and they even devise a game plan defensively to get him activated too.
You've kind of explained what you meant in the situation, but I do kind of want to showcase the viewers at home what you were talking about, because when the veto came up earlier, Dust, you pointed out that this was probably a punish pick from G2. So walk us through why you had said that and what you were thinking and how it kind of impacts you now after you've seen Ancient.
I think it's just their track record. I mean, G2 is a team that, again, has won Nuke the last 7 times they played it in a row, and they've done it against top 5 teams, whereas Heroic, they've barely beaten anyone of note, and they have a negative win rate. So I'm just kind of looking at, like, track records for one. And look, we've also seen G2 bounce back before. When they had that overtime scare against 9 Pandas and Yarmar, they bounced back. When they lost to 3D Max, they bounced back. When they went dead last in Rio, they bounced back with the trophy. So this is a team that is formidable. They do have grit, and they have so much talent. And they're able to split it across this Nuke map a lot. You know, we talked a lot about their T-side antics, but they also have a great defense. Munacy is one of the best operators in the world. This is a map where he can dictate the pace by just being dynamic like he always is. You got Malbs defending ramp room. You got Nico defending yard. Like, you have so much power that Heroic has to get through in order to be successful on a map that they have struggled on in the past. So look, I think the 2-0 dream is real and it'll be romantic, but I also think that their map is pretty likely.
I do feel like maybe it's a bit unrealistic to go, oh, well, Saw is so good. Like, we've seen what he's been able to do. I'm sure that he has a strategy here, possibly reaching for Heroic fans in this particular map.
I'm not sure if it is anymore, because when G2 have crashed out of tournaments with this lineup before, I've heard the interviews in the past, what Taz says in the losers interview, what the team says. He always says, you know, I wish the team trusted Snacks more. I'm going to tell you right now, the egos on G2 are probably too big to trust Snacks when your tournament life is on the line. That's why they've crashed out before. They just tried to play the game plan that Snacks devised with Taz in the previous map. They had a buffer, you know, you're able to lose one map. Now, this is where I imagine that the tension is just so high. This is where Nico just becomes the mid-round IGL. This is where he starts calling. This is where Hunter starts calling. This is sometimes where there's too many cooks in the kitchen. And for a G2 team that probably didn't expect to get blown out on map 1 in that fashion, I would say that they are right now, they're redlining right now.
Do you not think that for G2, I mean, that is the biggest problem, right? Is the moment that they find themselves with their backs against the wall, like in this instance, Dust, then there is this reliance for Nico to start jumping, and there is a sort of deference to someone else, and that then creates a situation where you're not playing as a team anymore. You're all kind of going in different directions, and that's what you can abuse if you're Heroic.
Absolutely. I mean, you could certainly find gaps, especially if they're willing to try to get disruptive and maybe, you know, do some aggressive moves in the mid to late round and try to, you know, unsettle G2, not just let them instill their game plan. But at the end of the day, for G2, a lot of this year has been feast or famine. It's either win or go home early. And they've never really had much of a middle ground. So now at this point, you got to dig deep. Again, Nico, this is one of his best opportunities to win a major again. You know, we've seen him crumble in other moments. You know, the Boston major where he lost in the finals, or when he lost to Navi on Nuke and I think it was Stockholm. Like, it's one of those things where this is his chance to finally shake that off, but he's one map away from losing that chance right now.
Nico needed a little tiny snack. He had to take a bite out of something, so we're giving him some time, which means we still get a chance to chat. I mean, they are the crowd favorite, and with good reason.
Sure.
I would argue that the Chinese fans, this is their team. They are camping outside the hotel for a chance to get a picture with Munacy. Does that benefit them?
It does. It instills them with a confidence that they otherwise wouldn't necessarily have. To make it abundantly clear, before, the face of the game was simple. Before that, some may have even considered it Kenny S. Munacy is the face of CS2. He is who the fans are lining up to see, camping out to get a glimpse of as he leaves his hotel. To see him lose in the quarterfinals would be disastrous for him. It would be disastrous for G2. And sitting right next to him for Nico, even more so catastrophic.
But then across from them, they have a team of players who have been on that side. They've been part of various lineups where they have been the team that's punched above their weight. Granted, different, whether it be the old Heroic or the old Ents, those players know what it feels like to not be the crowd favorite, to be going up against insurmountable odds, and yet they've done it. Can they do it all together now is, I suppose, the question.
The question you're asking now is, can they ruin G2's last dance? Is it going to be a waltz or is it going to be a stumble on the floor? And I think that it'll only be up to how Heroic responds and how G2 handles that loss to determine what that's going to be.
We're still waiting for the players, which means you have to listen to these boys a little bit more.
Unbelievable.
But I mean,
no one's complaining about that, Sam. No one's complaining.
Bigger question. The Counter-Strike that we've had a chance to see here in the playoffs. Holy hell, it's been good, right? I mean, this was something we spoke about yesterday. I'll say it again. Sometimes the major, it doesn't deliver.
We got the heroes that we've wanted, okay? From the very first series, unfortunately, Senzu didn't pop off for the Mongols. Well, in his stead, we got Exertion doing well. We got Brolin doing fantastically. That's what we wanted to see from Maus. On the Spirit side, we got Donk putting up historic numbers once again. And that's why we're craving Monacy to keep moving forward. We're craving. We need Nico to keep moving forward. If these guys don't make it forward, sure, we got Heroic on the other hand, which are a great story, and it's a great strategic duo between Kixan, between Saw. Nerds has been on the come up himself, but we all want G2 to go a little bit further. I'll say that, just for the fun of it.
Let's find out if they can.
For the fun of the game, Maui Snake, thank you, gentlemen, for your poetry in the pregame. Again, setting this stage alight as Heroic kind of shocked the stadium. The spotlights in Shanghai have G2 a little nervous, and I like that take by Maui, where maybe now we start to see the Stars take the reins, because the Stars delivered on Ancient. It was the plan for the T's now that crumbled.
Yeah, the scary part is they were good individually. They just weren't good enough as a roster. Heroic, do they believe they can do this? Again, not much of a resume here on Nuke, looking to break new ground.
SS, he'll take his one and depart. We saw that flurry from G2 back on Ancient in the T-side pistol, the 5-player Red Room push. Well, right now they've already got footing down in the base of Heaven. Yeah. However, Kixan smokes off Heaven, and that's going to turn G2 back.
They've got the 2 lower rotations. Again, we have praised the reactions from Heroic. I think this is a great use of 5 players at the moment. And TeSeS hit some critical shots on Ancient, man. In a spot like this, you'd expect him to deliver. Let's see if G2 can overcome him.
Easy second for TeSeS. He's going to have a field day, tapping back around it. 3 kills from TeSeS on the site is all you can really ask for. And now the rest of Heroic will just flood down towards Decon. Dexter on the other half, if needed. And it is instantaneous. Headshots from Nerds. A pistol in the back pocket of Heroic.
Look how reliable that was from TeSeS and some of the pushes that he had on Ancient. It's a great round from him and Nerds. Full house, in fact, as they get all 5 together. And even winning pistols against G2 is a crazy good sign. This is a team that have destroyed consistently other top teams throughout entire stages on pistol rounds. G2 at their peak were winning 70+% of rounds like these. Now you have to wonder how they feel.
When the tough gets going and the games get close, they have banked on those pistols in the past to irk out wins.
I'm just seeing Heroic these days as a god slayer. They don't seem to be worried about who's better than them. They're clearly very focused on how good they can be.
And it felt
Why is it that every time they lose a 1v5, 1v4, 1v3 clutch, their next call is a confidence call? It's a rush. And then not only do they rush, but they win.
I think it's because of the confidence that you can put in their game plan. There's a lot of head-to-head talking about, you know, Taz and Snacks versus Kixan and Saw. And the pieces of Heroic have faith. Faith will only take you so far, but when the individuals have also delivered, when you've gotten those close rounds and again added to the tally, all's good. And this round's gonna be the same damn thing. Heroic, it's not even a test versus these measly pistols. Everybody down downside, and the money starts to flow for Heroic early on.
Another story here, Connor, in this first half is the fact that G2 won a single T round on Ancient. They start off here on T-side Nuke, and this is where they could mess this half up and still make some grand comeback, but it's gonna feel like so far since they won any round if they don't get themselves together here. It's a real test for Snacks, and as Maui put it, might be a real test for Nico. We know there has been subversion in the calls within this team, and that Nico does do a lot of calling, and I agree 100% that he'll take over if push comes to shove.
Well, there's the push, and it gets shoved. m0NESY happy that TeSS delivers an easy opening kill. Towards the ramp goes m0NESY with a double up. Shush slides in with a single frag, but burned into the corner. He was stuck.
Oh my god, it's 2 players lower already, and Nerds is actually in control.
Hyper-aggressive rotation, and they could blindside them. Oh, they do! Nerds not able to collect the second kill. They're going to come jumping in. Snacks gives them another fight. That is both CTs confirmed. Another up in the rafters, and it is fully exposed for Nerds to try to pull this back. And he's got it down to him in the 1v1 versus Nico.
Now he's got to figure out where Nico's coming from. Nerds, Rookie of the Year last year.
God Slayers, you called them. And we saw close clutches from G2, but never anything pushed over the line. And Nerds is going to take that smoke as an invitation to take over site.
He has potentially the chance to go up the clock if he wants to, or you can play towards decon. It's not open. So with the closed door, he tucks. And when Nico's going to give him space like this, he's calculating where's the final position Nerds will go with a totally silent map.
Yes.
So it's possible that Nico walks out and clears this.
Of course.
But he has to make noise to even get vision of Nerds here with the amount of time left over.
And Nerds is just waiting for that dry duel, waiting for that door to swing, waiting for his chance. Clear corner.
There it is.
Nico, you are on the money, Mohan. Takes his sweet time, figures it out, adjusts, and finishes off. Need I remind you what was a 4v2 for G2?
Yeah, that's, you know, want to give Nico a lot of credit for figuring that out, but as you saw him paused up in vents, it's clear what he was thinking. When someone gets scared, they always move into a spot like that. If you want to play a more patrol-y position and get up to clock, you might have had to watch a few angles and wanted to try to keep it simple. So that's a playoff play. G2 win a round.
Shining in a mid-round, still moving forward with the limitation. Snacks to the MAC-10, G2 to the lobby. I think Dustin did a great job of highlighting just how effective Kixan has been in terms of opening kills. An in-game leader who looks more statistically like an entry fragger has been a good boon for Heroic's recent results. Keep your eyes on him as he tries to find fights through Squeaky. He'll be playing a critical role throughout this CT side on Hut. A lot of pressure on your floor players. Support from the rafters. Shush gets easy pickings. And Kixan finds one through the smoke. Totally flat. Absolutely smashed. Not a smidge of success here for G2 on that full-blown execute.
Oh, versus the tournament favorite, man. In the absence of Fallen, it looks like we've got a new librarian. Great hold from Shush in the rafters.
Those Hut players don't even come out to a disrupted rafters hold. Fully visioned, no fire on his feet.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, we make fun of anchors. This is a map where anchors get a lot of play on CT side. You know, half the rounds end upper or more. And in that spot, your sole job is done before the match starts. You know, it's which flashes do I have to dodge? How long do I have to stare into the wall? What are they going to try to mix it up? And when I'm unblind, you have a great angle. If there's no flashes upper and you're sitting up in Fur or you're sitting in Mustang, you have an amazing fight versus Hut, right? So the whole job can be summarized by saying, how do I not get flashed? And Shush does that. He makes it look easy, but that's not easy to do.
You know, back in the Heroic system, when it was led by Cadian and at the top of the world, we praised Shush as one of the best anchors ever.
Yeah.
We put him up in that limelight.
I think he was the closest to coming to perfecting playing B on Vertigo.
Yes.
He was someone whose protocols I think were extraordinary.
Alongside TeSS also took the brunt of the fall off when Heroic had to reinvent itself.
He also was the player that fell off the most in playoffs on that Heroic lineup. So he's overcoming that here.
Let's see what he can do. Right now we've got that Soul AK of m0NESY.
All right.
Simultaneous with a Nico Deeg outside. The stars are unquestionable. The recovery is required. And Heroic have shown they can still win these rounds. Ooh, Mirage play nearly taking Nico out of this equation.
But even the fact that TeSS comes to clear this at least brings us back into the possibility. Look, they're crawling outside. Kixan's already in secret.
It's a great Distraction offered up by TeSS, so now that Kixan can stand on the secret stairs, we see this clumping of G2 around Nico's entry outer. They're trying to bolster it with the AK.
If Kixan gets too comfortable, he walks out.
And they're going to send Malbs up first. He gets found out, easy pickup and a fallback. He is not going to run the risk of losing yet another life. Heroic can't afford that. You can offer them map control. Eventually, bomb must go down. But that op's looking tasty. It's tantalizing to cross.
And yes, I mean, we've got a completely vacant upstairs for the moment. TeSS working on a contingency plan. This push with this longtime teammate of Shush following closely behind him will meet up in the hut.
Really good timing.
G2.
Even if TeSS dies here, that second layer to the lobby flank is good. Up along the wall, it's a little hard from TeSS, but his support in Kixan dies. The second lobby player's found. It's got to be the Danes for Heroic.
And TeSS is, wait, TeSS
he gets
is
the
making
plant
the
off.
move.
He gets the plant off, and now it falls onto Nico up in heaven.
Wow.
Mystique shots the Danish flank to fruition.
Yeah, that's beautifully played. And again, reactions, right? What's the first thing? 3v5, and they make 2 players go to watch outside. It's the last place G2 thought they would be. Kixan finds his early pickoff. They called that G2 were going to take this into a slow round, and they paid for it. If G2 had done something as simple as grouping for ramp after that first couple of kills that happened, they would have won. Did they give G2, did they give Heroic a lot of time? No. Heroic just moved that fast that it made him feel like it.
And I think that's something we could attribute to them back on Ancient as well, right? These mid-round pressure points from Heroic have truly been a win condition thus far in the series. Nico's gonna eat the flashbang. Nerds takes the dangerous cross, but he is now establishing himself inside Secret. Wall of smokes. He knows it's clear behind it. Doesn't look to confirm just yet.
There's something special about watching a team that doesn't have true superstars winning matches like this. Whether it's Mouse yesterday or Heroic today in this playoff, with a 3-way tie for first and all the attention on Donk, Monacy, and Zywoo looking for first in 3 different sort of roles, with Zywoo moving more towards primary opping, but still hybriding sometimes.
It's a tale that the Heroic organization knows all too well. We go back to the All Danes, and you have Stown, the biggest star. Team play, the dream, and Nerds finding an opening. As they do get footing in the A site, sure, they envelop it with smoke. Double entry, triple quad, all the kills in an instant.
All right.
Blink and you'd miss it, but Heroic still have 1 player to bank on. It is yet again the TeSS flank.
Nice that they countered that mini nade that came out. TeSS alone in this position. Surely there's no way. 2 players left.
Clean sweep of the first one. TeSS, a key piece of the reinvention that Heroic have gone through. Flash up into the heavens, trying to find a way out through this door, and once he does, the play is there to be made. Just trying to section them off. That's 1 player confirmed.
Both shot.
Anticipating one from the background.
No.
There it is.
Okay.
Well held by Malbs. Back vent. G2 on the board. You give them enough space, they can still sneak through.
And you know, we've talked about Monacy and Nico. Malbs has also got to be part of the conversation in terms of what has given G2 new life coming onto this team with Snacks. He's really balanced out sort of the lack of power from their 5th player. I'm not even going to single out Snacks here. It was the same with Hooksy, and Malbs as an injection of talent onto this team. I think it's been a huge core reason why they've been able to pick up 2 big chips this year.
Instrumental in the fall finals,
yes.
grand finals. G2 took a big swing, signing one of North America's hottest prospects, but one that was left in NA for maybe too long.
Yeah.
Because the thought of crossing that ocean to play for a European super team.
Yeah, Stewie walked so Malbs could run, of course.
Well, shout out Twists too.
It was all about North America, that's the point. So G2 with a 2nd T round is a great sign. Doubling their T rounds from Ancient.
Maybe giving them a little too much leeway there, that vacant A site. You know, we saw how adamant Heroic were with hanging on to A when we had Shush up in the rafters. We saw how crushed G2 on an attempt to come out hut, but you gave them so much space, they're gonna run away with it. Monacy now to the opening fight outer. We've seen some ambitious moves from Heroic outside. We've seen Nerds run risks. And this is one of those times where he will not have the advantage of garage control. Dexter instead allocate. What? How? How?
Whoa!
In what world does that happen?
A knife from Kixen as the opening kill inside the vent.
He sat on, don't tell me he sat on that ladder.
I think he must have been knifed his feet. Uh-oh. Well, that's a little bit more than embarrassing and shocking. That is the odds of this round swinging heavily into the favor of Heroic.
Nico trying to step forward, Shadow gives it to Nerds, but it's a headshot from the machine. Nico shuts it down. But you do still have Kixan maintaining control of main. Along this back wall, Nico dead. Had such little health to work with. Kixan into the AK, there's more where the first one came from. They try to flood in, oh, just like that!
Not with just a knife kill, another 2 right there.
Beautiful!
4 in total for Kixan, and Heroic win the round. That is the dawn of Macedonia, folks.
He calls the hit and lands his shots, starting it with the backstab.
Oh, a huge catch. And it might look silly to a new viewer, but that is the most effective way to kill someone dropping the vents. No joke. 100 damage if you knife someone's feet on the ladder. And in a play like that, G2 are trying to sneak for lore control quickly. That extra 20 yards at the beginning of the round.
Single scout for Nico. G2 sprinkle a couple rounds so far in this half, but Heroic clearly have answers. Oh, wow. Dexter down.
X-rays off, folks. That is thousands of hours in the hands of Nico at work. Unreal.
It's also just measly pistols for this ramp hit. Thing is, with that kill, it actually opened the perfect door. TessS peels back to try and get some kind of vision on Outer, and look at this push from G2. How are they managing to get Bomb, of all things, into hell? And there are backs turned from the CTs, but it's a Glock.
It's a Glock, man.
Snacks, wouldn't you rather take the bomb site?
Yeah.
He tries to go up and out, but maybe this actually just serves for the perfect distraction. Maybe somehow, no! Hunter!
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it runs in the blood.
Hopping's hard.
A missed shot out of
Don't
heaven.
say it's in the blood. Don't say it's in the blood. How dare you. That's the interview where he goes, that's the worst gun to have in that position. Oh, man. Man, oh, man. Hunter said, I'm going to try my best to help you secure this chip, right? The CSGO Memories Part 2. That was his dream was not to win a major. It was to help Nico win a major. You know, everybody needs, you know, screw a family member like that, a friend like that. It's incredible dedication, but
cousins, but really brothers. Deep wall of smokes comes out from G2. Back to the gun round, and back into the success story of Monesi, who's really playing like he will not be denied in Shanghai.
Dust brought up that Kixan's performance so far has been extraordinary, especially T-side entries. And his individual play was something you could see glimpses of throughout his career, but never really taken over like he has this major.
TessS gonna serve up a distraction by bringing one down with him. They don't clear top boxes. Almost slides out to perfection, but Dexter dies. Huge headshot comes out from Monesi. Clutch attempt for Shush.
Now we're talking. You know, I almost prefer to see a round like this that a G2 group up and explode. Nice attempt at the hold for Heroic, and they doubled up inside of ramp, which means they sort of read the map well, but this entry pack, too powerful. That's Hunter's first kill, but critical. Yeah, I mean, this one beats all the stats if Heroic can be able to win Nuke, you know. As Maui aptly brought up, this is a map that G2 have incidentally been forced to play and consistently win and have made a streak out of it. But sometimes G2's map picks have definitely cost them at majors. And we have the Vertigo performance at the Legend Stage in Paris, and that one came back to haunt them. This one's, it doesn't have the same similarities in the sense of like, this is clearly a strong map for them right now, which is not something that they always take to. And as for Heroic, like, it seems like a great punish. You know, Heroic have gotten destroyed by Na'Vi on this map. They don't have any really good wins so far. But does also entertain the fact that this would be a romantic finish for a team like Heroic. It's unlikely we probably get a third map, but for some reason they both could agree it's possible it ends here. Stats don't tell the story, but clearly there's more to it.
It's a story of what could have been for each of the members of Heroic.
Is it possible that we say that Heroic have the best reactions of any team in quarters right now?
The beauty for me is that, like you mentioned earlier in this match, you can still see that Heroic identity that Cadian instilled in the organization. You know, Kixan is almost in a way able to emulate those aggressive CT mid-rounds.
And that's why Shush could see something in it, right? That's why it made sense on paper.
Fast one.
And now maybe actualized.
Looks like they want to sit their teeth back into the A-hit. But that's going to give Kixan an opportunity to shoot bullets through doors. Maltz leads the charge. Miss Molly. That's going to be massive, but they do at least deal with the heavy player first. And it's a tank immediately pushed through. Main comes Nerds.
Another upper pop coming in hard.
Each player grabbing one. Nerds, even with 3 crosshairs trained on him, brings a player down. And the TESS flank is faster this time. Already out through Squeaky, but held on to by Snack, who looks to put both down against that wall. It's a fast smash from G2.
Hey, simplicity is everything for G2. It maximizes their talent.
Natural beauty.
Yes, it's kind of, unfortunately, in some ways, it feels like the best that they can play is when they try to go for simple rounds like this. When you've got entered fraggers like Maltz and Modesty on this team. How do you deny all those trades?
Just like that, this half reopened. Pistol loss be damned. You have finally fully broken that economy, and you are granted a freebie. So you'd assume. Maltz hearing this rush come out forward from ramp. What?
Wait a second. No, they got 3. 3v2 now.
Now 2 hands on AKs. 3 with Dexter's.
Snacks is on the roof.
USP's push ramp. Get off the ladder. No!
Yeah, he'll get off the ladder. He'll get pulled off the ladder.
USP's.
Wow.
A round made of dreams.
Oh my God. The first moment of calm for G2, and they get run down by USPs.
Found standing on the ladder.
The last dance for G2. And they lose a critical round in this game. Already down a map. Could this be their first loss on Nuke after 7 wins? Could it really be Heroic to stop the fairy tale story of Nico, Modesty, G2 getting a chip?
As Maui Snake highlighted and emphasized in the pregame, first time G2 play Nuke with Snacks at the helm.
This is G2 who just got back to #1.
Due to the folly of Na'Vi.
Yeah.
At the hands of Heroic.
To call that an opportunity is an understatement. But to be honest, when you see how Heroic beat Na'Vi to get to this point, you gotta think Na'Vi were less scary.
Honesty is gonna be fixated towards that door, but
Full
in
lobby
reality,
control. They know it's outside now.
Heroic have such strong footing in lobby right now. Monacy getting so close to that wall. Shush wants to swing out, but to do so would to give Monacy a chance to extend man advantage. You'd think he comes back.
He has such a good angle. They just want to wait on this. Monacy's everybody else is walking lower, and Monacy will finally leave. He's gonna hold their attention at least.
You'd think. If it's not their attention, at least it's their footing. They are stuck inside lobby as long as they think he's still here, but now rumblings of a lower hit. Lobby is taken over by Shush, but there will be pressure on the IGL. Nico, good lurk all the way from outer, but you still have to cover this bomb. Snacks luckily will do that for him. And then those other 2 players in lobby still to be found out. The retake most certainly on. Final round of the half. It's a good call from G2 to get bomb down lower. Snacks covers when needed. And you will not have the 2 stars of the show to try and guarantee this 5th.
They've got a molly.
Counter-terrorists make a lot of sound, emerging out from ramp, and they are held back. It is a good lower hit coming forth from G2. It's a recovery of a T side.
When all is said and done, they got 5 rounds. It was an arduous half, and they got ecoed within it, and it could have been an even better half. We know that. But there's not a lot of value in thinking about the past. G2 have to put that one behind them. They can feel pretty proud of what they've done so far. I think it's sort of been alarming how good Heroic are on Nuke here in map 2. This map should have been something of a gimme for the favorite squad. But Heroic are looking to make waves today. But now they've got to land the somersault, and that is a whole different level of expertise when it comes to Nuke. They proved their reactions on CT. They showed their same fundamental energy that they brought over from Ancient. They're on the same page. They believe they can win. They don't get shaken. They can even win an eco. But here's where the game plan matters just as much, okay? This is where Saw and Kixan as a duo are going to take the most attention if they can secure a win here and close out on T side.
Especially knowing that this G2 pick caught some off guard.
Don't let the round score fool you. Heroic are not closer to winning this map than G2.
The success story of Pistols for G2 under question in this series. Nico falls away empty-handed for the time being. Lots of presence spotted outer. He gets nothing for his efforts.
Are you gonna go win 2 Pistols versus G2 on Nuke?
It seems unthinkable, but they are mere 4 kills away. And Snacks, basically on death's doorstep, decides to forfeit any control of heaven. And all that does is offers an invitation to Nerds, because if you can clear this rafters hold, then you have sitting ducks down beneath you. And also, if he waits, when these CTs scramble to try and get down towards B.
Just making noise. Just wants to hold their attention, make them believe it. He's going to actually regress, but they're taking lower.
Malbs, once that door swings, could be exposed. But what he'll find on the double doors is the lowest health player. He can't get a kill either.
No damage, no kill.
Not him, nor Nico. Slow down Heroic's endeavor to the B plant. And because of that ominous presence up in heaven, there is a slower rotation from G2. 3 players left.
That was Shush who opened the door, didn't clear clock properly, and was 1 hit away from dying.
Nerds gets away. Snacks will use sneak behind them. There's nothing he can really do, not with a kit. This pistol's won. Heroic, they have indeed secured that 8th round. He'll look to deny a bit of Kevlar, trying to gain some kind of respect, but it is cutting through butter for Heroic in this pistol. And that is taking away a key element of G2's win condition.
Yes, pistol rounds. Unbelievable. Nobody can hit a shot, and I'm not talking about Heroic. TeSeS has so much to be proud of in terms of his development to this point. And we often criticize playoff games unlike any other because they're so important. And that's where champions are truly born, when they win the grand finals of a big event. But truly, how many playoff games do you get in a year? Not many. And that's why players like m0NESY stand out so much. And TeSeS, well, he's taken this opportunity by the horns. Somebody who you can see the improvement, but now in a rare chance, and one of the most difficult games he could possibly have to prove himself, is taking to the top of the board. I think they're done helping you, Malbs.
You saw the anger coming out of Malbs too. Frustration starting to boil over for G2. Shush is going to remain patient. Push comes his way. It still connects. The Deagle of Malbs finds the first. But it's all this control outside that Heroic will take in tandem. In anticipation of any kind of a secret fight, Nerds, it's a ton of damage for him to have to deal with.
This one's without lobby, so they're looking to take it lower. I think G2 might be able to read this situation. Nico is looking for the KO.
Yeah, he is. Opens and closes on Dexter.
There's one uppercut.
They try to chase.
And another.
And put on their deathbed step by step down to the B site. Heroic hit hard. Nerds finds one up G2 will fight every single round.
The only man to get a chant in this arena. Blow after blow.
Counter-terrorist. It felt like all that X factor that G2 bring to the server had been soaked up by Heroic. Denial of the close clutch. Hang on, fast play maybe. We've got one out on A and 4 to charge down. It's gonna get caught.
This is the Kicksand Classic. You lose a round like that, you run faster the next one. Downstairs they go. Control side is getting taken over. Nico looking to cut him off in the pass.
Nico will find the further duel. Tech9 out from control. Easy for him to just slay. Kicksand down for the count. Down goes Dexter.
Here we go. Holding
Eagle
his
out
ground.
from Nico. Everybody getting clear.
All right.
Fast regression. That combination of Cadian, Kicksand.
It's
all too good.
All right, that's a great sign for G2 and maybe a turning point here. Calls like that for Heroic have yielded so much in the past couple of weeks. And it's not as if they get stunned. They do make it somewhat close, but look at Nico. Through all the smoke, holding his ground with that Galil. Nerds will get a deagle for himself on this round, but it's a save for Heroic.
What a kickstart to the TCT side. Nico does not kneel. He will make sure that line is clearly drawn in the sand. One of the best outer Nuke players we have seen ever. And he will just easily soak up some more frags. Free ones. And a contribution from his cousin as the Deagle spins, so do the heads of Heroic. Because now you are going to have to dig deep. Shush tries to catch him off. Monacy's got him. His second brother. G2 tie this game, and it's a CT side we know can stand the test.
Yep, it's fair to say, in fact, should. I think Heroic have convinced me that they can do even more here on T side, even though that the score is tied up. But if everything goes as it should, if this one ends on Mirage. Let's see what you've got.
What a bloodbath it would be. We got SMGs facing the front end of this A site. It's a double hut setup. But with how many players are up on the rooftop of the outer yard, check this out. Feels to me like these two defenders are about to have their hands full, and if they get caught trying to pass around grenades, if they get caught looking elsewhere on this map, if Nico gets blown away, suddenly SMGs may be too much to ask
perfect.
of. And Kicksand's flying back 10 does get his. Nico, though, that Galil goes down. Monacy very quickly sweeping into the bomb site to deal with the hut, and it all falls onto the shoulders of Shush. Backside player swings, and Monacy's gonna land it. If not those MP9s, quad from Monacy in his house.
That's right.
On his terms, with a lead.
Solid here for Monacy on the upper hold. Crazy when you see that Molly land, and the timing is both MP9s have to jump off from their safe spot. This is when it was supposed to get hairy, but look who collects these heads. It's Monacy from above.
Those SMGs called the threat. Their support systems at full throttle, swinging wide. Flashbangs into main. Hunter's gonna dive off, but yet again, this time smoke push stopped, and it's gonna go down real smooth for the Kovac brothers. Able to hang on to Squeaky. Still, revenge served up by Nico.
We got the flying butterfly knife on Dexter.
Bomb hits the ground, and the hopes of Heroic start to go up in smoke. It is aggression offered and aggression answered. Done.
Yeah. This is where we learn. Few have figured out T-side Nuke. It's not an easy map to win. G2 on 10 rounds there. They're not through the thick of it just yet. think Heroic's expectations had to be realistic coming into this, and I think they're already, I would assume they're already somewhat exceeding it. You know, they were thinking Nuke could come up in this series. They had a really good start, though this score, excuse me, is bolstered by the fact they won both pistols. But still, I think they've got a few mental victories. I think G2 will still be embittered by the fact that Ancient went the way that it did. And as long as Heroic keep this one close, I think they keep G2 tilted. But still, I don't think the jury's out on this game. I don't think G2 think that either.
Pretty liberal util usage out the gate. Trying to keep that threat of another aggressive stance up. When in reality, Dexter, this is a golden moment. He gets blinded and put down. And Dexter has been a non-factor in this second map of the series.
Yes, an excellent second flash to clear up that angle. Very safe stuff here for G2.
Peaks and valleys of his performance. And an absence that G2 make the most of. Bulbs was pissed, and he has come back through this CT side. Now taking control of Trophy. While the question of Secret remains, they have already thrown Nico downstairs into the tunnels. Hunter caught on the spam.
Oh, just a walkout like that.
Snacks dead for the peek out from Tess. Beautiful trade out of Odyssey, a much needed frag. They've got to go back and get that bomb. It died inside of Hut. It will get scooped up. Nertz and Shush in a 2v3.
Oh, and Nico, he's looking for that communication from Odyssey. They've got one on the other side of Squeaky. He gets out.
And as he comes out from that vent, Nico now able to pressure up towards Sight Mob. Beautiful headshot. All onto Shush. He has performed so well in map 2 of this series. Gets the kill. Trades are clean. Nico took that road. Fast up vent to wrap through lobby, guaranteeing the back line.
Absolutely. They look sick right there. That's a great shot from Mobs in Heaven. If he died and the 2v2 backside ensued, it definitely could have been a round 1 for Heroic. They avoid that. And Nico touches 20. 2 great maps in a row. Avoiding walkouts like that is key. Heroic are going to be the ones who feel like they're painted into a corner here on T side and are going to try scrimmy stuff. They know that they need to drag G2 into the mud with them if they're going to win here on T side.
Felt like they tried that with the opening moves. Out of that last round, the threat of, again, fast pressure was shown, but not realized. Gap in that smoke, and they're going to try to cross into main. Nico is awaiting exactly this move. That is assuming Nertz was to go through the smoke, and maybe this is why Nico takes up the position. But leaving that gap on the wall also gave Nertz full vision as he secured this other spot.
Neighbors.
An inch of cement between them, and it is Nertz to find the frag. Missed chance from Modesty. Falls onto Hunter as he maintains main. There's already a player to come out through Squeaky.
Oh, they crossed right there.
Dexter will get a team kill, so be it. The last 2 pieces of G2 known to the Heroic T side.
Yes, both spotted, 1 tag down low. Do they have any recourse here, G2? Let's see if they even attempt this, but we've got Modesty.
They split.
Yeah, saving it, looks back, Big Garage, walking towards Mini maybe?
If Mobs can pull on something.
They're looking for a big mistake.
If he catches an issue in Heroic's post-plant, this retake is on, but blindsided. Pixan secures it, and Modesty will do this on his own if he has to, if he can. Time ticks fast. Pixan clutch queued. 2 kills a pop for each of these players. The bomb is on the corner. There's still just enough time. And Pixan denies. Woo! Drops an elbow from the top rope and keeps Heroic's T-side truly alive.
Yeah, it is truly alive. That one's very close, but look at the money here. G2 overflowing with cash. It's a great first move out of Nertz, and even though Dexter gets this sort of team kill as they're exiting, they've got the perfect attack coming out of Squeaky at the same time as main. You couldn't ask for better cohesion, better protocols to deal with Top Hut. And the game somehow is close, but you know, G2 at this point, they're going to be buying. regardless of whether or not they win this round. It's the maximum difficulty here for Heroic. And they're the ones on Galil's.
Cool. Plenty of kills to be had here for m0NESY on the other side of those smokes, but they fade, and he does too, withdrawing towards Hell instead. Uncertain of the timing. He thinks maybe Garage is already compromised, when in reality, Heroic stagnant behind that red box for now. And as he comes back to reclaim the positions he held out of the gate, we get this fake A hit.
Yeah, they're just trying to draw the mini player and upper. Yeah, just to free up the cross. They've got it.
But what you do now is put your heads on a silver platter. Nico shaves Nerds off of this commitment down into the B site. He'll pop the window but not jump out. We get the immediate move down from the ramp room. Mobs is here to help him. Rifles prevail, or so it seems. TeSeS with the response. Nico jumps up above him and will take his sweet time, because there's not a lot left here for Heroic. 25 on the cross.
Okay.
Nico is on top of them.
Yeah, that's right. He's keeping that crowd steady. Nico, 23, another critical round, and that's why you can't prep for a guy like this, man. The way that he can get kills from control side and dip out so quickly, he's not even forced to multi. Instant to the dome and out before you even knew that you got hit. That's revenge on Nerds.
See that smoke spam from Snack's upper two to cut Kixan off after he threw his util. Layers to the attempt here of Heroic's T side, a very varied playbook. And yet all attempts end up in the same situation. Yeah. Round wins for G2 each step of the way.
And it's Heroic looking for bargains again. They've got Galil's at best.
Yeah, single flash, smoke and molly. Oh, and a blindside for Kixan to deal with yet again.
And this has opened up. I mean, the only better performance we've seen on a Nuke outside player is Rain at Antwerp. But Nico consistently throughout his career in Yard, with enough freedom, is a god-tier player on this map.
Simultaneous Molotov in the vent to make sure all forces can be put towards that site. There will be no stoppage of the bomb plant, but they have already cut off the players on the extremity, and you have been corralled, you have been killed, you will be combed. G2 denied TeSeS a moment of glory. m0NESY sprays him down, and Heroic's valiant efforts here on Nuke dry up. G2 in Shanghai shall not be denied without a fight.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1x bet. On to the next one.
What is going on, everybody? I'm Parla, and I'm currently sat with Dexter and Tessis of Heroic. Boys, how are you doing?
Doing great. Great result. Happy to be in playoffs, and let's see how far we can go.
And Dexter, what about yourself?
I mean, we already had one interview with you yesterday. I still feel amazing. Now just realizing that we need to do a lot of work and slowly getting myself to be prepared for that.
Yesterday, you guys only had one chance remaining. Let's talk a bit about that win. From your perspective, I guess Tessis first, how did that final elimination game go?
Well, went pretty good, right? We started out really well, and then we had a really rough second map and came back on the third. Overall, it was pretty good, and I felt 90% of the game that we were fully there and we did all our things correct. And I actually think like we played some really amazing CS, and if we can just bring some of that in the next games, it's going to be looking good for us.
Dexter, you guys had to beat the current major champions, Na'Vi. Was that an extra cherry on the top of the qualifying for top 8 cake?
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot for me, and I think for the rest of our team as well, because they're not only the major, like the previous major champions, but also I think they're one of these teams who succeeded a lot in this year. We had a talk one day before that match. I just wanted to share one of the thoughts, and one of them was basically that we have a really rough road to qualify to playoffs. That's true, but you can't say to yourself after that, oh, it was tough, that's why we didn't qualify. That's why it's really important to win whoever you're gonna meet, because as I'm saying, and I will always, I think, gonna say that, doesn't matter who you're gonna face, but if you wanna win the major, you need to beat everyone who is there. And for us to qualify and beat the team who is like, in my eyes, they have #1 in this year by winning a lot of tournaments. To qualify, to beat them, it means a lot for me, and I am actually super proud of every one of us that we managed to do that, and we did it. In my eyes, we did it perfectly.
Is this mindset key going into playoffs, that no matter which team is ahead of you, you have to believe you can beat them?
Yeah, for sure. You have to have the confidence in yourself and in your teammates to be able to win the major, and if you don't have that, like, it's just not going to work out. Like, maybe you'll be able to get a good result, but to be major champion, I believe, like, you have to have the confidence and the belief in yourself and in your team, and I feel like in the past 2 months we have been able to build that together.
What about the overall journey so far across the RMRs and then into the elimination stage that we just played?
I think at the RMR we didn't have the hardest teams to play against, so no matter what, we kind of had to qualify for the major, at least looking from our own perspectives. The elimination stage was completely another game, and also with the crowd, and got a lot of valuable experience together as a team in front of the crowd, and we got a feeling of how it is actually to play here. And even though it's maybe only a couple of thousand people, the arena was like crazy, and you could hear the crowd, you could feel the crowd in every single step of the way in the game, and I can only imagine it being double as much when we get into the big arena, and you just have to be ready for that.
But I have to ask, you know, general expectations, how far do you think you can go in the stadium?
We have visualized this, Abdul. We visualized before we went into the elimination stage, or after losing to Mongols more likely. Last tournament we lost to Mongols in the final, and now we are in the opposite bracket, and our mental coach told us a story from back when they won the Olympic gold, and they were in the plane and visualized they would go first to the quarterfinal, but then when they got there they want to go to the semifinal, and then want to go to the final, but it had to be against France, and they never won against France. And then they played France in the Olympic gold medal, and they won it. So we'll do the same here, and we want Mongols in that final, and we want to win against them.
That's pretty damn cool. Guys, all I can say is I wish you the best of luck. An absolute pleasure to talk. It's been awesome to watch the journey so far, and looking forward to seeing you guys in the arena. Dexter and Tessis, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Le major ne définit pas la norme.
Because the major is the standard.
It is rooted in passion, glory,
attitude, and style, even after the years have passed.
It remains the grand event you long to remember.
This is the major.
This is the major.
Inbot major. This is the major. Niekto sa ma spýtal.
To jest major.
C'est le major.
This is the major.
Это мажор.
This is the major.
This is the major, if you didn't get that note very clearly. Snacks fans are already on Reddit, starting their hate threads, tagging Maui in it, because of course G2 was able to equalize the series, and now we go to Mirage. Where the hell was Dexter, boys? What happened there?
Just didn't quite show up. I would say that the game planning for Heroic on that T side, unfortunately, didn't really involve him as much as it would have on Ancient, and really on his CT side too. I mean, like, I don't really feel like I watched this guy get more than a single op kill, Dust, and I feel like if he's going to show up like that, then this run for Heroic is going to end right here.
Yeah, it's just a battle of two very different defenses in the sense that Heroic were able to get off to a hot start. I think they were up 6-2 at one point. Things were going swimmingly. They were shutting down G2's upper executes. They were defending the yard pretty well. Seemed like everything was really spiraling in their favor, but at some point just kind of slipped up a bit, and that just cracked the door open for G2, and that was allowed him to get back into the game. But then we flipped sides, and fucking Nico kicked that door wide open and said, oh, you think this game's over? Let me go ahead and get a triple deagle frag for this round. Oh, you like Galil's? I'm going to get back-to-back rounds triple kill with the Galil. Oh, you don't like that? I'm going to get another triple kill, and it includes a knife frag inside of a smoke. Like, Nico was an absolute goddamn nightmare this game, too. Like, it was unbelievable what he was doing in that second half.
You're going to see a stack of his highlights now when they're on the screens, but it was the difference maker. We said this, G2 has these superstars, but the Nico Manasi effect in that second half ultimately carried this team to Mirage.
The CT side antics from Nico are why many still have him in conversation for the best rifler in the world. The head-to-head between him and Donk has actually been incredibly favorable for Nico as well. And so in a lot of ways, you know, you look at him as the best rifler of CSGO. I know that maybe some of the other riflers like Get Right and Coldzera had higher peaks at times, but the consistency still a decade later is there. Nico is still dominating the opposition. He has now at the tournament as a whole become the second highest rated player over ZywOo. That is how destructive his performance was here on Nuke.
Dude, he has like over 50 kills, I think, already between this map and Ancient. I'm not 100% sure on that, but he's definitely like near that. Like, he dropped 20-something in that game as well. Another 26 here for you with 127 ADR. Just a minute. Look at that timeline. Look, there was one round he didn't get a kill on the CT side, or maybe two. The pistol, and then like one more round in there somewhere. But look at all the multi-frags. Again, I counted out some of the triple kills. Dude, there was the Deagle triple, the Galil triple with the knife, like whatever.
6 rounds with the 3K on the CT side. This is why we frame G2 in the way that we do. The individuals on their team, despite the drought of frags that he experienced on that T side, he is always going to be able to play himself back into shape. Some great little moments he had on the T side here and there, some good picks that helped open these rounds up for them. But when it came to that defense, he was everywhere that he needed to be. He was like ZywOo with a rifle. He was just everywhere the opponents thought about going. He was in their head. He was in their playbook. He knew exactly what was coming next, and he was 10 seconds there before they were.
I just want to make this very, very clear. Forget the numbers and everything else. Nico is the most versatile rifler we have probably ever seen in Counter-Strike. On T side, he can entry, he can aggressively lurk, he can trade, he can do whatever you need him to do. CT side, he can anchor a spot. He can run around and make plays. He can rotate and make plays. It doesn't matter. This guy never feels uncomfortable with the rifle in his hands. No matter where he's at on the map, no matter what situation this guy is put in, he never wavers. He just seems so calm and collected, and he battles through so many scenarios, and he really carried this team back into this Nuke match and into a third map, in my opinion.
If we go all the way back to the first half, though, like, we've spoken about that second half. It was the Nico impact. But in the first half, I felt like Heroic had a chance, and then it seemed like they really just felt the Dexter fall off.
Unfortunately for their CT side, it just there's not a presence whatsoever. When I'm talking about like Nico looking like ZywOo, one thing that ZywOo is incredible at is just knowing what the next fight is. He's rotating in advance. He's in position set up with the AWP. Dexter was playing catch up the whole game. Every single time that G2 were going for any kind of maneuver whatsoever, Dexter would arrive late, try to push through a molly, just fire off one shot, usually pass on, and that's unacceptable for a guy that to me used to be a very cerebral player. But in terms of how how fast some of these teams are playing in terms of moving from one action to the next, Dexter is unfortunately a step behind when it comes to Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you could see the stark contrast between a map like Ancient and a map like Nuke and just the comfortability. And, you know, also I just think there was just something about G2's fire in that second half that is intangible. It is the fire that Nico is like, I'm not going to lie down. I'm not going to die this way. I'm not going to let another major run get away from me. Not this time, not this way. Because it would have been crazy to get 0-2'd by Heroic. That would have been a nightmare, I think, in the minds of many of these players. But Nico became the nightmare of Heroic in that second half. Just such a beautiful CT side. I haven't really seen a dominant CT rifling performance like that in quite some time.
But I mean, also on the other side, you have to say, like, if Heroic had been able to 2-0 this, it would not have been a good showing for G2 because they knew coming in, we all knew when this map came up that Heroic was going to have a little bit of a struggle.
Right. Thankfully, we don't have to live in that reality. So I'm not trying to go down any kind of tangent with that one. I mean, I think Heroic were adequately prepared. I think their T side had a good game plan. They were targeting the A bomb site, doing execs, doing dry hits, doing splits from main itself. Like they were trying to punish Snacks and Hunter, that duo on that A bomb site. And now, unfortunately, it's not really the same weak links when it comes to Mirage.
Yeah, Mirage is going to be an interesting one for sure. I mean, I think it's common ground. So in that sense, like if you're Oak, you should feel pretty comfortable. They're 10-2 in their last 12 games. At this major, they've beaten Spirit, they've beaten Na'Vi, they've beaten Mongols.
They beat Vitality in Rio.
Yep. I mean,
they've been looking good on it.
They are, but G2 is an equally strong force on Mirage, if we're going to be honest with you. I think the difference being it's going to come down to the same thing that came down on Ancient. I do think that Heroic's a little bit deeper tactically. They're very good from default. They're very good on pacing chains executes. They're very good at their splits and mid control. And I think it's also just going to come down to the X factor of Nertz again. He was missing on Nuke, let's be quite honest. But this is a map where he is so mobile. He's so comfortable. He'll be in your face connector, in your face window, in your face on executes. He plays the most important CT position on the map at that A connector. Nertz needs to come alive if Heroic want any chance at trying to win this Mirage game.
But if Nico pitches up the way we saw in Nuke and he plays like that, I mean,
then it's over.
All the Nertz alive in the world, then it's a definite G2 run through to the semis.
It's just no chance. I mean, Nico was flat out unplayable on that CT side. If he's able, on the mirror position of Nertz, also a connector on CT side, if he's able to have that same level of impact, because again, he was just before any time Heroic were headed anywhere on the map, Nico was there before them every single time. That's why he was able to get 6 3Ks in a single half of Counter-Strike. Like, that is just so unbelievable in terms of positioning, in terms of mechanical prowess. All of that was purely on display there. If he even gives 90% of what he did there on their defense, G2's, it's over. Like Heroic love to finish A as well. They barely actually even go from mid control into B splits. It's either a B pop or it's usually an A exec or an A split. They barely ever will do a B split after a slow control. And so Nico's just going to be tested once again. And if he's popping off like that, it's done. It's closed.
Yeah, Nertz is going to have to find a way to negate Nico in that A connector if they want to use that site. But then you also got to worry about Malbs, who's the A anchor on the CT side, and that's another force to be reckoned with, as well as Money sees AWP. So there's a lot of hurdles in front of Heroic to try to do something on Mirage. But again, the one place they will have an edge is tactically. You know, I do feel like G2 is a little bit one note, very just fast executes, 4-1 splits. But it doesn't matter if your guys are fragging. Like, if Nico is able to do similar things, then it doesn't matter anymore.
Well, does it not? Because in Ancient, it did matter. That was the thing. Nico was fragging on Ancient. Minusy was popping off, but the reactive nature of Heroic and the calling in the mid rounds made all the difference. I mean, is that going to make the difference here?
I mean, what sold Ancient was the T side of G2. That T side was just too many cooks in the kitchen, too many ideas in the mid round, people trying to go too many different directions instead of having clear reactions to what is happening. If you take space, you know what to do with it next. It's almost like the protocols were on display, whereas for G2, I'm not seeing that necessarily. With G2, I want to just see poppy hits. I know that I clown them sometimes for it because it looks a little bit too one note, but let's just stick to what is shown to be effective.
But let's talk about it, Maui. That is the meta of Mirage. That is the direction that all teams are trended towards, is going for the fast executes, is going for the 4-1s, you know, not really resting in just mid control and just sitting there. Yeah, Heroic is capable of it, but I still feel like they're going to be at their best with, you know, the highly packed punches, and G2 is the exact same way. Now, you mentioned something earlier, Maui, and I want to come back to it. The weak point of this G2 defense is that B bomb site. That's where Snacks is. That's where Hunter is. I do think that at some point, Heroic must game plan from their mid control to maybe go for some more B executes. You know, try to get Nertz and Tess just kind of entering in there and try to give you space, because I think that is the one like vulnerability that G2 may have defensively. And then again, I think on the CT side, you got to be disruptive. You got to let Nertz make plays and connect to the middle. You can't let G2 get comfortable and set up their executes and just send their firepower forward. You have to be able to disrupt them somehow.
Kickstand's calling, is it going to make the difference? Can he get into a situation like we saw on that first map where they're able to get G2's number?
If Kickstand and Saw are able to take down G2 with a T-side performance that makes us appreciate what they are doing in the mid-round, then they are entering the category of elite when it comes to brain trust between rosters. So for them to do it here, it would vault them to a territory that I don't think either of them have touched before.
Here's the thing, they're capable. Again, we know their playbook's deep. We know that they are very diverse in how they can play Mirage. Nertz in particular is so diverse in the spots he can play. You know, I think for me, it's about, are you capable of it on this stage? Because we've already seen it at Shanghai. Again, we talked about how they've already beat elite teams like Spirit and Navi and Mongols. We know they've done it at Rio, but now you're on the major stage, quarterfinals, G2 up against you, one of the best teams in the world, one of the most dangerous forces you could ever face with the amount of talent that they are going to put in front of you. Can you do it now with all the chips on the table? You got through the first map, great, but now you just got blanked on your T side on Nuke. Nothing was going for you. Now you have to put that to the side, get some composure, and go up against a very dangerous Mirage team, but doing so confident that you know your Mirage is also just as great. And that's going to be up to their mentalities, whether or not they're able to do that or not.
What an immense amount of pressure we're putting on the rookie in Heroic. And I say rookie, obviously G2 has Malbs, it's his first major playoffs, but he can kind of lean back on the Nico Manasi pop-offs. And if he doesn't quite perform and nerves get to him, that's okay. Those two superstars are there. On the other side, Heroic's rookie is Nertz. This is his first major playoff. And we're saying here at the desk, hey Nertz, like this is on you. You're going to have to do something. That's a hell of a lot to be wearing on your shoulders.
It is, and that's why at times I would say if Nertz crumbles in these kinds of situations, we'll probably give him a pass. We're not giving a pass though to Nico. We're not even giving a pass to Monasi, who is, for all measures, young. He's quite a young player still at this point, and it also puts pressure on people like Snacks. This guy's won a major before. Sure, Malbs is pretty new to this kind of stage, but at the same time, he's got a major winner that's sitting in the middle of him. He's got 3 guys that have all been deep at majors in the past, even reaching grand finals, and so I'm not putting this on Malbs. I'm putting this on the rest of his crew, and I think that they can and will deliver here. I do think that G2's taking this map.
Yeah, and Malbs can still be a factor. You know, he's so good at extremity pressuring on A on the T side. He's so good at anchoring on the CT side, and he will be in the mix, trading and doing effectively. But look, it's not all on Nertz. Let's be real here. You know, this is a map where I think Dexter should play better. I think he should be more comfortable here with AWP as compared to Nuke. He should be able to have impact. And Nertz can also rely on the fact that people like Kixon and Tessus are willing to be warriors. They're willing to go in first. They're willing to be fearless and kind of just try to create that space for Nertz to not only have to open himself, to give him a little bit more time in the mid-round to work things out and make things happen. So it's not one track for them. Like, yes, Nertz is their star. Yes, he's their most dynamic player. He's their most versatile player. But there are some tools that Heroic can, you know, use to kind of set him up a little bit. So I don't think it's all on his shoulders.
So many working pieces, so many different things have to go right for Heroic to make the semifinals. Or we just have to rely on the fact that Nico's cursed and he never wins a major. Who knows? Let's get into game and find out who's going through to the semifinals.
So aptly put, Dustin. Warriors in the server. 2 of them to try and set up Dexter, and all of them having to harness that kind of a spirit as G2 and Heroic, under the spotlights of Shanghai, do battle on Mirage. Semifinals for the victor, heartbreak for the losers.
It's the absolute best map you could ask for in this series. 2 teams that have an unbelievable resume, that lean heavier on CT side, that have yet to clash, are going up against it all. G2 with all the pressure in the world, but the best players under pressure, and Heroic with everything to prove.
Nico looking for his first, just hoping that timing blesses his contact. It'll be Malbs with a clearer vision of the bomb site. But as they get into it, they're going to try to charge towards tickets. CT's offering no kills for the attack. And so suddenly, Nico emerging through smoke, everybody gets put down.
How many pistols are you going to be able to sustain? Again, this is a map that these 2 teams mirror each other on so many things. CT sides, resume, great wins, single-digit losses for their opponents, in tier 1 consistently. If Heroic are going to win pistols, this is a massive win condition for G2. Map agnostic throughout their entire pool. That's an unbelievably positive sign for the underdog. And if you can say Nico and Monasi for G2, you can say Nertz and Dexter for Heroic.
Yes.
When Dexter first popped onto the scene, played on OG, had that unbelievable Mirage game versus Simple where he showed that he can beat the odds and he doesn't scare away from superstar players that have proven more than him.
Yeah, him and Flames combined. It showed that all Dexter needs is a world-class rifler, somebody who can play at the top. And screw the rest of the roster, you can win games. Their consistency questioned back then, but the supporting staff of Heroic certainly better. And so Nertz and Dexter, I think you're calling the right names to step up today. Right here, right now, versus all of G2, but a very silent USP push. TeSeS gonna get blindsided. He'll find the one. Tougher shot maybe for the MP7, but it can just withdraw itself back into the underpass. Nertz ain't gonna go down. And of course, Heroic slipping through an A site to convert that pistol round win.
Yeah, of course we have Catwalk taken 2 by the CT side. It's a common spot to go on Antico's for the T side, but this time they get all the information and make it a quick A pop. Honestly, Heroic have also been more in control of the situation when it's come to anti-eco rounds. It's G2 who have the most egg on their face versus low buys. I'm going to put it this way, Connor. I won't be surprised if Heroic win Mirage.
No?
No.
I think the world would be. But maybe because they didn't pay as close attention. Heroic played undeniable Counter-Strike to get themselves into playoffs. And it almost felt like while the Mongols had stolen all of that spotlight, you know, Heroic took down Na'Vi to get here. Previous major champion just to get to top 8. And so we've pulled back that curtain, their reality on full display. Heroic coming to play even versus G2 in this quarterfinal.
One critical thing about G2 on the CT side, Nico has 10 kills over 2 maps on T side. He has 38 on CT.
Insanity.
2.67 rating across Asian and Nuke, and we just saw the masterclass that was Nuke CT.
Fast play here for Heroic. Gonna put this first CT gun round to the test. Shush actually getting the team kill to make it a little easier for the defense to hang. Nico exposing Shush on that crossover, and he knows. And it's great damage into TeSeS 2, 4v2, in fact, for Heroic to try to bounce back against. Not likely. Doesn't seem to be happening. Yeah. A bomb plant could be the sanctuary, but at the moment, this utility keeps that dial cranked to a 10. So they find a bit of timing in the backside. They hold, and the CTs let them breathe.
Yeah, and there is no one in CT spawn. So TeSeS will be able to get away with this plant. No spams coming through. They think it's back on default.
Fade. A little late.
I mean, surely unwinnable position here for Heroic. We'll see. They're getting tagged down.
Yeah, TeSeS getting softened up so much so that once he does peek into that duel, 3 sets of eyes trained on him. Kixan, it's just the Galil, but he effectively shakes the first one off. 2 players on site. Good dink. Showing promise here for Heroic. But considering they killed one of their own on the exit of that ramp, it's a convincing first gun round for G2.
Yeah, a lot of support there with Malbs playing back ticket. This is one of his sort of more boring spots that coming onto this team, we thought maybe Malbs isn't used to his maximum advantage. Of course, there are rumors that after, you know, if Nico leaves, that Malbs will be taking up spots that have a bit more space like connector. But for the time being, that part of the map's in good hands. Great answer back here for G2 early. Nico reminding us that we might be talking about a 3-way tie, but he's a close fourth in the race for #1 this year. Remember what his Stockholm performance was like up until the semifinals. He's trying to show everybody his best self, and he is doing a fabulous job of it.
CT's trying to keep that cap pressure up to couple with a peek from Nico, but he doesn't full commit with it. So Heroic on the brink of taking over some mid control. It's Heroic that's coming out with a slower tempo, stark contrast to the round prior.
Let's see the call out of spawn though. This one's most likely to NB. They're gonna, barring any adjustments, Malbs in front of the smoke here on connector.
Big
There's
position.
a chance.
Yes, sir, there was. But TeSeS keeps it clean. It's an execution of Maul. It's Hunter off the top. Predicted.
Incredible TSS in these early rounds on each map.
Shush, the line sides. As he creeps out through the B apartments, took a challenge through the smoke. He walked. Wonderful tethering here coming out from Heroic. Every player finding their own. Each piece that had the weapons for this job stepped forth, and it is Heroic to immediately answer back to the first gun round of G2.
I'm telling you, man, I wouldn't be surprised. What a round. TSS, you know, even from just the perspective of raw gunplay, TSS has had his moments. No single player on Heroic in the series has had a performance like we saw from Nico just on Nuke alone, but even across these three maps. But somehow here they are, 3-1 up on map 3, getting trades like this. And sending the crushing blow. Was brought up on the desk as well. Attention towards the B side of the map is important because of Hunter and Snacks working together as the lower pieces on this, you know, with A site being played by Hobbs, Hunter, and m0NESY, obviously. That alone is justification for avoiding it.
I think Dust's last point in that analyst desk was just perfectly managed in the sense that Degster is going to have a better map. I'd put everything on it.
Yeah, it's one of his best maps, and it's one in history that we can actually see him take over consistently. Albs has to have the patience of the Dalai Lama here on the A site sometimes. Gets boring there at Ticket. Here he comes up to the shop front. Deagle in hand.
Does a good job of anchoring this site though.
Drawing his attention and...
Just enough, but he comes back on high alert.
Oh, look who else has a Deagle.
Dexter, straight between the eyes of Malbs. So these upgraded pistols will not find much.
We were wondering why it was Degster. It's Deagster.
Oh, that must be it. Makes mincemeat. Both the m0NESY window peek and the one kill that guarantees them the A site. What's Nico looking for? What's Nico going to do throughout this CT side? Because
you know, I think the real question here is, could we argue that G2? Well, we know that G2 have a higher ceiling, but do we also know that G2 have a lower floor?
I would agree, yes. I think that we saw it in Rio.
And that's just a raw positive here for Heroic, where I think that's why we haven't seen any tragedies in the series so far. We haven't seen them get fully eco, lose to USBs like we saw. And there will be a lot of running around from players like Nico and m0NESY on this map to supplant some of the presence on B, to make those rotations effective enough that if things fail, they can get there. But here we are 5 rounds into the half. And if they're not careful, here's where it gets away from them completely.
I think the floor of Heroic is higher. I agree there. I think, not to sound like a broken record, but definitely trying to tap back into the identity that Heroic once was. Constant playoff contenders. Almost the guarantee. Group merchants. But now trying to go one better. Are we watching Heroic new and improved at the tail end of 2024?
It really has been a story of slowly and then everything at once now that they've come to this major.
When the G2 support staff walked away from the stage going into this third map, I saw more than one player draw a cross across their chest. I think that definitely is a testament to them taking this Heroic game seriously and knowing it ain't gonna come easy.
There we go.
But the first kill will here in round number 6. m0NESY just perched on Ticket, given an easy kill to TSS.
That's a huge frap kill. I mean, posted up on Ticket for the cat cross early. That's obviously been a very common thing that people are doing right now. And Nico, okay, a lot of damage just to push Nerds back with the 5v4. Great start for G2.
Yeah, both players disengaged, but Nerds worse off.
This angle is perfect from Hunter as well. Anybody who jumps up on bench, virtually impossible for them to get that kill. m0NESY grabs another.
As mobile as need be.
Now we're talking.
You just mentioned it, right? We're going to see those two players, Nico and m0NESY, move all over the map all the time. Kixan tries to get something going on the B site. It's really just the distraction. No ability to follow through, even if he successfully entries with that bomb still sat back by the T-Abs. Even Shush taking a second follow-up attempt into this A play. You're poking and prodding a G2 that have cemented bomb site control while you yourself have nothing.
This is just G2's opening theory at work. They had A ramp smoked. They're not worried about the Palace run out because they have someone there to watch it and pop out. And they had dedicated the first 20 seconds of this round to m0NESY, watching exactly what he found, which is TeSeS coming up cat fast. This play works so well for putting pressure on Connector, and it's really rare, of course, that you're going to have your ticket opper posted on that. That'll feel great for G2 to win a round off of prep like that.
Counter-terrorists win.
You know, he's not going to start there every round, so when you catch the right gambles,
yes,
likely not to see those plays happen as much, and we know, as was highlighted, that Heroic are going to take a special interest in Cat this game.
With how easy those 2 kills came, doesn't feel like it's a time for m0NESY to cash out just yet. Keep spinning that slot. Double up. Snack's gonna pick up the scope. And we have had this prod from Heroic over towards this B apartment, so if Snacks misses a couple critical kills, there is a world where the T's flood into his position. We talked about gambles. That could be one that doesn't pay off, but m0NESY's new position to start this round sure does. And once more, bomb sat back towards doors. No immediate commitments can be drawn forward here by Heroic. TeSeS takes up the mantle of walking down middle alone yet again. Tries to join up with Kixan, who emerges where the first T fell.
Oh, be careful here, Hunter. Just gets off his post, but now that he's let Kixan get his rook on the file, can we get the re-aggression from Hunter? And he's here just to re-smoke Connector from Cat.
Now comes another volley of mid-util. TeSeS gonna keep the con pressure up. Great distraction, kiss that missed shot. And if you miss versus Nico, you're lucky to get that second chance, but he makes the most of it.
Yeah, man, that's the player he's been lately, actually.
And while the Snacks op was called to question, he delivers. Catwalk maintained here by Hunter. We do get a T to slip up into Connector. That's one thing that's gone well here for Heroic. It's an adjustment from Kixan, from window to con. But the only avenue that they have left open is top Connector into this A site. And because Kixan showed himself towards window, you can see the hesitation that puts in the back of Snacks' head. Fine by m0NESY standards. He strikes Kixan down. You know that hook that was in your mid control's now dead, and Dexter's chances fizzle out before he even gets close to the bomb site. G2 CT side starting to come to fruition.
And they're playing from behind, but the quality of rounds is there. Dominant in 2 of these instances. Of course, we might look back on these pistols depending on how this game goes and say this is how it started to go badly for G2, but when you see rounds like that, you'll have a renewed faith. Now this is a kill. m0NESY, again, he's got the other opening here. He finds the first one on Nerds. It's brought to you by the fact that he has this extremely poofy smoke outside of Connector, and Nerds is looking at his radar and seeing his teammates swinging top mid. They don't spot m0NESY. He's never going to activate into underpass if he doesn't think that his teammates have top mid control, but they grab it. They just don't have vision on m0NESY, and there's no punish on that smoke.
Jail time. Can't be missing.
Jail time, but you know what? He's posted on that with a full B play coming.
Yeah. Hang on now. Oh, immense pressure on Kixan now, leading the charge with that MAC-10.
Okay, Snacks.
Swept under the rug as Snacks connects both shots. So be it to the legs.
Okay, Snacks.
Will get the job done. Molly towards the van. Nerds hoping to bring this back, but everything gets denied all across the map, and Heroic fizzle out.
Oh, hat off to Snacks. He turned them into his chew toys right there. That's a beautiful round from the perspective of the utility, the op, the nade that came out. That'll be a message for Heroic. So Molly lands deep in the back of Apps, and they show us they do not want to let Dexter save at all. No guns here to take it in the next round. Another quality round out of G2. The money is stacking up.
Is it me or does Heroic just not really have that same pizzazz in this T side that we've seen previously?
Yeah, definitely.
You know, even just
both teams have their CT side struggles on this map. They'll both be better on CT. The T side struggles, excuse me. But they still should be competent. They're both above 50%.
Right.
And they both have done it versus a lot of tier 1 competition. But yeah, G2 looking very sound right now. I agree with you, 100%.
Ooh, well, that'll help. A beacon of hope here is TeSS. They're gonna quickly swoop through, grab that AK, but Hunter in the doorway of ladder already. And the one rifle they've picked up tries to look towards Khan instead. Kixan gets naded to pieces, snacks his utility, doing wonders as Hunter taps into the side of TeSS's head. Just as quickly as this one kicked off, it has been stomped out.
That's an easy kill.
CT's maintained total mid-control, barring the one death in connector. Nico won't go down in vain, but he has gone down throughout this half. Stark contrast to the CT sides we've seen of him throughout the series. 3 and 6. Luckily for him, the floor has risen around G2.
Starts over with B Dexter on this Deagle at 45 seconds. And G2 are looking to win this round with 4 alive. I think that was that a headshot? This is too far away.
Maybe.
Mob down to 6 HP off that one.
Thick skull.
But it'll still be, he's a stubborn guy, that Mobs. Mr. Mario.
That's an NA brain.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Real thick.
Yeah. This is the guy who watched all of Donk's demos.
Yeah, Dank Donk, damn right.
Yeah, they worked. They got him a place on G2. Learned and adopted that style. And I mean, the most impressive part about Maltz is his range. That was totally sort of explored, where he had to play positions that are, let's just put it plainly, boring on CT side, and you know, should be limited in that regard, or maybe could even fail.
Our boy's about to get neutered.
Yeah.
To be stuck in G2 in the shadows.
Man, I thought he was going to get eaten alive on this team by the, you know, the talent and the ego, and I thought it was going to be a rough go, but no.
Maltz steps up.
Yeah, big time.
And he has throughout this critical CT side from G2. It's not the star-powered performance that we had back on Ancient as they tried to hang on. It is a unit that G2 have brought to the server for this third map, the decider that keeps one of these teams in Shanghai.
The rotation's back just in time here for Modesty to take it.
Trying to jump spot over. He's not going to find anything. Modesty no longer blind. Perfect prediction of TeSS. Missed second shot. Opens the door here for Nerds. But the smoke won't deny Nico. His spam connects to keep man advantage, and a ton of damage also done. Over top of the smoke.
Don't tell me he's dropping down.
Constant on these glances. Knows that hands are busy on the bomb, but in doing so gives Dexter a thread to pull on. And it is this ticket control already. Long flank being put into position for the G2 retake. It's a deep peek. Denied. Dexter trying to thrive here. He's not working with that op, but by God, he could do it.
He is thinking about Hunter on the long flank as they come up slowly through connector. Snacks with another op shot.
Still thinking, but which of these flank positions does it come in from? Knows that the retake from Khan's getting closer. Fast moves, Dexter presenting a chance, a clutch in hand, and he tracks him down. Dexter, utter destruction at the hands of the Destroyer.
Showing that he can rifle too. And that was beautiful in terms of presence of mind. There was not a single true clue that the big flank was coming in, but he committed to that idea from the moment that this came down to a 1v2, sat pretty, and there's no way that Snacks could approach him. Credit to Snacks though in this game, popping and hitting shots.
But coming at him half-assed, both players kind of falling through the sky.
Yeah, they just ran out of time at that point. That was, you brought it up right away. It's a long flank, and by the time it came in, they had no time to actually safely clear out default, even though they knew Dexter was sitting there. It's a good reminder that Dexter can rifle. Wait a second. Hunter might not be aware of this.
Oh, but that top mid kills everything. Oh, no, no, the boost goes wrong.
Wait, is Nertz actually going to go into window? And they get this kill first.
Both connect.
What a play.
The booster fixates in on the gap player, not struggling as things started to seem to go south. Perfect ramp play out from Shush. Individually across this map now, Heroic starting to put forth. But Nico still has this element of surprise, executes Kixan, and so the IGL hits the ground.
They got 2 players waiting on his position. Nico's being hunted at the moment. They're looking for his rotation.
He's trying to find that third. He's gonna know that the window's occupied by the booster.
This is where Nico can be a genius sometimes. No space to work with. His teammate in Snacks allows him to move out of here, clears out connector.
But with this fight on window, Nico not quite ready.
Oh, they played that so carefully, man.
And Snacks unfortunately just missed the smoke in front of connector. He is not able to offer much, and so we're starting to watch Heroic at the tail end of this T-side breakthrough.
Man, their T-side is loose in this regard, but look at this play, man. The fact that they don't get stuck on this idea of trying to punish Hunter walking up Cat. Instead, they put somebody else on this duty as they boost Nertz into window. They know that they're feeling comfortable about this area of the map. They're not ready for the underpass walkout, and then Heroic implant 2 ideas at the same time, just perfect played, and that's the lifeblood of Heroic over the years, regardless of the players that have come onto this team. Shining through to keep Heroic in the lead.
Terrorists win.
And it's at this point in the game where G2 have shown great stuff on CT side. They maybe even won more difficult rounds more cleanly than Heroic, but Heroic have a lot to look forward to in the second half. This is below par here for G2.
Cherry on the top if they take it with a lead. The floor has risen, but the stars aren't shining as much as they did in the first 2 maps of the series. What G2 would do to tap back into that ancient performance from Nico, the same one that thrust them to victory on Nuke. And it's not because he hasn't had his fights here in middle, but he simply hasn't thrived to be sent through smoke soon enough. TessS on the other end gets found out. Good support from the catwalk. That's a perfect distraction, but it's still not enough. Dexter with the reaction, point blank, and he doesn't overstep into the scope of m0NESY.
Pause in the momentum. The idea is we'll take a reset. G2 leave this situation, have only secured the perimeter of the map. They have to listen to this utility and guess where it is. And for the moment, Heroic are still ready to make moves. Nertz won't get caught though.
Nice blindside here from Hunter. But if they think that's really the mid-emphasis, oh God, are they wrong?
Yeah, it looks like, oh my goodness.
It's not bomb spotted, but the second player's here right with it. That's Dexter with the bomb. m0NESY slips back into the bench, keeping his scope trained towards Cat as he anticipates the mid-split. There is still time to double back. Dexter tries to walk in, keeping his head on a millimeter.
Oh, and if you could see it, he might go for the wall bang. Beautiful.
Zooms in on him, pops him against the wall of the apartments, and with bombs seen at the B site at 20 seconds, you'd think that there'd be nobody elsewhere, but in reality, Kixan continues to hunt.
They have to go B.
They're already on this line, and so they'll find that flank. All pressure falls to Shush. He will tap away towards the bench, and he will be killed on the final line as G2 ties 6 a pop.
I mean, look, this is a half where no one gets to 10 kills. It's some quality rounds out of G2. This one being dead even, I feel like, is a feather in the cap of Heroic. We'll move into half 2, and here is where its pressure is going to reach its absolute apex. And speaking of apex, Kixan has shown that with almost nothing, and a roster in this iteration also looks like it's been thrown together from nothing, might be able to go even further in playoffs. In an unlikely scenario like it was last time, arguably now with better pieces, with a little more history, a little bit more experience. They've already proved they're a real threat in playoffs.
Not to be shaken by the big stage. And a 6-round half from Kixan as we sing his praise, despite his struggles numerically in the kill count, right? His opening attempts on T side were praised.
Man, G2 got to be sharp. They want to close this one. But you know what? If they can't prove they can close out a 7-round T-side on Mirage versus a team like Heroic, I say that with all due respect, because there are bigger sharks in this playoffs right now. If they can't prove they can close this game out, how far are they even going to get?
Second pistol live. Heroic's time to shine. They shook off the struggles of their T-side. Lean back and await the beasts that are G2. Nico first, dead. In an instant, TeSeS takes his head, and we get shush off of the ticket with a second. We have seen pistols get swept away, and this one looks to be the same as Nerd gets into the action. TeSeS finding a second, finally gunned down by Snacks, but a clean sweep of second pistol primes Heroic for glorious moments in Shanghai.
Oh my god, another pistol won by Heroic. You actually can't make this up. This has to be the most successful performance in a best-of-3.
Look
in a
at them.
situation like this from Heroic on the basis of pistols alone.
Look
Unreal.
at them just sit here like statues.
Snacks can't find a target.
He's got 15 bullets to find 4. And nobody trying to overstep to be that problematic first one.
I mean, donked walk, so Snacks could run.
And the moment this player backside takes his peek, all 3 others go.
They learned a key lesson from that 1v5.
Surely.
Never peek. Wow, a lead for Heroic. And this has been the least top-heavy scoreboard so far here for G2.
I think that's an effective proof that, of course, Heroic across that T-side, you've muzzled the stars. There was a round where m0NESY's mobile op shines through. But Nico, more often than not, down in the mid-control at the hands of TeSeS, who stepped up big time in Cadian's sudden absence, who was criticized for becoming a very obviously stated temporary in-game leader. Not because he had this high hope of becoming one. Not because, like, electronic per se, he had some glorious attempt to prove himself. No, he did what he had to keep the team afloat so that they could rebuild, and my God, have they ever.
And he took some lessons with him, and that's what he stated. He learned something, and to be honest, he's become a better player after touching that IGL role. And in history, it's always looked at as a curse to take on such responsibility and think about the macro so much more than the micro. But TeSeS has managed to take that lesson and turn himself into an even better, more complete player who can still aim. Hate to think that this round is a wash. There is room for something ridiculous to happen. m0NESY's on a deagle, but
USPs can win back on Nuke. Can't sleep on the Deegs, but Kixan's gonna flush him out of the apartments with a triple. m0NESY's Desert Eagle does keep this round alive. He's got that bomb and he's facing targets, but he won't know about the player who slipped out Market, so fully fixated instead towards Arch. They get ever closer. 2 Desert Eagle headshots, but no 3rd, 4th, nor 5th. Heroic go up 8-6.
Crazy that the highest fragger on either team is at 10 kills in this game. Who's gonna have the breakout performance? Who's gonna save the day for G2?
If ever, this match might not be a tale of stardom.
It was on Nuke for Nico's CT side, but it's been CT sides almost exclusively here for Nico.
Leaving the space top mid, G2 hoping somebody oversteps, not looking likely.
You can see Nico getting involved here.
You can see just how cautious m0NESY is of these proactive CT plays that Heroic were able to employ, as they have successfully throughout this major. You're worried about a T-spawn wrap. Not once did Heroic watch their backs like that when they themselves were on the offense.
Yeah. And conversely, you've got a very defaulty lay of the map right now. Nert's in front of the molly. They're denying this connector control. His kill, there's pressure on him right now. Let's see if he can create a diamond. Flash is bad.
It hits his teammate, they still step out. That is lucky that the front runner survives as long as he does. Tessa still cuts off the head of the snake.
Wow.
And Snacks, a huge moment to at least catch one kill in con. Oh God, how that could have been worse.
They're gonna commit, it looks like, to this B play. Bomb is the bottom connector, however.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Snacks tries to puff his chest on the catwalk. We get this forward move out of Dexter. Again, not working with the trusty op, but still some pretty critical map control.
He seems worried about it. And the T-side hit starts to come out. They scale across the site. Dexter.
Up, and the lineup is great. He's got that shadow, beautiful spray. Shush, tethering nicely. And while Hunter tries to come in, he will find nothing. Heroic, a mere 4 rounds away.
That's not a great sign for G2's T-side, because they get a lucky kill to get them back into this after they mess with the flash and connector, and they can make nothing of it. That is a standard spot, the way that Dexter's playing it. Yes, he's pushed, but they can't even find this trade. Sometimes we've seen G2's T-sides be too simplistic. There is no room for that now. Yes, Heroic had an overly simplistic T-side themselves, but they had the pistol, they had conversions, they have room to play with.
Dexter starting to believe. But do not let this moment slip. You have upgraded pistols in hand. And maybe that last round a symptom of G2 trying to just charge back into an A site, what they would have given for the ramp split. But in their back rear view mirror now. No time to think about it, rather focus forward. Dexter on the op. And with Shush in front of him, a world-class anchor looks to reestablish himself, blinded in the process. Molds Tech 9. Oh, Hunter finds one. Dexter continues to collect kills off the top of Ticket.
A lot of damage dealt. They might have to put this bomb down, but looks like they're going to try to fight.
All you need, but it's also an invitation for that top Ticket peak. Molds doing everything he can.
Dexter getting hunted down, falling back, missing.
Into the corner he'll go. Molds has him locked in.
And here comes Kicksan.
Kicksan from the back row. Molds with a quad. The Guatemalan destroys them.
Leave it to Dr. Malbs. The clutch in the end to deny Kicksan. And that re-aggression. Dexter in emergency fallback protocols, and finally G2 win the unlikely round.
X Factor, finally. Dexter trying his damnedest to just stay alive. The fastest of swaps to that Tech 9.
One bullet makes the difference. One bullet.
In a roster made of a sea of stars, one young North American steps forth in a critical moment. And now Heroic's depths to be tested.
And with this timeout, there's time to think. I think there's time to get the jitters off of your G2, because you realize that's a turning point in the game. Look in the disparity of opulence here. Dexter on a scout.
Modesty instantly predicting this kind of a push from Tesses, but he misses.
Yeah, that's a wide swing. No way.
Nico gonna try to instantly move forward.
And again, this is the second chance bought for Snacks here on T-side, right?
Yes.
I've seen worrying signs. The way that they approached that last round, they took mid control really late into a very simplistic idea across A.
Show me a clean call. In the face of 2 smokes on Heroic and lesser guns for most, show me a clean call.
You can tell already for Heroic, there's a huge part of them that believes this round ends B. They've got a lot of eyes on it, but not great guns. G2 gonna have to fight their way out, and now they're trying to add a layer of complication. They're coming back for mid control. They can start to put in a lurk up connector if they want to.
Yes.
But can they draw attention late enough for this attack to come through? You've got eyes forward.
Will remain on that pillar. Dexter's scope in. It's just the scout, but he finds damage. The Deagle primes. Both players fall down. Nico gets his entry still. The scout continues to tag. CTs drop all around them, and they find themselves through enough.
Yeah.
That scout does damage, but it does not deny.
And Kixan ends up going down for 4 alive here for G2.
Heroic had one hand on momentum, all until Malbs ripped it from them. A force buy, unsuccessful Pistols here in round 18.
They've won more with less, Connor.
Why'd you have to say it? Again, they're gonna try. Nico does it. Not this time. Malbs combines with them. Dexter dead with just the one. And we have a tied game deep on Mirage.
Yep. Tied game now, 9-9. Anything goes. And again, so far, not super impressed by the way that G2 have been approaching some of these T rounds, but the third Nico chant of the evening here in Shanghai.
Heroic done gritting their teeth. Eco's to the wayside, guns in hand. And 3 players out window at the start of this one, looking to take a fight to Snacks. Is he ready? Just for the one, double up from Nerds.
Oh, that's now from Nerds. That must have been a flick. That's a wonderful transfer onto the second kill.
They take a chance. They leave that B site empty, won't come back to haunt them. Hunter slides out though, good positioning. Him versus Dexter. He goes down. Trade out from Monacy. Monacy and Nico. It's a slow play from Nico. He fires one shot, gives his position away, and still able to collect the kill to Shush. Bomb over towards the Tetris, but a bomb be damned. He wants frags.
Wow.
And he'll find no further as Heroic to double digits first.
Okay, it's another quick call up the A ramp, but this time with the mid split, they're trying to get in connector quickly. And as much as I want to say that G2 want to be approaching this with more thorough defaults and really trying to press small advantages into a close, they have been playing their best CS, playing simple, right? I can't speak out of both sides of my mouth here on map 1. That was obviously not cutting it, but on Nuke, it definitely worked with the upper pops. 1 round lead here for Heroic. Great sign out of Nerds inside of mid. He makes a big difference there, and Nico, ooh, that one sits right at his feet. Take him down past half. And again, with this lean, Kixan might actually try to squeeze for Palace after the smoke comes up, and they're really hoping that this round ends A. Gotta follow this bomb for a second.
Their reads have not been wrong.
Yeah, this might be a really great read. But you know what? G2 made that last round expensive, and that's why Kixan is on this MP9.
We saw the wrath of Malbs Tech 9.
Oh man, it's gonna slow them down. G2 getting nervous, and they don't do much while they're setting up for their execs. And look at that, another smoke on the A ramp, man. It feels like Heroic or Clairvoyant, but
dangerous peek from TessS,
great peek, man.
Predicts it correctly.
It's because it's a boring default where nothing's happening on B. Someone's got to look for something.
Maybe an all too common flaw of a G2 T side. Nico doesn't get bullets sent back his way. Shush tries to play it quiet. Palace push gets punished. He doesn't seem ready for this off angle, but Shush lets him know that he's here, and so suddenly has to just go back desperately for the underbelt. Nerds looks towards ramp. Oh, perfectly timed. Perfectly executed.
There's the incision from Dr. Malbs.
Modesty deep peek down towards Ticket. That one gets denied. His counterpart in Dexter does his damnedest. Bomb to be planted.
They push out.
Yes, and they don't stop it. Bomb is planted. Dexter to the clutch again. You need to search. You need to destroy. And as he takes that glimpse towards the connector, he has missed the timing. We get that one shot back out from Bricks. Flash out from Con.
Now he knows.
He's going to put that smoke on Bomb. And as he anticipates,
he's throwing a bomb
off the top rope, kills Nico onto the bomb with the fake tap. Malbs started this. Can he end it? There it is! Absolutely denied. Kid picked up, and Heroic arrive. 11 rounds to the board.
Top of default, and Batman dives down to save the day. Dexter with an unbelievable clutch. Once that flash comes up from Connector, calculates this all the way to the final second, knows when it's time to peek into Mobs, and makes that shot look safe. Dexter's Mirage is something to think about. And G2's life is now officially on the line.
That round there, evidence that in 2024, Dexter may have been delayed, but he sure as hell won't be denied. He puts his team on the better purchase. G2 facing the prospect of heroic OT guaranteed.
In a world where every option is obvious to someone like m0NESY, Dexter finds another way. But look at the money for Heroic once again teetering.
Yes.
There is still a chance here for G2. Nico's on a deagle. Hard to say that's even a concession sometimes. A hit coming in simple once again.
CT's trying to disrupt it, trying to put pieces in place already. You've got one anchor back on triple. It's going to be Shush and TeSeS yet again. The Danes shoulder to shoulder, but the util here does deny early angles.
Flash for Shush.
Shush taking a glance, but it's TeSeS the drop first. Bomb is not enough for the multi-frag. And so G2 keeping it simple. And in these simple moments, they have shined. Nerds with a little bit of wallbang damage takes Hunter down to half, but it is ticket control for the G2 camp again.
It'll have to be a retake, but it's players who have all spent all their money. No nades left here for G2.
Support with the flash.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Perfectly placed. Thrusts Kicksand back to the even keel, into the AK upgrade. All too easy. Snax keeps his head down. It is m0NESY and Nico ahead of him, and as m0NESY turns attention, it's good, but now they get cleared back. Snax looking to add another clutch to his record. Damage is good, but the Glock's out, and as that CT crosses, jumping on both sides, it's down to desperation.
No!
Snax, G2's inspiration, finds another clutch.
The player with the most clutches in Counter-Strike strikes again. Of course, a lot of this one has to do with time. G2's explode up the A ramp is something that Heroic were waiting for, but just like their upper pops on Nuke, even despite a kill that comes out early, G2 can answer back with 3 entries. They can explode across your site at light speed. Clutch answered by Clutch here, and now the future has never been more uncertain in this game. Everybody pretending that they can be calm. Even though the guillotine is getting set up on stage. This is a chance for Heroic to blow everyone away. And for G2, this is just what they're supposed to do. They're just supposed to be able to win this.
And with 1 round of loss bonus, Heroic come in with a force.
Oh my God, no one has an M4 or AK besides m0NESY on the map.
This is a tale of what could be and how close it's been. Money kept low every round of this later second half. But which knee bends first? Shush with his men behind him. The MP9 betrays him. There is no top-mid split to come out, so Snax passes.
Oh, another one!
Gets the second frag. All the while, a deagle trying to cause a distraction for Kicksand.
Be careful!
The Dawn holds the line. Nerd shreds heads back towards mid, and we fall 2v2 with the m0NESY disengage. Him and Mobs tasked to clutch. They know that B site's clear.
This is blood sport, a bare knuckle fist fight right now with the guns that we have in this round. The rotation's coming around to B. It's a race to get control. And Mobs, he catches one! Kicksand, he's got 2 up.
There aren't better guns to pick up because his enemies were just as held back as him. You really want to peek Cat with this MP9? He's not working with a kit either, and there's no corpse inside sight. This is going to be a desperate one for Kicksand. They both go for the peaks. He's trying to close that gap, and the closer he gets, the better his chances. Nade will certainly help, but it goes too far, and he gets dropped, and G2 take 11.
Double peek, and Mobs touches 20. We were wondering who the hero would be. Well, Snax also shares the limelight right there with his clutch into this 2K MAC 10 round. 11-11. You could not write a better finish to this game.
The evacuation plan, all put forth by Malbs.
1 million voices in your head in a situation like this, and you've got to pay attention to your IGL.
And look what happens, that buy from the last round, deciding to come in with MP9s means you get this, a single rifle on Nertz. Heroic essentially forfeiting the 12th round, 1 round too soon. Jubilation for Dexter when he pulled off that clutch, but he's not there yet. Snacks into the ladder room. G2 absolutely tested.
Yeah, taking the pressure off. Snacks opening up now in these last few rounds. Yes, just pistols, but they need them.
Nertz's M4 has been found out. That one thing that they had to work with gets the team kill. So be it. Trades essential, and G2 Esports secure their 12th.
Can you believe it? A lead. Surviving the pistol, surviving a T-side. Opening up the potential of winning this game 13-11 after getting destroyed on map 1, 13-6.
We called for the Stars to step it up further. Nico and m0NESY looked normal. Who knew Malbs would thrust them into the limelight? But it ain't over yet. These rifles yet again to the back of mid. And Heroic will find an establishing 5v4, but this B site is understaffed. Look how fast that rotation comes into the action. Dexter yet once more onto the M4.
Really good,
but they go over top. And as they do, it primes Kickstand, traded by m0NESY. 3v3 yet once more. It's gonna have to be the market push.
Are they jumping out of the smoke? They are.
They creep out and they get held back.
Is this the end?
A big game player finds his one. Nertz gets his, and Shush now looks to tether back, but they don't plant in that moment. And who better than Nico and m0NESY to try and get this clutch? But the first one gets denied. This is his destiny in Shanghai. Fan favorite 1v2 minute to let this stew.
And he's thinking, one piece of utility to work with, goes out to empty pillar.
He doesn't have his trusty monocle. His finger trembles on the trigger and he falls. He tries to step out, and Heroic stand tall. The test has been taken to G2.
Yes, and we get the overtime on map 3. It had to happen this way. A game that has it all, goes the distance. G2, you can see it. They didn't want to have to play in this position. They proved a lot to get to that point on T-side. But you could argue, in the face of those pistols, that they were the better team to get all of those rounds in total. Clearly intimidated by what has been a force. Heroic, winning fans live here with their impressive performances back to back to back. But without the close, there will be a whole lot less chatter about this team.
God, I thought that decision to buy early was going to cost them.
Oh, that spray right there.
Clean as need be. And m0NESY not anticipating that position from Shush. He thought surely he'd be further back on catwalk. Everybody catch your breath. The question is, does more runway in this third map lead m0NESY, Nico, and Malbs to stardom, or Heroic to an upset? Dexter, Nertz, and Tessis are the counterparts of G2 in this moment. And we have seen critical clashes set up inside middle, sometimes dismantled by T's coming out underpass. But it's G2 to establish here in the first round of OT.
Snacks, the major winner. With these back-to-back multi-kill rounds to get close to regulation. First to die in round 24. Now fully kitted out. Dexter and Monacy telescoped on each other. Snacks walks right into that bomb dropped on Cat. Monacy assuming that he got there before Dexter did, and Dexter did not cross back.
Losing that bomb, if there was anybody left sitting on top of this for Heroic.
They're playing back though with no ladder, no window at the moment, and they fight back for it. Heroic have Nerds.
The one silver lining is that they've grabbed the bomb. You lose 2 players in the process, and the first one goes down without dealing any damage. Snacks puts G2 in a difficult to reclaim position. On top of that, 20 seconds, Bulbs turns his back, the worst possible moment, and then the last 2 pieces just get smothered on an attempt to exit connector. Monacy in the thick of it all, denied, and Heroic with a clean sweep in the first round of OT.
Okay, totally melted down. And Nerds, 4 frags. His big round here as they get into playoffs. As much attention as there is on everybody else, he's the biggest star on the team, and he's the one with the least experience in this position. Look at him go.
Counter terror.
Holding himself together beautifully.
All the pieces of X-Ents that were purchased, they couldn't hit Nerds. He finds himself on a home where at first it felt unlikely to thrive. But in this moment, on the glory, it's right ahead of them, and each of these rejects deny that title. Heroic coming together to be something better than ever.
Patience paid off last round for Dexter to get that bomb down on the cross when Monacy was posted up on his angle. He once again sits pretty here in the ladder room, holding on to free information. If G2 play these defaults out and can't figure out why Heroic aren't moving, they're gonna pay for it. Once again, Dexter finds him. B site is completely vacant, which means there is an opportunity to hit this. That rotation will come in and kicks in, and Dexter here to join.
Easy.
Dexter out here in the corner.
Easy. Ahead of the smoke. Plucks them like fools off of the attempt to get into sight. Monacy scouring for the next piece of contact. Who steps forward next? It's a hot swap back into the AK. Wasn't able to piece it together back in the last round of the regulation. Now it's Mulbs. It is he who put them here to begin with. The third piece of this success story from G2.
And Mulbs has a chance now with Nerds going down. First tap comes through, double push happening. He's gonna hear this 12 seconds.
They gun him
down. Both fights.
Certainly can. Undeniable. In a night sky full of stars, the supernova shines.
That's a medical doctor you want on your side. Unbelievable.
Terrorists. Ties this game up.
Wow.
And keeps G2's beliefs alive.
We'll call that involuntary euthanasia from Mulbs.
Takes scalpel to skull.
Wow. That would have been 2 straight in this overtime for Heroic.
2 given gifts by Snacks going down off Cat in back-to-back rounds. 2 5v4s, but only 1 converted.
What's shaping up to be a classic series, another classic position here on the A site. Shush tucking in quietly on the A ramp.
I like this forward defense.
Is coming.
It's when they lean back towards Ticket and Triple that G2 were able to take over sight, but when they prod the front end of this attack.
It's Nico, who's 13 and 21. Kixan is going to be running headfirst into him in just a second.
He hangs on, puts a smoke down, but gets denied by the Tetris position. Screw Nico in the Palace. Hunter's going to do it for the Kovac instead, but he gets exposed. Shush hits the dirt after 1.
There it is.
It's a great denial out from Nico. Odyssey finding one of his own, and Dexter continuing to try to rotate over, but he will find nothing to pull on.
They surmise the refrags, and this one again is Nico, who's able to get 2 because Hunter, his brother in blood, saves him, taking out Kixan early. That Palace push is what cost them on the pistol round. It's been a game where he hasn't been able to kill everyone, but this time gets bailed out, a little bit of space given to the guy who you know has the most range on a rifle on the whole team. And this means now Heroic have Dexter saving, G2 somehow winning that last round. I say somehow, of course it's all about Malbs. And a clutch that you think is impossible.
Because it is.
14 rounds for G2.
25 and 16 for Malbs. You look at this scoreboard, we talk about the 2 stars of G2, and yet it's this top-heavy performance from Dexter and Nertz that just seems to not be enough. Not in the face of Malbs. G2's 3rd star all the way from Guatemala.
It is the feet of clay that makes the gold of the image precious, and Malbs has been anything but a heel this game. A player that comes on the G2 and doesn't get his star rolled, and yet somehow is able to show us why he is a star.
And with that conversation of Nico's departure on the back burner, we've already heard the officials in the G2 camp say Malbs will take up those spots if needed. To join a squad and to thrive as he has, waiting for his big ticket moment. You could be looking at the future star rifler of G2. The thing is, you're staring at him now. Move along, Nico.
Blood, sweat, and tears from both of these rosters to get to this point. I would feel for anybody who loses this game because it's still up in the air.
TSS yet again out towards mid. We will see no contest offered by G2.
They're pressed up against the glass here, both on A ramp and in Palace, readying the crunch. Safely securing the perimeter here are Heroic as they move up. Monis' rotation will be everything. You see, he's the op moving into ticket. This means that they're suspicious about the right site. Hunter resmokes connector, and Heroic have to take a big gulp and think about whether or not they want to continue forward with their plans. And they still have not grabbed that bomb yet.
Slip up into Con though, that Molotov still gives them good grace.
Oh, and Monacy gets more comfortable inside the site.
You've got Malbs facing Palace.
This is the best position to fight into connector. Can he count on Malbs?
We'll see. There's a 1v1 that he wins. Monacy collects his, Nico into the fray at the perfect time. Everything comes crumbling, crashing down around them. Dexter couldn't crawl out of main if he wants to. They toy with him because G2 on the brink of 15 will secure this. You shall not pass.
Down like dominoes they go. G2 touch 15. And a smile on Malbs' face.
Deserved.
The setup goes perfectly. The best read so far here for G2 on the map. Heroic's final plan was read like a book.
But Heroic have already fought up versus 1 match point. Now tasked to do it twice. We praise the T-sides of Kixan. But his opening attempt success has been muzzled in this final map. This key decider of a glorious run in Shanghai offered up by Heroic. We were promised quality Counter-Strike to finish this season with a major. At exceeding expectations stand these challengers. And stand not inside their bomb site will be G2 here in the 5th of overtime. They are going to carve a path to victory with this forward presence.
This has been the most audacious push so far, actually. No one holding onto the ramp, and they're looking to go all the way around. Now, Malbs could actually reroute back to A. But for the moment, you know, if Heroic are not holding Palace or A ramp, they know that it's going to be the B site.
One lurk out jungle, that's all that Heroic have towards A. We get this off taken off the angle, but it's kills yet again to come out from the Kovac. It starts to fall apart yet again.
he said it was the rise of the rookie. If there was a time to activate, a time to fill Nico's shoes, the time was now. Malbs has just done it. And holy shit, what a way to make sure G2 stayed in this. It came all the way down to OT on the third map. Gents, you said it right in the beginning. Heroic needed to shut down that firepower. It looked like they had. And then Malbs just stood up and said, no, not today.
If Nico was the nightmare on Nuke, Malbs was the menace on Mirage. I mean, think about how many entries he had on T side to get him back in the game, how many clutches he had to carry him across the finish line on overtime. Just a beautiful scene from the new kid on the block, so to speak, as far as the G2 roster goes, having such monstrous stars in front of him like Nico and Munity, but he, throughout the course of this year, has set himself up to be the X factor, the third guy, the trio. That trifecta is what drives G2 forward.
And his major almost spoiled from a sickness, an illness that plagued him throughout the elimination stage, performing beneath his own standards. But I'm glad there was that 3-day break. I'm glad that Malbs is back in full force, because when Malbs is firing at this level, G2 is purely a spectacle to behold.
The rise of the rookie, but it was the rise of the rookie on the other side as well, because yes, they might have lost, but I'm not going to take it away from them. Nerds here on Mirage, what a performance we saw from him. You both said as well, he needs to do something. He did so much. He was pulling that team, kicking and screaming, trying to keep his major dreams alive as well.
Yeah, I mean, the story of this game was that, Heroic kept getting hot starts to each half, but then G2 would claw their way back in, but Heroic would just hold them off enough to keep it going. It was a game that was a roller coaster ride, the peaks just as good as the troughs, and at the end of it all, it goes into overtime. And then once we got there, it just seemed like Heroic finally ran out of fuel.
I mean, this is the kind of game, and the quality that it had was just worthy of a semi, worthy of even a grand final. This was pure fireworks on Mirage, and what a fantastic map play between both these teams. Like, I've got nothing to take away from either of these rosters and how they played this one. So many individual highlights, great calls from both teams, good reads as well, just great late round decision making, and we even saw some good teamwork too.
I'm going to say, I wouldn't even say that Heroic ran out of fuel. I think that G2 just found that final gear and were able to push forward. Neither of them ever took their foot off the accelerator.
It's safe to say that G2 was the better gun round team. For Heroic to be in this position off the back of a couple pistol rounds, G2 had to fight back into these halves with, honestly, great setups, great understandings. When Heroic were taking their time through some of these rounds, just trudging along, the layered utility to take map control, G2 slotted themselves into so many great positions, pushing A ramp, stacking the B bomb site. So many times they knew what was coming before it happened.
Yeah, it was just a beautiful sequence from really both of these teams. It's hard to really nitpick or critique either one. Yeah, sure, we can maybe say that certain things didn't go the way that it was supposed to. Maybe there were certain discrepancies that you could point out, but the bottom line was that these two teams brought it today. They were slinging it out, and now we'll hear from the winners.
比赛让我们看得血脉喷张，在这样的舞台打比赛，赢下了这样的 BO3，分享一下你现在的心情和感受。
First, congratulations. You guys definitely take the victory with a very exciting series. So how do you feel, especially playing under this crowd?
Obviously, the crowd was really good. Thank you guys, first of all. Yeah, the match was really tough. They played really good. We were doing some troll as usual as well, but we played really good overall, and we're really happy about this.
首先，观众朋友们真的太棒了。然后这场比赛的话，确实对手也非常强，他们给了我们强力的反击，但是我们最后我们自己发挥的也不错，所以成功拿下了这场比赛。
我们先要聊一聊刚刚结束的这场比赛，这张地图 Mirage， 你拿下了一个世界级的1v4。我想知道，在这个残局结束之后，你在想着什么？你们的队伍里面在说着什么
？Let's talk about the Mirage. You managed to win a world-class clutch 1 versus 4. So what is your mindset after that win?
It was a crazy moment because on the 1v2 situation, I felt like it was like it was a super hard situation because I faked they were out and they just needed to swing and kill me, you know. So after I hit the first shot on, I think it was Tessus, the first guy who swung me, I knew I won the round, but the feeling was super good. And all I said to the guys was all right, let's win this thing, yeah. And yeah, that's it.
说实话，我没想到那个能拿下，因为当时是一个非常难的残局，尤其是最后1打2的时候，如果对面同步做得好一点的话，可能会骗一骗我，然后就能把我这个残局拿下。但是当时也没有想到，我想第一个摇出来的可能是 Dexter， 然后我拿下了他的那发子弹之后，我就觉得我有机会了。然后当我成功拿下这场那一局的关键局的时候，我跟我的小伙子们说，我觉得兄弟们，我们可以把这场比赛拿下来了。
那一场比赛那1分结束，就因为这个残局。是。那我们还得聊一聊这个 BO3整体而言，因为从 BP 上这场比赛就非常有看点。我想问问 Max， 你知道这场 BP， 你预料到这个 BP 的结果了吗？
This is definitely a very interesting, exciting series, but I personally feel like the result of Veto is very unexpected as well. Have you guys coming to this series predict the Veto?
Yeah, we definitely knew that these 3 were going to be the maps. We were not sure if they were going to pick Ancient or Mirage, but we knew that the 3 maps were going to be Ancient, Mirage, and Nuke. And I was pretty certain that they were going to pick Ancient, but yeah, there were some people that were saying, no, they're going to pick Mirage, and the other ones were saying, no, they're going to pick Ancient, but like we were pretty certain that it was going to be those 3 maps.
其实我们来准备的时候也预料到可能是会今天的3张图，可能有些粉丝或者有些观众会觉得会在 Mirage 跟 Asian 之间对手的话会来挑哪一张，但是我们非常确信最后能打的就是这3张。
非常确信。那所以对于你们而言，对于 G2 而言，你们会觉得这个 BP 结果出来了，对 G2 会更有优势吗
？Were you guys feeling confident after you guys see the Veto?
We didn't really say anything like, okay, now it's gonna be easy or something. Like it's never like that, but like we know that Mirage and Nuke are pretty strong maps of us, and like also Ancient was at some point, so it was good, kinda, but we were not like cocky or something about it, you know.
我们知道，其实结果出来之后的话，我们还是会照常的去准备。我们不会说，虽然我们的 Nuke 和 Mirage 打得非常好，然后我们就会去轻敌或者怎么样的。当然，我们 Asian 上也有比较好的表现。所以出了结果之后，我们还是要平常心去好好打比赛。
没错，那最后一个问题想问一下 Maps， 对现场所有支持 G2 的粉丝们有什么想说的，以及你的粉丝有什么想说的
？Any words to the fans supporting you here and the fans in front of the screen?
Of course, thank you guys for cheering for us. You guys were amazing and always make us feel like super proud of being here and always cheering for us. Like I can hear you guys through the headphones and it's super nice. After like the one before, for example, it was a really nice feeling and moment for me. And thank you guys. 谢谢。
感谢所有到场的粉丝，感谢所有的粉丝支持我们，有你们打比赛，我们真的非常的自豪，在这样的场馆里面来代替你们出战。我能够听到你们的声音，我在耳机里隔着防护的这个隔罩，我还能听到你们的欢呼声，真的太棒了，太好了，谢谢大家！
再次把掌声送给 G2。接下来让我们把画面交给鸽子。
好的，那么我们接下来来进行败者采访，帕拉。
败者还采访。Kixon, commiserations. You and Heroic now out of the Perfect World Shanghai Major. I know it's tough to talk at times like this, but what's going through your mind right now?
Well, obviously I'm a bit sad because I feel like the game was really even. Anyone could have won it, and some little details decided everything in the end. But yeah, not much to do. Congrats to G2. I think they deserve it.
刚刚帕拉问他说，这场比赛你们虽然很遗憾输了，但是可以跟我们分享一下你现在的有什么想法吗？然后 Kixon 说，我其实想说，我感觉非常的难过。我们这3场比赛吧，打的其实双方都是有来有回的。我觉得我们在一些小的决策上面可能会影响到了我们最终比赛的结果。我觉得没什么好说的，就恭喜 G2 吧，他们值得这个胜利。
It was a hard-fought best of 3. Let's focus in on map 3, Mirage. We go to overtime and it just slips away. What happened?
Well, I think there was 2 or 3 situations in overtime where it was some clutch situations, XVX, and they won 1v2 or 1v3, and then I think it just came down to all of these little details, and they did better in this situation, so that's how it went.
刚刚帕拉问他说，那我们还想问一下，在最终的加时赛当中，你们很遗憾没有能够把握住是什么导致了这场比赛的失败？然后他说，我觉得我们还是有2到3个的残局，以及决策上面的有一点失误。比如说像1v2、1v3这样的残局，我们并没有处理好，然后就是导致我们最终可能在收拾残局这一方面确实是有一点点欠缺。
Kixon, of course, you wanted to win and progress, but what are your thoughts on finishing top 8?
I think overall we showed that we are a really strong team, that we can play against the best teams. We played against so many top 5 teams. We beat some of them, we lost to some of them, but all of the games were close. So I think it's a good, we showed that we deserve to be here, and I think the future is just bright for this team.
刚刚帕拉问他说，那我想问一下，每一个队伍来到 Major 当然都想赢下冠军、赢下比赛，但是你们对于前8的话是什么样的想法？然后他说，其实我自己觉得我们这个队伍在整个 Major 的比赛当中打过一些很强的队伍，有赢过也有输过，然后我们整个赛程打下来，我们对彼此都是更有信心，配合上也是越打越好，所以我觉得我们前途一片光明。
And Kixon, with that said, commiserations once again. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans at home and everybody in this arena?
I want to thank everyone who supported us. I'm just sad that it was the last game for us in the arena. It was incredible to play here, and thanks to the Chinese crowd. You guys were insane.
最后问他想对观众朋友们说些什么，他说我就是想说谢谢大家。虽然刚刚那一场比赛是我们在这个舞台上的最后一场比赛了，但是感谢所有支持我们的中国粉丝，所有支持我们的粉丝，你们非常的厉害，我很喜欢。好了，那接下来我们回到分析席。
I just want to take a moment to talk about Heroic. The team of, I think the casters called them rejects. They were the leftovers. They come together. They have one of the toughest runs in the major. They take out Na'Vi, the favorites. They come here. They go to the 3rd map. They go to overtime. They were 3 rounds away from taking out the home favorites again and being those favorite slayers. This lineup for next year might be out of the major, but they are going to be terrifying coming into the 2025 season.
Shush, Tessis on the wrong end of the stabby drama. You had Kixan, who probably was touted well as an in-game leader for his Apex performance. You had Dexter, who was sitting on the bench, pretty much just a free agent for a year, not playing. And then you had Nerds on the wrong end also of the Falcon swap. So all of them finding a home together under the tutelage of Saw, putting together this sort of run, despite all of the trials that they had to face as Dexter was facing visa issues. This has to be a run that they're proud of, Dust. I think this was a great job, and Kixan's completely right. They showed that they can take a great fight to the best teams in the world.
Absolutely. I mean, again, like you said, a lot of turbulence with this team as they were trying to onboard Dexter. Dexter, prior to being onboarded, took a year off of playing the game, was not a part of CS2 the first half of the year whatsoever, not a part of the end of CSGO either. Yet, this group has come together. You know, we saw what they were able to accomplish at Rio, placing top 4 there, a couple other second place finishes along the way. They come here, they go through a trial by fire, have them play all the hardest teams that you could probably face. They beat some of them, like Na'Vi, for instance, to make it to this quarterfinals. And they do have a well-rounded squad. Dexter's growing more and more as a primary opper, and with a rifle in his hands, he's also very strong. Nertz is just a fantastic flexible star rifler. Tessis is just a warrior who's going to entry for you. Same with Kixan, leading from the front. And then Shush is just like that perfect glue guy that holds it all together. So, I mean, if they do keep this lineup together going next year, which I hope they do, they are certainly a top 10 team in the world, and I think they could definitely make a case for top 5.
Absolutely no reason not to keep this lineup together. Dexter, work a little bit on your nuke, but other than that, I think we've got a good thing going here. A good thing going when we talk about, I want to kind of celebrate what we just saw, because I feel like it was such an incredible game of CS. So many clutches as well. Favorite one comes to mind right now. What is it, Maui?
Mobs, easily Mobs. I'm not even going to mince my words here. The Mobs fight on the B site, it was like throwing it back to the Vince moment where he was casting Cold Zera, and look at the odds just stacked against him in a 2 versus 5. He's able to find the first one, and now 1v3, and unbelievable. I'm going to say this next shot he gets is unreasonable. Turns, flicks instantly to headshot Tessis right there, and then Shush just lines up right there. This shot right here, we need to see it back. Yes. That's the first bullet that he is flicking 90 degrees to his left. Like, this guy, the Guatemalan sensation, representing a region that no one even has on the map of World Counter-Strike.
Yeah, when you talk about South American CS, you immediately go to Brazil. You don't think about anybody else up until maybe 9Z kind of broke out a little bit. But this player, starting out first on M80 in CS2, playing in the North American scene, caught the attention of an international squad to become their next superstar, and he has fit the billing. Malbs, just such an impressive performance that game.
75% headshots. Like, I don't usually gush over that number, but 3 out of 4 of his kills are headshots. Like, that's absurd. Like, Nico's not even doing that, okay? That's crazy.
Because I have two North Americans on the desk, I got to do this. Wow, Complexity must be bashing their head against a desk. How did they miss this guy? How did they let G2 take him?
I'll tell you why, Tech Girl. It's because I played Mobs in an online match back in 2018, and I defeated him, and he was off everybody's radar. If I was beating him back then, people were like, it couldn't make any sense. But no, he's obviously Mobs. I will say right now, like, he is the role model. Okay, for a region that is obviously under service, doesn't have all the pro teams, the top teams in the world playing there. He learned by just playing the game the right way. Playing positions like ramp on Nuke, you know, like he was a superstar in support spots while also being an entry when his team needed it. That is very difficult. He didn't demand all the resources. He didn't have an attitude. That is one thing that Mobs never had. When he was coming up in the space, no one was like, this guy's toxic, this guy's a bad teammate. None of that crept out whatsoever. Everybody liked Mobs, like everybody. He was unanimously loved in the space for a great attitude, great gameplay, and I'm glad to see him fighting on this kind of stage.
It's one of those things where M80 were not going to sell him to a domestic rival. They were not going to let him go to Liquid or Complexity or any teams they were going to have to face in the Americas region. And they weren't even originally going to sell them to G2. Their owner was very transparent about that. But what he saw was an opportunity for Malbs, who is a star today, to be a part of a team that can win today. Their owner knew that M80 was a work in progress, that yes, they were trending in the right direction, but Malbs was something special. And this was an opportunity that might let him lift a major trophy today as opposed to months from now. And Malbs has taken that opportunity while being very grateful to his past. He's always been super supportive of his former teammates and where he's come from and how they've supported him to get to this point. And now he kind of just gets to be kind of the flag carrier for the region, doing it on the international stage. It's awesome.
I'm going to ask the tough questions because this is major playoffs and I think we can. Yes, they've made the semifinals. G2, superstar players. I am concerned when they go up against a Vitality or a FaZe if Carrigan is activated, that will not be enough. I feel like maybe there is something lacking in the calling and coaching department, and the best teams in the world will take advantage of that. Heroic did, and they almost were able to defeat them. Vitality, FaZe, Spirit on the other side, they could do it as well. Should G2 fans be concerned, or is those three players and the firepower that they offer enough to pull them all the way to the finals and lift the trophy?
It's the strongest trio we have right now in Counter-Strike. I don't see anyone that's better than them. Vitality, though, will put up a great fight against them. And on top of that, Vitality plays as good of Team CS, if not better, than Heroic. If this sort of G2 shows up tomorrow and it is Vitality in the semifinal against them, I would probably have to put my money on Vitality because you're not going to win that clutch that Snacks had on default if it's ZywOo on top, not Nerds. Okay, Nerds, great tournament, but ZywOo on top right there, perched up, he's hitting that first shot. That's what I truly believe. And I also believe that strategically, where Heroic was able to exploit G2 today, Vitality can do the exact same, if not better.
When you're asking a difficult question, that's one that we've all been pondering for the last several months. I mean, this is a team that has won 2 titles, but then went dead last in Rio. We've even seen them slip on a couple of banana peels in Shanghai. But at the end of the day, it is a team that can simultaneously win the whole thing or simultaneously crumble once they face adversity and they struggle to adapt. And I do think that, yeah, the betting favorite has to be a team like Vitality if they do make it through the semifinal, but you always have like that crazy puncher's chance that you can just brute force your way through adversity. And so that's a question that's been asked all year long, and we've never had an answer because sometimes they do it and sometimes they don't. So I'm just along for the ride to see if they can in fact do it or not, because if they can, it's going to be an amazing story. But if not, they will certainly still make it entertaining.
Anyone want to try hazard a guess as to if you are the other teams watching G2, what holes you can find in their gameplay if you were watching this particular series?
This one here, I feel like on Mirage, Kicksan actually called a great game, but then they couldn't just win the clutches. On Ancient, we saw kind of awkward mid-rounding sometimes from G2. Honestly, if I will just say they don't win this series if it's ZywOo instead of Dexter. I mean, that's kind of a crazy ask, and it's kind of like a big what if that doesn't really lead anywhere. But at the same time, like Dexter's rotations were really slow on that second map right there. If he was in better positions a little bit faster, it's a done series. Like he was late to every fight by like 3 seconds. So that's the thing. People like ZywOo, individuals that are able to read the plays a little bit quicker, the comms being a little bit sharper, having faster protocols, that's what Vitality has. And so, you know, it's a big picture. It's not like a single thing. If there was a single way to just like break open G2, then everybody would do it. It's not that simple ever.
I mean, it's a super unpredictable team, right? Sometimes they will play you slow. Sometimes they're just going to be that explosive team that just throws in their 3 stars and just lights you up. Like, you don't really know what you're going to get on an in-and-out basis. And so I agree with Maui here that there's not one particular thing you can try to target. I think you just have to hope that your talent can match them on the day, that you have your own star players who can give you similar firepower, and that you try to flex your more polished protocols, your more sharpened mid-rounding, your just superior team play that a lot of these teams like a Mouse Sports or a Vitality and so forth will be able to demonstrate. And so I think that's going to be probably the bigger picture more than anything.
Just a quick reminder, at the start of the North American RMRs, I asked these two gents who they thought was going to win the major, and Maui actually said G2. So keep that in the back of your head for a little while. He did mention there that Vitality could have their number. However, Vitality still has to overcome FaZe and get into that semi-final. That quarterfinal is on the way. Richard, Yanko, and Blair will be here to take you through from us. Keep watching. The Counter-Strike is incredible, and we'll see you tomorrow.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Zinho finding himself the last man standing. He is off to a fantastic start this game, 5-1.
Be careful. Where's that bomb at? Right in front of him.
Just scooped it up. And as he comes back with now an AK, that's 2 kills in this clutch.
Don't make another mistake, Mouse.
Oh, God, this shot's so close. Tries to keep himself down behind box. At some point, he's going to take that peek. And when he does, it's a win from him.
Oh.
And if they come out through that donut smoke unprepared, we'll see if they can keep the pressure up. Oh, it fades. Oh, the lineup.
Come on.
Oh, third. He's got the support of Jimmy right behind him, and it's looking like Searching, despite not starting the round it did, will be good to go.
Round's not over.
Plants bomb. Techno.
Be careful. For CT, he can play it from either direction.
They're not any wiser. They're not looking this way yet. The timing's a T. And as Techno takes one off.
Oh!
It is another. Techno is over on B.
How is he still alive?
Comes out from the cave, down to 11 health. He is doomed at this point. Oh! Impossible! We saw the value of the Zertian Red Room push 1 round ago, and he's trying to put it in position yet again. Utility comes out, and the flash is good. Shuhei doubling down as Mao's on the brink of OT will chase him all the way. Shuhei maybe peeling back, and they think they can creep in. Yeah, right.
Oh, all 3.
Bodies confirmed downstairs. Corsi hits a wall bang of all things. It's going to put more pressure on Techno to bring somebody down with him. He will. Instant headshot. He keeps it as clean as he can, but it was a massive ask. And then that insurance policy. In these kinds of high-pressure situations, Blitz needs to deliver. And now he's going to have to finish this on his own 40 health and sidelined by Torji. Twist the Tech 9. It has to be ultimate to finish this. How much damage can Twist do? Absolutely nothing. And he's in trouble now. Oh! Ultimate hits every single shot! Now lurking through that dark smoke. That is going to be problematic for him. Shiro trying to draw concept so Donk could do damage. There it is. There in a charge, and there he is! Once again, despite the perfect timing, destroys Liquid with 4 and ace! Donk waiting for Shiro. Down he goes though. Zontic's tasked with a 1 versus 2. They are low. Softened up for him! He's done it! Ooh, he eats the flashbang and a sitting dunk for Donk. A second available for him, trying to track the head. Magic draws the crosshair and sets up more from Donk on the Glock. Clear this corner as well. Oh, this is revolting! Another one from Donk! Overlooking it, no scope provided!
3v3.
Combat orping from Ultimate. Now Shiro into the site task with the plant. They're in the smoke and he pulls the trigger. Shiro could overlook this. He does, and now pulls the trigger. Orbs filling the feed. Scope and no scope, but it's all the orbs. Seconds, spams away, connects onto Zontix. Twists, guarding Naflight. 9 bullets, just stand to deliver, but here comes Donk. Around the world, on long, exposed. Nice shots, Twist stubborn, holding on, trying to fight back the captain. Into Liquid.
30 seconds, there's no time. If they go in towards B, there's 3 players stacked.
There is so much trouble, Chad.
There's no way through this. They're going to go into the stack.
Donk ready to receive, Shiro to disrupt. It's falling through their fingertips. So close, yet so far. Liquid eliminated from the major at the hands of Spirit.
Vitality make it through to the major in style and what I would say might be relative ease. I've got Apex and Zoe with me to discuss this run they've had so far, because you guys are looking in great shape. So you feeling pretty good right now?
Yeah, I guess the team feeling really good. Maybe we did have the best practice, but during the official we have good vibes. We had good plan as well with the team. I don't feel with the team we didn't feel any pressure doing this. Okay. Also the armor and the elimination stage, we didn't, like, we just play our game. I think we obviously it's like the major, but we didn't feel the pressure of the major doing playing with doing this elimination stage. So yeah, I think the team was playing really good individually and as well as the team. So it was kind of good to play.
And you do have some more experience as a team, right? You've gone through a lot this year as well, especially how this has all gone throughout the events, obviously Cologne being the big one. But you mentioned something interesting. Practice not been so good. Why is that? What did you see not as good in practice though?
I mean, practice is also hard to always give your best. I mean, you're always trying new things, and mostly before the major, you're always trying to be perfect. So it's also hard to, like in official, it's always easier to make your things. So in practice, you're always trying to do new things. Maybe it's not gonna work or it's gonna work. So it's always harder to play, I would say, play good in practice.
Apex, for you, looking at the run you guys did have, on paper it looks very impressive, not dropping to anyone. What were you most satisfied with that the team delivered on?
Well, it's a major, it's always stressful, and we all know that even though we played lower ranked opponents, a lot of upset can happen, and a lot of happen in best of one most likely. So for us, it was not to get a loss against 2 slower teams. And even though I don't think we faced like the higher oppositions, obviously, because the best ranked team we faced was Furia, and it was a pretty close game, to be honest. So I think we just did what we had to do at that moment. We just played great and as a team, because I really feel like if you play good together and not as heroes against those opponents, you're gonna win. And that's what we try to do. We do it in a fashion way, mostly the last game. So I'm happy, but obviously not satisfied yet.
For you, Zoe, We talk about you as the #1 player in the world doing all this damage. I'm not going to ask you the general question of, do you want this? Because I know your answer already, but what I want to ask you is, are you starting to believe more that it's now possible as this team has gone on this journey? As I feel like Vitality's doing this, you're making your way upwards. From Cologne onwards, it's been super good for you. Do you feel like it's in your hands right now? Not just the #1, but the major itself into the #1?
Even before the major, I always believe in it. Because if you don't believe in your team, you have no chance to win the major, because it's not even the more prepared team to come into the major, is the more the unity. You come to the major, who's gonna win it. Obviously, before joining the major, we didn't win any tournament, but we were talking a lot about how we want to be in the major. Obviously, Cologne is we won it, but it was something different. All of us were on the same page. We were ready to fight. Doesn't matter who we're gonna face, we're gonna beat them at Cologne. And we wanted kinda to find this more, after Cologne, and with this team and with Dan and all the staff we have around, it's always easier to do it during the major when there's more pressure. I don't know, but he's always good under the pressure. I always believe in it. I don't know why, but it doesn't matter the lose we have before, or we lose against G2 or Eternal Fire or whatever. The lose we improve so much from that. So yeah, it doesn't matter now. I know we can win the major.
What would winning the Perfect World Shanghai Major mean to you?
It will mean a lot for us in a way that they will get also 2 majors, and also gets above a lot of players. Still 24, so I still have time to win some. When you see Simple that is 27 and only one, yeah. It's not easy to win, even though you are big names like them. You are Simple having the goat of CSGO in one, unfortunately only one, because it's tough to have the right team around you. It's tough to perform at the right moment as well. So I think it will mean just a lot for both of us in that regard. For me, it will mean 3 as well, 2 as IGL. Will create a bit more, in a way, my legacy. It's also my goal to win a third one, a second IGL. Even though I will prove people wrong once again on a lot of aspects, and that's all I want. I know that we can do it without a problem, and we have the team for that. So yeah, it will be a wonderful moment, and we'll put also Vitality in different spots as an org to win 2 majors.
You've always said about proving people wrong, Dan. You're very motivated by that, right? You want to show them that it can be done. How much do you listen to people? What information do you take in of them saying, oh, Apex can't do this, oh, Apex won't do this?
Anyway, whatever I do, I'm gonna be hated, because if I play good, it's because I have good positions. Mm-hmm. If we play good, it's because we have good players. If we play bad, it's my fault anyway. So whatever I do anyway, I will be criticized. So it's just fun, but when you win, no one can tell you anything. Even though you played like shit, you've been carried, you won at the end. So, yeah. And those newbies don't understand what's behind proving people wrong, and I'm not really listening to whatever they say. It just motivates me in a way. Until when, I don't know, because it's getting home now. But it's just a good help in a way that I'm fine to play bad in IEM Rio or whatever, but if I show up during big tournaments and we can win those ones, we don't want to win like the European Championship, we want to win the World Championship. What you will remember in 5 years? Who won the Shanghai Major or who won whatever tournaments? EPL or no, you will remember the major. So for me, that's when it matters the most.
I love that, and that's a great way to end it. Thank you very much for your time, guys, and good luck getting through the playoff stage and on the way to that trophy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
What is going on, everybody? My name is Parler, and it's time to phase up because I'm with Rain and Carrigan. Boys, how you doing?
Good.
Thumbs up in the building. Congratulations on making it through to playoffs. You did so yesterday. Have you had a chance to process it yet?
Yeah. We rewatched the game, and some people did. We're not very happy with the game, but I think we could have made it a lot cleaner than we did. But it's good that we made it in the end and closed it out.
It's interesting because when we did the post-match, of course you were elated to get through, but you were sort of more relaxed in how you were
looking back on the game, you were making jokes about it. It feels like today, just shortly after, that you're sort of more serious about how it went, and is that fair?
Yeah, I think heavy emotions after the game, that somehow we survived. Obviously, the analytical mind of mine is going in after the game, like thinking, how did it even get to this point? First of all, and no chance on our pick twice in a row. That makes me very confused. And then on worse maps, there's better maps for enemies, we start playing better. So as a leader, it's very hard. I tried to make a motivated speech before the game. On Inferno, we end up having 3 rounds. I'm like, okay, maybe I said some wrong words, you know? So yeah, it's very hard as a leader to figure out what is the issue, that we don't have any consistency in the way we play. So obviously a lot of thinking and a worrying sign, but I think making playoff is the right step in direction. I actually think having the hardest playoff is the best part for us, playing rough teams in start, because if we manage to win them, we are going to gain some confidence that we maybe didn't have the past 6 months.
Coming off the victory yesterday, and considering the context you've mentioned, question to both of you, does that make this break period more intense? Is there more to think about and sort of have to deal with before you get into the stadium?
I think it's good for us, so we can look back at the mistakes and actually try to fix it. Because there's recurring mistakes on all maps that we can actually work on and try to figure out before the next game. And it's something we have to do, or else we're going to get punished versus the better teams for sure.
If you look at the journey, including the RMR and the elimination stage, what are your thoughts on how it's all gone?
I think the RMR went pretty good overall.
4-1 scoreline.
Yeah, the last one didn't really count. But, but yeah, I think we had a pretty okay RMR, and we were playing better. And the bootcamp, we had a bootcamp afterwards, so it was also pretty successful. So I mean, it came into this into the elimination stage feeling pretty good as well. But we had a few hiccups and some mistakes suddenly starting happening. But I don't think we need to think too much about it, and hopefully we catch up a little bit in the playoffs.
Looking ahead, all right, obviously we've already experienced some level of crowd here. It's been quite a high bar set already, especially for opening and elimination stages. But up next, guys, it's the arena, it's the stadium. How hyped are you to get in there and start playing in front of a huge crowd?
It's going to be really fun. It's going to be wild in the big arena for sure.
And Kerrigan, how have you found the Chinese crowd so far?
I mean, had good experience the last few years here in China, playing on stage. What I always find very unique with the Chinese fans, they actually don't cheer only for one team. Obviously, they are favorite little to certain players. But when it comes to the game, they actually cheer for good Counter-Strike, which I think this is the only place in the world where I see that normally the big brand teams have advantage against the smaller teams. But when I heard about Heroic and Na'Vi, they were cheering a little bit for Na'Vi, but then in the end, there was a roar when Heroic won. And that's very unorthodox at any tournament, so I believe whatever happens, I think it's going to be a great major. I'm just looking forward to hear the crowd roar, hopefully for us, but you never know, just for great Counter-Strike.
I guess to close things out, if we're talking peaks, do you guys think you can peak in this playoffs? Do you think you can go all the way, perhaps?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. I know it's in there, I saw glimpses of it. Aim at 12, 8-0 start, first map, everything is possible. 0-8, you have to reset and grind again. But I believe, like, doesn't matter how you get there in the end. If you're in the final, it's very simple. It's one enemy is between you and winning a trophy, and I think everything is possible. But you have to work very hard this week. You have to reset very hard. Come in with happy emotions, constantly reset, because the enemies that left in the tournament are top 8 in the world. So if you want to win, this is the way to do it.
Rain and Kerrigan, thank you so much for your time. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans at home?
Sure.
Hello guys, this is Brocky from FaZe Clan. I'm gonna read the letter that I wrote to myself 1 year ago. Hello Brocky. Stop being a good luck. Okay, yeah, I don't know, man. That's probably about the game, you know, sometimes being a little in the game. I mean, when CS2 came out, I was playing good, so I fell off a bit. I know everyone else got good at the game, motivated to not be a
Hey guys, it's Frozen from FaZe here. I'm here to read my letter that I wrote to myself a year ago, I think. Dear David, I hope when you are reading this, you are where you want to be. You finished and accomplished all your goals and you are building, chasing new ones. I hope you are happy and have a peace in your mind. Just stay you. There is a good direction that I'm heading, but you know, there's still a few extra percentages that I need to get, I would say. But yeah, I would say definitely on the right path. I think just not achieving the things I wanted to achieve, you know. But I think that's just sometimes, that's how life is sometimes. And yeah, either you bounce back or you go down, right? So yeah, just gotta keep working hard.
Hello, my name is Kerrigan. I'm from FaZe Clan, and I'm here to read my letter that I wrote last year. So let's check it out. No idea what I wrote. Hello, future Kerrigan. I hope you're doing good. Currently at 11 win streak. Hope you are still on it when we talk again. We kind of went further with the winning streak, but kind of ended at 18. So it would be impressive if we still had a win streak from 1 year ago, not gonna lie. I think obviously tournaments, you're never guaranteed a win, right? You have expectations. Beginning of this year was super good. Could have been fantastic. It was good with 2 big finals in categories and the major. And the last few months have been obviously rough, but I also think rough times, you grow as a player, you grow as a leader, you grow as a team. Life is not all about being happy and being on the high all the time. It's about how you fight the lows and try to win the championship this time. The last 3 events I played with the mouse core, like me, Frozen, Rups. We won all 3 events in China. Hopefully this is the lucky charm place for us, and winning the major would mean all the things we've been through as a team. How close we were to win the major in Copenhagen. Lifting a trophy here will be out of the world. It will be fantastic. Can't even imagine it, but I have to imagine it.
What's up guys, this is Rain from FaZe Clan. Today I'm going to read a letter that I wrote to myself about a year ago. Hello future self, I hope you're alive and your oil investment is going well. Hopefully you have a couple more trophies in the cabinets. I think I got 1 more trophy since then, so not as many as I hoped, but looking forward for more. Not really invested into oil, I think it's just a meme from Norwegian people. I think back then it was a turbulent period. We didn't really know what was going to happen with the team, so we kind of just played event by event, full confidence and just play the game. I think at this team right now, we're planning for the future, and we had a great start with the team, and we've had a lot of setbacks, but I feel like we're on the right trajectory going forward, and we see progress every day in practice and in games as well, so it's looking good for the future. I feel really confident coming into the tournament. I feel confident individually and I feel confident as a team. I think we've had a really good boot camp from the first stage to the elimination stage now, so I'm looking forward to play.
Hey, I'm Raps. I play for FaZe Clan, and today I'm reading a letter I wrote myself 1 year ago. Don't know if it was a serious one or a troll one. Let's see. This is not serious at all. Remember nice cube? Question mark. But in all seriousness, it's not that deep. Also a meme. I played a game of tic-tac-toe here. I wrote GG and I wrote Brain. It's also an inside joke in our team. We all know Rain, and sometimes we give him the nickname Brain when he has those high IQ moments, when he makes a smart play or says something smart, you know, that's when you say Brain. Probably happens more often than not. Sometimes you kind of like, he says something stupid, but then you say Brain instead, and then like, you know, you kind of piss him off, you know, just like as a teammate, you know, for fun, and it's just good vibes.
I think the player that inspired me to become a professional player, it was Simple.
我的启蒙老师是 Richard.
I think one guy that stands up the most, I would say, is Kerrigan.
Everyone spoke about Leaz like he was a god in Australia. Like he would just play and fuck everyone up like all the time.
I always liked Stewie, 2K, Twist, and Nico.
And of course then VP with James and Dustin, who gave me a lot. And now of course Liquid. But yeah, in the past it was probably James, Dustin, Huj, Zeus, Ice-Key. Those were the ones that motivated me the most.
You know, he was the guy who picked me up to Mouse, and I mean, I think if Kerrigan doesn't pick me up, then I don't know where I would be till this day. And then one day, you know, I see a Steam friend request and Kerrigan, and yeah, I mean, he told me about his mouse lineup that is about to be built. I mean, at that time, I already thought it might be over for me. I already thought there is not gonna be another chance for me to join the team. After he told me what's happening, then, you know, I was very grateful for what was about to happen.
As a young North American player, I always watched him on Cloud9 growing up, and I got the chance to play against him like a little bit ago, and yeah, that felt good.
I kind of see which pro is playing more and getting more impact. So nowadays I look more on zone.
我当时在打那个就是我们浙江这边的那种网上的小比赛嘛，他就邀请我加入了他的一个等于他那个时候弄的有个培训班，当时里面有现在的弟弟，然后有现在的茄子都在他那个培训班里面。
But yeah, no, he definitely has good qualities that you learn off of, like work ethic and stuff, and he's a very silent achiever, which is strong.
Even before when I was leaving Mouse, he told me there might be a day where we might play together again, so I didn't know it's gonna be that soon. Definitely, again, grateful for the opportunity opportunities that he gave me.
2016, I guess, with some crazy highlights, and then with joining Navi. He was just destroying everyone, literally. It's a cool feeling, like when you can just destroy anyone and everyone at the server.
The person who truly inspired me to pursue the dream of becoming a pro player is Fallen. He was the first player.
For sure he's Fallen. For sure, definitely. The guy that inspired me was my big brother. He always believed in me and always wanted me to become one.
I think the person that inspired me the most, I would say it's from Romanian scene, BTN.
I would say Very Games, like in South, Very Games, Rocket, Redline, all these players who play for these big teams inspire me a lot.
Yeah, so my brother showed me the game, he taught me, but obviously when I was a young kid he didn't let me even play the game because he said like you have 10 minutes to play and that's all. But later on he really showed me the way and showed me the game and showed me everything. So yeah, it's basically because of him.
I remember when he was playing in SK, they have the video on YouTube called The Dream. It's like a 15 or 20 minutes long video, and this is one of my favorite CS video. I watched it countless times. It always gives me inspiration and a lot of energy.
What can I say? Jaifu is the godfather of CS. What he did in Brazil is why we are here now. That's why I'm here now. I think he changed everything in Brazil. He changed everything for me. That's it.
I think he inspired more people, more of his teammates, because he was like the father, let's say. He helped me with my career, teaching me the very, very, very basics. Maybe they were not that good at Tier 1 level, but it was good to start from somewhere. And then we went through a lot, like a lot of lands, a lot of ups, a lot of downs as well, and then it's a very good story.
Because I was really young when I started the game, and they were kind of the big three names I knew back in the day. So Shox, NBK, APK, Apex, Happy, Kyrel, like all this kind of name I was watching them a lot. So I don't have like one player in my mind who like inspire me a lot. I think it's like this group of person who inspire me a lot.
G2 came into the major looking strong, but the first game may have said otherwise, but it might have been a good kick in the ass for you guys to get yourself back to winning ways and dominant ways. But let me just start by asking you both, how do you feel about the overall performance you were able to put in?
Good.
Good.
Thanks, boys. Thanks so much.
No,
really good mood, at least.
I think we did a very good job bouncing back after the Mongols game. I think, you know, best of one, we lost a couple of 5v2s, and you just cannot allow that to happen in best of one.
Yeah.
There's no that much space for mistake, and that's the biggest reason why we lost to Mongols. I believe if we would have converted one of those rounds, I think we maybe could have won the game. Maybe not, they still played amazing, but ever since that game, I think we played some very good Counter-Strike. I think there was a clear progress throughout each game, I would say, and then against FaZe, we played perfect Counter-Strike almost. So I think it's a good sign heading to the playoffs.
Talking about the stage, you guys are more than crowd favourites. That do you feel like Shanghai has become like another home crowd, almost like a Dallas, Nico?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Every time we come to Asia, it's crazy. Like, honestly, the fans are crazy, and we love to see it. We love to play in front of them, and we just enjoy it to the fullest.
The A game for G2 is very different to many teams, because a lot of teams maybe have 1 or 2 stars on it, but you guys right now have a huge potential with 3 to 4 stars at any one point. See, Snack is saying it right.
Can be 5, come on.
Can be 5 sometimes, you know. Depends on the day, if I eat a lot or not, you know.
I mean, if you look at Navi as well, I think their firepower is also very good, right? Okay, there's not one guy that stands out, but there's always someone that, like, they're just changing from event to event, I feel like, you know. Sometimes it's going to be JL the best, then it's going to be having a good event, then it's going to be Valera, wonderful. Like, it's always someone that is going to step up, you know. And for us, obviously, it's, you know, Ilya is always there, Zaiwo is there, Donkey is there. But I would say that our firepower, if on a good day, I think it can be the best one out of these teams.
What do you see right now is the biggest weakness for you guys as a team coming into this playoff stage?
I would say just being too confident, you know. I think this is the weakness. That's why we have problems with the advantages.
And is that like, when you say the overconfidence, right? Because you can be confident in the server, you want everyone to be confident, but is it maybe what they're over-peaking, they're going for fights they shouldn't?
And I would say like it's also emotions, you know, behind it. You know, in the game we just sometimes want to close the thing too fast instead of just take your time. I feel like on the good days when the comms is like the comms are really good and it's like flowing on TeamSpeak, you know, like we feel like that we are like that we have like immortality, you know, and we can just like pick everyone and do stuff together, and mostly like we have just problem with that. And I think if we can fix this like in the like very crucial like moments and tough in the round, it can just give us a lot of advantages in the future. And I would say, like Nico as well mentioned it already, that this is the one thing I would say we need to work on.
Okay. You in agreement?
I mean, yes, I agree with this, but what I would say our biggest weakness is, I think, us being comfortable. And by that I mean that we enter the game thinking that we can just go out there, do our job and win, you know, but we need to do more. Like, we need to have more energy. Like, that was the issue against the Mongols, for example, right? Like, we thought we're gonna go there and we're gonna win, you know, because we're a better team. So I think we need to be hyped always. If you're not hyped enough, they're gonna be more hungrier than you, right? Even though you're a better team, if they want it more, they will win, you know. So I think that is our biggest weakness, and that's something that we have focused on after the Mongols game, and we cannot allow it for it to happen again in playoffs, because it's obviously elimination as well. So
yeah, one game at a time. For the other side of the coin, though, biggest strength coming into the playoffs.
The firepower is definitely there, especially for this event. It feels like everyone is playing good.
Yeah,
I would say that is the biggest strength right now, but also like the confidence. You can go like either way, right? If we are very confident but in a good way, it's also a big strength. And if you look at Mongols, for example, they're also super confident, right? And that's the reason why they're winning against everyone. So I would say those two strengths are the biggest ones.
I would put trust as well. I think like everyone is like trusting everyone on the call, whatever who's calling what like in the round, like we are going for it, and looks like we are on the one page fully.
Now lastly, I want to ask you guys, Snacks, 10 years ago you won a major. If you were to win the Perfect World Shanghai major, what would that mean to you?
Nothing.
You liar.
Obviously, like, you know, my...
It's a crazy comeback story, bro.
Yeah, actually it's true. Like, if you imagine like what I was doing like 3 years ago or something, playing with Polish teams, and right now I'm back on the playoffs of major and actually be kind of one of the favorites to maybe win it, you know. Obviously it's insane. My wife is coming, my mother is coming to this event as well. I would be extremely happy, and like kind of a dream to just win it in front of them, you know. Like, that would be something insane.
For you, Nico, it's obviously the last dance of Nico on G2, and you're going into this major. I know it's the dream for you, but what a way would that be for you to be able to do it and get this one? I
mean, it would be a dream coming true, you know. It was my goal for a long time, but especially now, with you know, for it being last event as well, it's just it cannot get any better. The better ending. So I'm fully focused on it.
Well, guys, good luck going into the playoffs. I got a very positive feeling hearing from you guys. You've made me believe. Let's see how it goes when we get to the arena.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
The major has never been just a major.
Комета, преследованию которой я посвятил жизнь.
The mission I'm willing to dedicate my entire existence to.
When I leave, I want nothing else.
Only the major trophy.
This is the major.
Это major.
Ovo je major.
This is the major.
This is the major.
This is major.
Det her er major.
Dette her er major.
Altså major.
This is the major indeed, specifically the Perfect World Shanghai major. And we're going to have to work really hard to beat the quarterfinal that you guys have all just watched. But we're going to hope and we're going to pray because we have got another classic matchup. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We've got Blair, we've got Yanko, and crucially, guys, we've got Vitality versus FaZe, Apex versus Karrigan in what used to be a marquee matchup, but times have changed a little bit.
Times changed a little bit. Now we have a team that is FaZe somehow moving along, somehow surviving. The wheels haven't quite fallen off yet. And then you have a Vitality who, for me, they seem to be peaking at the right time. Perhaps the most consistent team we've had so far in this year. Haven't won a major so far yet, though, since Paris.
Yeah, absolutely. A rematch of the semifinal in Copenhagen earlier this year where FaZe was able to be victorious. But you do feel the tables are turned now, you know, almost flipped. The result, Vitality in much better form, and FaZe really struggling. I mean, you can see it all time, sure, but even just this year.
Yeah, for sure. And even just the two wins they've had was the first CS2 tournament, IM Sydney, which is a lifetime ago. And of course, as Yanko pointed out, the major game. This is a revenge matchup for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, look, they played each other a lot over the course of the year. I think you have to go back to like March to find a FaZe victory in there. Generally, as you saw from the numbers, it's gone the way of Vitality at the RMR. Obviously, Vitality won as well, 2-0. So I want to ask you guys, why have Vitality been kind of, you know, running away with it of late, given that, you know, FaZe still has a pretty good roster?
They're much sharper individually. I think that's the fall off of FaZe's players on an individual level has been the bane of their existence in the last 6 months. And you can pick anyone on the roster, literally anyone, right? The big ones are Brocky, unfortunately, and Robs to some extent going, you know, sort of coming alive in that series, or especially in the last map against Furia. But, you know, Vitality is a team that honestly doesn't have a ton of finesse to their game, right? But when their players are playing on such a high level, you got Zai, you got Spinks, you got Flamesy in there, right? They don't need to, and it's been working pretty well for them.
I mean, FaZe is a team where you know, as Karrigan, you have you give so much of free reign and agency to your individuals to make a lot of plays, you know, to have faith in them, right? And he had this interview from Rain where he said, I think we're just, you know, pushing things a little too much. We're being a little too panicky. We're trying to not play the game to win the round, but rather trying to force fights, which shouldn't be happening. And now when a team that is, whose entire style is predicated on the veterancy and just a smart, in-game smart, when that's falling apart, questions will be raised. On the other side, as you said, ZywOo contended to be #1 player of the world right now alongside Monacy and Donk. He's playing imperiously right now. Spinks and Flames peaking at the right time here in the year. And then even Mezzy, man, like this is a guy who's been kind of the weakling for the team, but ever since he came back from the little bit of break he had a month ago, he's the best form we've seen from him all year as well. Everything is falling in place here for the side of Vitality, including, of course, the guy you see on the screen right there.
Yeah, well, let's talk about this guy then. Obviously, it's kind of unavoidable in the same way when you talk about Spirit, you're going to talk about Donk. When you talk about G2, you're going to talk about Nico and or Munacy. Obviously, if you talk about Vitality, you're going to talk about this player. He's in contention for best player of the year. I think many people think he is the #1. I'm not sure if I agree, although winning a major turns out might tip the scales in his favor. But one thing I can say about him is he's been fantastically consistent over the course of the year, and he's essential to Vitality's hopes for victory here.
The game, right? I mean,
yes.
The thing about ZywOo is it's just so smooth when you watch him play. He does it with such ease, right? Like he's in the matrix and sort of sees everything so perfectly well, reads the game on an incredibly high level. You know, from Honesty, you'll see a lot of times some crazy flicks. The mechanics are, you know, on a different planet. With ZywOo, it's the clutching abilities, the positioning, always seeming to be in the right place at the right time, and it's just clutch. I mean, you go back to some of the games in the elimination stage, they were down to Furia, right? 12-10, it's a saved op on ZywOo, and he manages to make it happen, and they win in overtime, right? Their run would have been much different. After that, they play MIBR in the 2-0 game, and that's it. They're in the playoffs. Their next game is today against FaZe. So he's been definitely stepping up in those key moments for Vitality.
And if for Vitality, the question's never been about ZywOo, at least not this year. It's always been about, can the supporting cast really step up? They have, but can they do it consistently, right? And right now, sure, they haven't had any wins so far in this season, apart from the Cologne win, which is absolutely massive, of course. But Spinks and Flames right now, they seem to kind of hit their stride. They don't seem to be showing too many nerves, even in big games as well. And for me, if everything peaks like that and ZywOo continues to play his game, the Vitality is scary.
Even off the list. Mezzi, he's at the dad buff.
Just look at his numbers. Just look at his numbers. He's just being the daddy of the server right now, because these numbers are, okay, smaller sample size, obviously, because this is, of course, the RMR when they went very clean through and they played the elimination stage. But these are ridiculous numbers for this guy.
This is the only tournament that matters right now, though. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter if he's garbage a few months from now.
Everyone's peaking right now the way they are for the side of Vitality. Honestly, I don't think many teams remain in the tournament to really have a chance.
I think
jump in.
The problem is for Vitality, actually outside of that Furia game in the best of one, they weren't really tested this whole run.
True.
The unfortunate thing is one of the teams that they played in that run was FaZe, and they just 2-0'd them in the RMR to go straight into the elimination stage. So that's the issue. I think, to be honest, the biggest problem for Vitality is the last time they played the game was 7 days ago. They made it through so quick. They've just been sitting around. You know, sure, of course, you're going to play a ton of CS, you're going to practice, you're going to theory craft, all of that stuff, do your prep, but just not being in a competitive environment for a week and now having to go on the stage, right? I think that's going to be the biggest problem for them. If they can handle that, they're a massive favorite in this matchup.
Well, let's take a look at FaZe. Obviously, a very different FaZe to what we've been used to. You know, start of 2024, we're like, wow, is there a final FaZe can't make it to? How many trophies are they going to win over the course of the year? Slowly but surely, those missed opportunities have really come back to haunt them, because now, how they would love to be in finals again. They've had this slew of mediocre finishes, a lot of 5th to 6th, you know, and even worse in some cases. And honestly, at this major, they've had to rely on the old man Rain to, you know, try and drag them through. And a number of key players for FaZe kind of have been conspicuous by their absence. You'll see the numbers here, and one of those, perhaps the most obvious of those, is Brokey.
Brokey comes into the playoffs as the worst opper in this team, and that is saying something. Like, this is, you're the primary opper of a team like FaZe. You're supposed to be delivering the numbers, and he's got, like, what, I think 5 maps out of 27 in the past couple of months where he's gone positive. It's been an abysmal run for Brokey, but I don't want to pin it all on him as well. I feel like even some of the veterans, you're looking at someone like...
you can.
I mean, yes, to a certain extent, but let's not forget about Robs, man. Like, even Robs, for example, sure, he came alive in the final map, you know, against Furia, but he's been missing as well.
I agree.
Rain said in an interview just after they qualified for the playoffs, once we get to the playoffs, we have another gear we can always get into. But I feel she might have the gear, but it's like a Model T with the wheels falling off. Like, is it gonna, even if you have a 5th or a 6th gear, is it gonna get past the finish line? And if, in order to do that, you need your Brokies, you need your Robs to get back to the form. But here's the thing, Rich, I have no faith right now.
Yeah. Well, look, you're former coach of FaZe here. You've coached Brokey. What's up with this game right now?
I think the important thing for him to regain his form is he thrives in the chaos, right? And in fast-paced games and being able to do some of his wild stuff, like that's always been his element. He's never been a measured sort of player that takes it really slow and is super patient. That's not his game, you know. And also he is very good in the clutch when he's on his own, or even in 2vx's, right? Him and Robs, how many countless rounds did they win from that situation? So probably, you know, you want to put him in those situations if you want to succeed, but of course that leads to a little bit more of a chaotic game than perhaps Carrigan is willing to concede, right? You never want to really just build a whole plan and your whole game around one player, because then if that's not working, what is everyone else supposed to do?
Yeah, and obviously we alluded to it a little bit. We saw Robs come alive against Furia, right? They had a great comeback there. Furia nearly had a comeback against the comeback, and, you know, it worked out the way it worked out, but ultimately Rops has been, you know, playing well below his level. He cuts a despondent figure, you know, he's very vocal about how down on the game he's been. And keep in mind that 1.07, you might go, well, you know, that's fine in the elimination stage. But again, keep in mind that comes with a really inflated performance against Furia to bring that number back up to where it is. So what's up with his game, and can he find a gear individually?
I feel like he's in his own head right now, right? You just look at his body language, and the reason why he popped up in Mirage was he was playing like with a little bit of confidence, with a pair of balls out. He's like, I'm the better player right now. So many rounds you see, for example, towards Ramp, I'm sure everyone remembers against a buy round, just popping head, just getting multi-kills, and it felt like he got a bit of an injection. Maybe Carrigan just whispering to Rops, saying, Rops, you got to do it right now for me, baby. Maybe that's what he needs. But for me, the tale of Rops is, it goes hand in hand with the inconsistency from every player on this FaZe side. Even when it comes to the maps, Carrigan has said as well, I don't even know why we're not winning our map picks. They're losing their map picks. So even aside from the players, just the inconsistency in any semblance or any metric you can use to measure a team, FaZe is just up and down all the time.
That's why FaZe is struggling. I mean, their style is really reliant on the players doing their job. It's a lot of default. It's a lot of in the round, you're sort of setting everything up for one guy to win one fight at a crucial time, and that's going to open up the whole map for you, or vice versa, might make you feel very constricted. So when you don't have your guys winning those fights, favorable duels, you spent a lot of utility and time to get them in a good position, and then they just sort of don't deliver. Like, yeah, it's going to look really bad, and FaZe is not going to magically change their style because things aren't working out. You know, especially against a team like Vitality, they actually don't play a lot of default on their CT side. They have a lot of setups, group up, react in the mid round. They try to dictate the pace even as CT. So guys like Rops, guys like Frozen, who are playing on the extremities, they have to be on point with some of those reactions, punish some of those aggressive plays if they come their way. At the very minimum, stay alive and give information to Carrigan so he can sort of maneuver the rest of the team around the map. If you end up just losing those guys at the start of the round and you're playing 4v5 with some lost map control, like, Vitality is just going to have a field day.
It's also even more egregious for me when I see FaZe, even some of the games they had during the group stage, during the opening and elimination stage, where, you know, Carrigan comes out of apartments, he gets a couple of kills to the Tech 9. It's a 5 versus 3. Guys, you can slow it down. You don't have running through the smoke without any flashes. They do that. I feel like they get a little too over-eager to trying to close out the round. And again, that's such a baffling thing when I'm talking about a team like FaZe, when you have the veterans on that team. So I feel like collectively, they just need to get their act together.
I think the reason for that is they're lost for answers as well. Like, you know, they tried all these different things. Remember, it's been a long time since FaZe did lift a trophy. When you're on FaZe Clan, it's #1 or bust, right? So obviously, it's not like this last month that's been a struggle. It's the last 6 months that have been a struggle by their standards. I mean, you know, they lost to Saw in an arena game in Cologne. Like, that should never happen to a team like FaZe. So they've been trying different things, you know, Carrigan taking more control, less control, this style, that style, right? At the end of the day, you can try all these things, but people need to step up. They need to deliver on the server, and until that happens, you know, FaZe is going, their struggles are going to continue.
And there's a fine line between being aggressive, being, you know, dictating the pace of the action, and being completely and complete lunacy. Like, I remember a round where FaZe on Dust against Furia, when they're bringing it back, they win the first 2 rounds, and like, all right, we got to take the fight to them. They lose to Glocks. Like, you know, there's a time to rein it in and time to be aggressive, and I feel like they haven't found that soft spot, that Goldilocks zone yet.
Well, Vitality and FaZe, excuse me, there we go, get that out of my throat. Vitality and FaZe, they're both in similar spots, and that is in a sense there's a lot of maelstrom swirling around about whether or not these lineups carry on moving forward. Certainly more so FaZe, there is this air of like doom and despondency that maybe this is their last hurrah. But what I want to do is just highlight the IGLs. 2 veteran players that have had ultimately similar journeys to arrive at different destinations. Carrigan himself used to be a player, didn't start out as an IGL, learned his craft under some of the best IGLs in the space. Apex, similar, was one of the world's best entry fraggers, you know, pioneered that aggressive rifling style, and then obviously over time, as he got a little bit older and maybe those reflexes started to fail him a little bit, he became an IGL. And an IGL who never really got his flowers. Before Paris, people said if they don't win in France, he's got to go. They did win in France. He told the crowd, what up now? He had his Nate Diaz moment where I'm not surprised, MFs. And anyway, since then, this is a guy who obviously has gone on to perhaps get the respect he deserves. Let's talk about these two IGLs and their styles.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they both play old, but one so far ever since the very beginning. This is only in modern, in CSGO, CS2 history. You talk about Carrigan, he played his first Counter-Strike major in 2008.
Yep.
Right, so these guys are both very storied players. Apex having one as a player and as an IGL. Carrigan finally getting his in Antwerp, right? But both guys who are super experienced, who are leading from the front, two of the best in-game leaders that we have in the game, just full stop. And I think Apex, yes, was definitely underrated up until, he took basically the reins of that team and took them to the trophy in Paris and didn't look back ever since. I think very aware of the type of players he has on his team, how to best use them, and always seems to find the way to win. Vitality is absolutely organizationally probably the most consistent one. You look back the last 4 or 5 years, ever since they did give Apex the reins.
I know, stylistically, it's so cool to just watch Apex evolve as a player. He's been gifted the gift of Zywoo, and we've had changes here and there, obviously, but the fact that he's able to find his own style, so to speak. And again, a player like, we look at Entry Fragger, like, no brain, all aim, but he's proven that he has an understanding and has what it takes to take this team to the next level. Winning in Paris, obviously, is going to be great. Losing out to FaZe, obviously, in Copenhagen, that was a heartbreak, even though it was a pretty hot run coming out for them. So for Apex, even though this is not necessarily going to be a legacy-defining major, still getting that major is going to be a massive thing for him.
Yeah. And I think you're on point, Richard. Both teams changes sort of looming, rumors, right? Like Spinks on the side of Vitality, Carrigan, Rain potentially on the side of FaZe, and it does feel like out of all, there's a lot of teams that are going through this, that FaZe seems to be handling it the poorest, like it seems to have really hit them hard and they're struggling to sort of fight through that. You talk about someone like Rain, I mean, he's been on the team since January 2016.
Still blows my mind that there was FaZe fans out there that wanted this guy cut at some point. Like, think about how unprecedented that number is there, to play this long for an organization, always played with guts and tenacity, always gave it his best at the biggest tournaments, and we're like, yeah, maybe we don't want to keep this guy around.
He's not just a legacy player you keep around just because of name value. This guy is impacting the server, man. Go back to map number 2. Go back to how he was the one who was like, all right, Captain, I'm going to do this myself. And he was a reason that FaZe are in the playoffs right now. This guy's not just about a name value and a veterancy. He has absolutely been the bedrock of this FaZe team.
Yeah, and look, just quickly before we get ready for the teams walking out, I do want to just add that I agree with Carrigan's assessment of his own team, that we can find that extra gear. Rain said it in an interview as well. There's no better team at prepping for an opponent when they get days off. There's always a Carrigan curveball looming.
Yeah, that's true, and we'll get into that. It feels like they need some shenanigans from him, a la Copenhagen against Spirit and the whole Vertigo gambit. Like, something like that might need to happen here in this series, because when you just look at it objectively from the outside, Vitality sort of beats them in every single category, right? So for FaZe Clan to turn it around, you need to make the game a little bit messy. You need to think outside the box of how you can sort of even the playground.
Yeah, well, I wonder if they'll be able to do it. I mean, obviously, we're going to get into the Veto in just a bit more. We are getting ready to go live to Shanghai for the team interview vibe check. Just some quick thoughts from you on this one in terms of how, predictions without seeing the Veto. I mean,
look,
Vitality feel like favorites.
Even the maps, there's no one map where I can be like, a FaZe definitely should have this one. They've struggled in the map picks, and Vitality, as Yanko pointed out, they're better on every single thing. But as Yanko said as well, FaZe need to drag them down to the mud. They got to get dirty. There has to be a few curveballs coming in. But look, Vitality, objectively in every metric, they are the favorites here. But when it comes to FaZe, that's not nip magic. There's some necromancy that team has when it comes to playoffs, and that's the only win condition for me. Some necromancy coming out from them.
Yeah, people, there's this saying, wounded animal is at its most dangerous, right? I think actually, it's quite the opposite. Sometimes, you need to do them the mercy and just get it over with, right? And I think that's what Vitality is going to do to FaZe, unfortunately, right? Put them out of their misery.
I've said this multiple times. We are just waiting, by the way, guys. We're going to be going to Shanghai any second now, so don't be surprised if we get cut off. But I've said it many times. I feel like Karrigan needs this extra major in his legacy. I mean, this is another thing we haven't really talked about. When you want to cement your reputation as the greatest IGL of all time, you probably do need just an extra championship ring if you're going to go up against Clave.
I feel like out of the teams remaining in the major, FaZe is the unlikeliest team to lift the trophy.
All right, guys, we can now go to Shanghai.
好的，观众朋友们，欢迎来到我们的赛前采访。我们现在正在选手通道里，而站在我身边的就是我们的好朋友帕拉。
Ni hao mei li to Shanghai fans. Frozen. FaZe are one of the best, most loved Counter-Strike teams in the world, but today, what will give you the edge over Vitality?
Confidence. FaZe 和 Vitality 两支队伍都是 CS 里的巨人，今天你们拿什么样的状态去击败对面？自信。
Flames. Two titans of Counter-Strike, Vitality and FaZe. Who will be the greater titan in this arena today?
Yeah, Vitality. 两支巨人之间的战斗，谁会笑到最后？当然是我们自己了 ，Vitality。
And finally, are you excited to head out there and meet this incredible crowd?
Hell yeah. 我们已经准备好去跟观众朋友们在面前打比赛了。
And Flames?
Hell yeah. 好的，感谢两支队伍接受我们的赛前采访，我们把剩下的时间给到舞台。
最后一张通往4强的门票，究竟哪支战队能够把握住这个机会呢 ？Thanks.
Ni hao Shanghai and hello Counter-Strike fans, because we just had one epic quarter-final, but we got another one coming your way to decide the final spot. Vitality taking on FaZe.
Well, 让我们拭目以待。让我们有请 Vitality。截止目前，在上海 Major， 他们未失任何一张地图。枪法精湛的狙击手在物，团宠 Flames 也手感正佳。他们的图池高深莫测，小蜜蜂的弱点在哪里呢？一切皆是未知，留给比赛见分晓。
The stars seem to be aligning for Vitality. The chemistry is on point and everyone is stepping up. It looks like the Bees are ready to deliver their fiercest sting in a major way. Are they hitting their peak at just the right time? It's Vitality!
接下来，让我们请出 FaZe。 这支银河战舰在2023下半年堪称是最强势力，然而今年的他们似乎还在慢热中寻找手感。 杀入淘汰赛8强，向我们展示了这就是老牌强队的底蕴。他们能否从今天起复兴 FaZe 王朝？
Nothing has been easy, but that is just the FaZe way. You can't ever count them out, especially when they reach the stage. This is where they are supposed to level up. This is where they do their best work. But now we find out if their best is good enough to finally swap the bees. It's FaZe Clan!
也是把两边的队长请到舞台中央。那同时呢，我们这一次要跟观众朋友们做一个小互动，在我们有请他们登上舞台的时候，让我们一起跟随 Banks 的节奏来为他们一起鼓掌加油，好吗？来，我们一起准备，双手准备好，来 ，Let's go。
All right, let's do this, Shanghai. We've got an epic game ahead of us. Let's make some noise for these guys.
1、2、3 ，1、2、Go。
Come on, Shanghai!
啊，凯尔根已经加入我们的节奏了。
Now, Apex, you've had a pretty good run against FaZe in recent times. Does that make you more confident for this game now?
I would lie if I would say no. Yes, of course. When you win a couple of times against a team, I think you get a bit more confident. But we all know that doesn't mean that we're going to win today. So for us, it's focusing on ourselves and do our job. And we know that if we play our A game, it's going to end the world the same.
Banks 问他说，在你们的对战历史中，你们曾经击败过他们。今天的比赛，你会不会更有信心，觉得你会是获胜的一方？他说，当然我也不可能说不会，但是这场比赛两边都是很强劲的对手，我们只是会聚焦在我们自己的比赛上面，发挥出我们最强的实力和潜力，希望我们能够拿下这场比赛的胜利。Kerrigan, I know the history, but are you ready to take the honor back from Vitality?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to be here. We had great tournaments here in China. I love the crowd. I love the way we are in the arena, especially in China. So just looking forward to a game. We have nothing to lose. Everything is on Vitality to win this major. We're just hanging around and maybe we can go deep.
刚刚我问 Kerrigan 说，你有没有准备好把你们失掉的那一场失利，用胜利来结束今天的比赛？他说，当然了，我很喜欢，我也很享受在现场，在中国的观众、在粉丝面前来打这场比赛。我觉得我在这里非常享受我所有到目前为止 Major 的所有比赛。然后我也希望我们能够发挥出我们最强的表现和状态，赢下今天这场比赛。
Respect is shown, and now it's almost time to get into the game. Shanghai, are you ready? Then let's get this party started.
所有人都已经准备好了，两边战队也已经准备好了，让我们把舞台交给 Vitality FaZe Clan。
Yeah, let's hope it's a party. As I said, they got some big shoes to fill in terms of quality Counter-Strike today. And that's the problem for me. You never know which FaZe is going to turn up. There's a version of FaZe that gets 6 rounds in 2 maps. There's a version of FaZe that wins 2-1 in an overtime classic. But let's talk about the Veto. Where are the venues? Where are FaZe going to take Vitality to get their win?
Look, FaZe have always been notorious for, trying to potentially go for the vertigo float. I doubt they're going to try this time around. I think that the map will just looks weak overall at the moment. Vitality, Ancient Band, that's gonna sting for FaZe. Obviously, it's a map they do usually want to go for. Now, if you're Vitality, you can basically go anywhere. But for FaZe, I'm looking at a couple of maps here. Do they go with Inferno with a struggle again and again and again? But that's one map they've actually beaten them on in the past. Or do they maybe try the luck with Dust 2, where they have had a few close games, but a few losses, but it has been close games?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because Dust 2 has been the pick of Vitality a couple of times, but they were close games. So if you're FaZe, you also have to take into account they will get to pick the side. You pick Inferno and have to start on T side. If things get rough, like that can go sour real quick, like it happened against
That's a curveball right there. That's a curveball right there. FaZe haven't picked Nuke in a while. It's a map, it used to be the home map a long time ago, but teams have kind of figured them out and they have kind of gone away from it. It's a map where they still have a decent win record on, but picking it against Vitality, who look pretty solid on it.
Yeah.
Vitality's Mirage pick, no big surprise. They've been looking phenomenal on that map. And FaZe allowing Anubis through is again a big question mark. Dust2, even though you lost to Vitality recently, you look good against Furia on it. You had a very close match as well against Vitality. So this is interesting from FaZe.
I think for me, it's also you look at just FaZe historically, like what's been the map pool for them when they were at their best?
Nuke,
Mirage, and Dust2/Inferno, right? Like depending on what's available to them. They get 2 out of the 3. I would have personally liked Dust2 a little bit more. Rain on your screen is a beast on the map, right? Like when he has a good day, he can take over that map completely. And for a team that's struggling a little bit with team play, right, maybe go for something that's simpler like Dust2 compared to an Anubis where there's a lot more movement around the map.
I 100% agree. I feel if this map does go to a 3-mapper, the final map right there, I think this has been a mistake from the side of Karrigan, not allowing Dust2 through. I thought that could have potentially been a closer game, closer map at the very least.
Now let's dial in on Nuke, or lock in as the kids are saying these days, as I learned in a game of Counter-Strike recently. Brokey, this is really going to put the spotlight on him, unfortunately, and that's kind of like, he's got to step up. He's got to step up on Nuke. There's just no two ways about it.
Yeah, especially on CT side. Here's the problem, right? For a player that moves a lot on the map, and sometimes unnecessarily so, he's very prone to these mini fakes, right? That Vitality is going to throw and then catch him out of position, you know, like fake an A hit, then all of a sudden Zai was outside waiting for him to swing from heaven, he swings and there's a kill for you. And some similar sort of strategies that I'm sure Vitality will have, set plays just sort of to punish him and his mobility.
I think FaZe are going to just be hoping that Vitality wasn't expecting this Nuke pick to come in, because here's the thing, Vitality should be starting the CD side, obviously considering it is FaZe map pick, and Vitality recently on Nuke, the CD side has looked incredible, just a solid rock wall. They don't go for any crazy plays, the solid defense altogether. And I'm looking at even someone like Apex, just watching him play outside, I'm like, man, you're rolling back the years. It's such a nuisance there, and then you have to deal with a contender, the #1 player in the year, which is Zaiwu with the AWP. He's going to be everywhere. He's going to be outside the garage fighting with Apex, going to be going ramp, helping out Flames, going for aggro peeks towards Squeaky. The guy is going to be a problem. So I'm hoping, Rich, that this is like some old school vintage T side from FaZe we see on Nuke, or else, yikes.
I mean, what you talked about earlier could come into play here. 7 days without a real competitive game, might be a little bit of rust there at the start. That could be the margin by which FaZe could get to Anubis in the future. What do you think?
Yes, absolutely. And again, the stars, the players, Rops, we know what he can do on Nuke, right? As the lobby player, punish the aggression, right? Make it easier for Karrigan. Those plays out of door, out of Squeaky that he so likes to go for, like, can he be a menace in that area as well? And Rain on Yard, I mean, that's a guy that, you know, Nico's been saying, I really struggle against this guy when it comes to Yard. His smoke spams, his timing, all of that stuff, right? They'll need to be hitting their A game in order to match up against Vitality here.
100%.
Yeah, anything to add on that one?
No, nothing, just to add, just to build upon that thing with Rops, that we know he likes to look and everything, but you asked me earlier on, you know, what's been the struggle for Rops, so to speak. Just the fact that he waits a little too long. He's waiting a little too long to activate his looks, and sometimes he just kind of allows his team to die and the impact's not really being found. The Rops of old would take matters into his own hands, play with balls and be like, I'm going to single-handedly disrupt the rotations.
Stop playing for your next team, play for this team.
Yeah, I agree. While we're just waiting for one of the players to connect to the server as well, I will just point out, as you said, Rain, some of his best performances in a FaZe jersey have come on this venue.
Yeah, I think, and also we talk about players on Yard, how important they are, definitely falls into that category, right? And we'll see how it unfolds. They'll have to start on the T side. Goes without saying for the position in which FaZe is in, pistol round. Some of those early starts, momentum, they need that.
Right, time to go to Shanghai. It is a game that these teams, it is vital they win, lest they phase into the annals of history. Take it away, Sponge and Machine.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, 2 rosters built specifically for occasions like these. Often seeing groups as a formality, which for Vitality it was. We'll see if that 5th gear from FaZe is even accessible as we get started with a CT Vitality.
Tagging with that, what is becoming signature P250 for the in-game leader. Smoke at a flash. As Apex descends down the vent, they're starting early for the secret play. So we're expecting the search.
Oh, he already connects, just saved by the metal Bullet finds the head of Rain, and 4 HP remains for him. Now Apex gets presented an opportunity, and he thrives. Finishes off Rain, a lovely double kill from the Frenchman. Frozen finds one back for FaZe. Maybe they can break into this top site after all. Smoke obscures Apex's view for now. 3 through the heavens. They're going to swing through in unison, and just like that, it's Flames with 3. Multi-kill from Apex. Flames does one better. Vitality off to the races with a hot start.
Yeah, beautiful work there from Apex towards Yard, just capitalizing on that contact that ZywOo took. Attention drawn elsewhere, and Dan profits with 2. The French in-game leader, he is going to have a head-to-head against Ray in the desk, highlighting this on either side of the server. And Apex, he's not looked at as one of the bigger fraggers, but he can have his games. And towards Yard, this is where he can collect that information, call those rotations, and if he's feeling it, if he's hitting those shots early, it'll be a great sign.
Frozen asked by Parla, what do you have, coming into this matchup? Frozen says confidence, but Apex, he talks about the head-to-head and what that's given Vitality. They have got the better of FaZe more often than not.
Yeah, well, what a difference a year makes. 8 months ago, this FaZe knocking Vitality out, an opportunity for them to go back-to-back. They eliminated in the semifinals of Copenhagen. Since then, one-way traffic. Vitality, win after win after win, 4 on the trot. But right now, this will be the best time to take revenge against FaZe Clan. Eliminate them in the quarterfinals. It's just some digs, and they are again the same duo towards Yard, being a real nuisance. Just mopping up these upgraded pistols without too many problems at all. There's a nice shot from Robs. Can he make it a double? No. And they will be able to retrieve that M4 back to warehouse, so upgrading away from the SMG. Clean start from Vitality. Clean, it's key, right? You discussed it on the way in. It's a clean sheet versus a rocky road. You've had a month's stay in China as Vitality. You've played 4 days, right? Let that really sink in. You've played 4 days.
It's ridiculous. 4 days out of what, 28?
Well, in the Swiss, right, you play the 2 best-of-1s on the same day, and you put yourself 2-0, and then you go into a best-of-3 the next, and you get that done. You haven't dropped a map. You've dropped an average of 7 rounds per map over 8 maps.
Yeah, suffering from success, and we'll see if success continues into the guns. Frozen cut down, and an unorthodox angle adopted by Apex.
I don't expect ZywOo,
Knew it was a
with
risk.
Apex spamming through like that.
And hang on, that's a big head-to-head to win. Mezzi down early on the top side. Apex forced to react. ZywOo may go overlooked, as you've highlighted. It's Rain that's going to start to progress. Broken Carrigan acknowledging that they're going to leave him to his own devices and actually just slipping away.
And that's bad info, right? They're not aware if a player was close red or going to poke their head up secret. So FaZe with no information towards Yard. If they think the smoke wall's forced to rotation, that's not the case. And ZywOo's actually activating with aggression. This might get tough considering the timing in the arena. We'll see how that one pans out. We'll check back in because right now we're heading over towards ramp.
Vitality are going to be prepared for this given the information relayed by ZywOo.
Quickest rotation will be Apex from heaven.
Flames to be tested. Flash is great. Fantastic flash. Sets up Carrigan. Apex trying to spot the drop. 2 of the 3. Make it all. The threesome down. Spinks responds. Gets towards control. Window broken, and Molly will force a fight out of him. Oh, that's a hard clear. Fight is found. Spinks delivers a double. Robs did catch Apex. This is up for debate still. So low. If Spinks gets another, it's ridiculous. The double already. More than he was worth. Bomb now retrieved, and he falls back. Partners up with ZywOo. They try and stop that plant, swing open the double doors. Robs doesn't have much health. Safe plant. ZywOo does shut down Robs. It's up to Rain to come up clutch for FaZe, and ZywOo will deny.
Well-handled scenario there. They're just discussing for FaZe. They need to make this dirty. They need to draw Vitality into a bit more of a slugfest. That they're coming down to the wire short, but good trade work. Good cognizance from Spinks. He could have overstayed the welcome in the window side, dropped back, partnered up, knew that he just needed to be traded, and beautiful work there from Vitality to secure this third. This towards Yard, really, like, just being a nuisance early is Apex. They've gone for a Yard control setup with only 2 players. Spinks was dealing with that door leak, and, well, this is mopped up nice and easy. Bomb goes down again, so it will liberate FaZe to make a couple of extra investments. A Galil for Robs, Tech9s for everybody else. But you want to try and condition Yard and make sure that Vitality aren't having so much room and control.
Well, ZywOo throws some bullets down Rain.
Bomb first.
Yeah, but it's across. And that was an attempt from Frozen. He caught Apex off guard, but a quick adjustment from their captain. Is this bomb quicker than they're ready for? Flames does seem prepared for it.
Has the layering of utility that's available for FaZe to break in. If they do want to finish towards B, they only have this molly in the hands of Carrigan. So where is he going to use that? You molly off one side of ramp, you still have to worry about the other. And then Flamesy's going to be hard to push out of this position. So this is extremely tough for FaZe. If they're able to secure a trade and a plant, I'll take that as a success.
Yeah, lobby surge. Brokey perhaps going to be overlooked here. Fights on multiple fronts, and Flames will only get one. ZywOo, what a great catch. Catches Carrigan. Brokey gets nothing on his lobby lurk. And a fake. That's not the plant they want. He's going to try it again. Oh, he's playing for the round here. A double fake from Robs. Look at the restraint here from Vitality. They'll triple PQ, and you won't even get the plant. Robs, hard done by in that one, and it's ZywOo again in the feed.
With the loss bonus, it's going to be a buy anyway, so the cash wasn't necessary, but would have been a nice addition so that the full buys with all the utility would have been there for Robs or Brokey, and then maybe a discussion of getting the AWP out in the Latvian's hands. The discussions about his struggles have been at the tippy top of the tongue when you're discussing FaZe. And we're talking about the team that in arenas, the trope, the cliche, it's really, at this point, you have to be a full-time believer. I think that FaZe that we've seen in recent time can find that form. So like your NIP Magic, your Virtus Plow. FaZe trying to bring that modern day. Smoke missed, highlighted here by the Ops team. Big gap in that smoke. Apex can pierce straight through. No need to rotate anybody down to B. Frozen will have been heard dropping top main. Information piecing this one together.
Apex reacts to that information. The flash the shoot doesn't play off of. ZywOo is well positioning to account for that main roof potential. And see, really dynamic CT side. There's a lot of moving pieces reacting to what FaZe throw their way. Locker, smoke, throw. Molotov, and fights are found. Brokey, that's good to see him in the feed. A double kill from Brokey. ZywOo tapping, damage, and onto Brokey and Carrigan. What composure from the Frenchman there.
Oh, this is where we need a Robs moment. FaZe himself in a 1-on-2 situation with their clutch man in clutch position. 45 seconds, bomb available. Open sights.
Oh, the repositions from both of them is just going to be a big test for Robs and his instinct and expectation. Look at ZywOo already sweeping towards ramp. Cuts noise at the right time. Robs continues to walk around with 28 seconds on the clock to find the finish. ZywOo is low. Actually, does opt for heaven. Could be very vulnerable here. Spinks full HP. Spinks the timing. The headshot found. Vitality keep it clean. Keep it perfect. 5 in a row to start off their defense.
All right, well, Vitality have come to play today. Yanko discussing the pistol would have been one way for FaZe to get off the mark, but now with a couple of rounds that have been close, that one you would have really liked the bomb going down because this is likely to be just another one of these half investments. You can already see the investment starting to come through. Robs with the HE, sure he's going to blow open Squeaky, drop that lurk smoke potentially. So this is where hopefully Neo has a great idea of a pocket strat or something they could run to break themselves in. FaZe need a big round that's going to inspire that confidence because their individuals is what we turn to. I think the long and the short from Yanko's perspective is they need to pull up their socks. Carrigan needs his players to play to the ability they can. That's been a big question around this team. If the winning ways continue for Vitality, you gotta wonder, are they even gonna drop a map? G2 would be up next.
So far, so good. It's certainly looking good, like a sunny start on FaZe Clan's map pick as well. Vitality looking more than comfortable.
Yeah, this is T-side Nuke, so you'd be happy with 4 if you can get there. Smokeball dotted towards Yard again, this time on a second tempo. Just allow that traditional CT protocol utility to block, to expire, and now you drop out the smokes.
Spinks has got an AK, ZywOo too. Just to make matters worse.
I think the win condition. Oh,
hang on. Yeah, he catches a nice timing because Robs. He's cut down by Mezzi. Apex as well from the rafters. Lovely lockdown. Just shut down. Great anticipatory positioning. 6.
Yeah, that's the key. They went a little bit earlier. Didn't have a chance to highlight that, but Apex, traditionally the Yard player, up in that rafter. The molly's for backside / hut. Traditionally, at that point, he's in this third-man position that's not going to be ready. They're so embedded within the site that they are reading that perfectly. This is great from Vitality.
The fact that it's Apex as well. Started off strongly in the pistol, and he hasn't really let off the gas. Another another multi-kill. Top of the scoreboard. Zaiwu right behind him. I mean, this is always, you know, when a captain is on, the team typically, in dominant fashion, can convert the wins. And then look at Apex. He's really feeling himself here, Chad. He's called himself into an aggressive position. Will he be overlooked? 3 members of FaZe clearing corners. Rain does remove him. First blood drawn for FaZe. Can they convert? Can they put themselves at least a step in the right direction of a T side they can be proud of? Zaiwu doesn't think so. Finds Ray. Spinks his AK as well onto Robs. Lobby player removed in his immediate pivot down the vents. They're just starting to attend to this B bomb site. There's already 2 players waiting for them. It looks so tight right now. Vitality ready. Regress here from Spinks. Oh, that is disgusting from Spinks! Wow! Stellar spray! How has he cleaned up that quickly? They just disappear, Chad. They evaporate.
That was a thing of beauty. You start with the second opening kill for FaZe. That's the way into the round. This is the quick way out. He's moving.
I've never
He's giving him the side step.
I've seen that one. That's a new Spinks move. He's learned a new ability. What is that? Oh, we talk about individuals. Spinks is on. Apex is on.
Look, 9-2 for Spinks, 9-1 for Zaiwu, 9-3 for Apex.
By the way, you know, we haven't seen Mezzy yet. Mezzy's been on a mad one.
He's just anchoring that top side flames. He's over towards Ram. He's just chilling out. Everybody else is taking care of business right now. And for FaZe, another round, the bomb doesn't go down. Well, it has to be a partial.
Partial to more of this. AK to the head of Rain. Familiar tale. As Flamesy is getting pressured, Carrigan drops down. Tech9, though, not the weapon for the job, and Flames is so comfortable. It's his turn in the spotlight. Locks down Ramp against the partial buy. Brody next victim. Takes down 4. And Mezzy will get a constellation frag onto the top site, but Vitality's individuals are firing, and FaZe, it feels futile.
This is the Vitality highlight reel on display. Second timeout called, and understandably so. This one is going one way and one way fast. Highest flyer at the moment is Rops with 5 kills, but they are just getting obliterated. Absolutely bamboozled. And this team...
Oh, this takes your confidence away if you had any.
You go back to Chengdu, they won the title there.
Sure, China.
You go back to CAC, they won the title there. Shanghai, it's a completely different FaZe. It's not the FaZe that are in 7 finals in a row from the late stages of 2023 into 2024. It's not the same FaZe that knocked Vitality out of the Copenhagen Major. It's a FaZe that's been floundering, and right now that's on full display on our screens. Now, I did say T-side Nuke, 4 would be okay, but that means it has to start, and now. You have 1 kill on Frozen, 2 on Brokey, Rain, and Carrigan. And as discussed just moments ago, Rob's at the tippy top with 5.
Zaiwu. Frozen's been trying this silo start. Previously has met his demise at the hands of Apex, and go a bit slower this time. It's Rain buffing up his chest, spamming smokes, and Robs gets proactive. It's a good timing, and he's removed Spink, so a valuable asset removed.
Be there from your lurk, right? Robs is the player who you always think is going to activate as that last late piece. We're here taking the initial duel while FaZe were taking contact yards. So that's given them an incision, but now they need to be able to find the finish.
Really nice from Robs.
Very risky, could have been shut down, but putting that expectation. Now they're setting up for a top play. The AK's starting to investigate Ramp. Flamesy and Zaiwu, they could just ruin the day.
Look at this. This is Vitality ready for war. Rain is too, though.
I'm going to expect Zaiwu because that's the Ramp defender down.
Hoping to be overlooked, trying to catch that timing. Rain does spot him out, and so now the jig is up. Mezzy readies himself. Knows his site is going to be the target. FaZe smoked off, the spam is clear. Mezzy, here you go. What have you got? Only the one. Important rebuttal from Brokey. Spam on the smoke, but bomb on his back. We'll have to try and close it down. Heaven for Zaiwu. Nade awaits him. Chucked down to 40 HP as the body shots connect as well. Rain removes it. Apex thrust into a clutch he doesn't feel confident in. And FaZe may very well, off the back of that Rob start, have finally posted their there first.
You shouldn't be too frustrated with that one if you're Vitality. You can reset the status quo coming up into the next. Maybe, just maybe, be more ready for a proactive maneuver in the lobby. But Rops, the entry fragger in that one.
I mean, Rain just doubled his kills and simultaneously saved the round. You saw how many ways that could have gone wrong, so many moments when no one's looking at that ramp push. And his awareness that there could have been a second as well. He switched on today.
And they even missed utility as part of that top play. I think I heard the Molotov that was thrown out explode mid-air. Obviously, action was elsewhere.
Yeah.
But it's the little details that are going to make the difference. So first round, first of what I'm sure FaZe are hoping is many, but Vitality, this has been quite the showing so far. Everybody is in the server, present. We read out the kills previously. Well, now Messi's up to 7, Flames is up to 8. Everybody is firing right now for Vitality. The same needs to be said for FaZe if we want a competitive series. We were treated with G2 versus Heroic.
Ooh, is this Zywoo on the AWP? Gonna start it off towards ramp. Secret perhaps after the first shot. Yard smokes down, Apex. Trying to spot over them, spam away. No early connections, and Flames are very forward off angle. Or is ramp hold in this round? Rain goes looking, Apex need to take the fight, but this time it's Rain again. In unison with Rops onto Flames, Zywoo's AWP misses his first.
Under pressure.
Eyes up heaven, sounds you heard. Trying to drop, no, didn't nail it.
You can see the lobby hold right now from FaZe. They're ready for the aggress. They know this has to be the only option. Right now, Vitality are pinched.
Not ready for it. They'll have to hit the shot though, Frozen ready. Ooh, eye on the scope. Well aware they've lost control of heaven, so they really are in a tight box here. Rops this time more patient. Lets Carrigan play. Who moves first? Rops. Oh, and he bested him! Damn, that's quick from Robin Cool.
Stunning couple of shots there. Another good impactful round from Rops. He's going to be necessary if they want to start bringing this back. And you've got to question Zywoo's scoping, close squeaky. Likely heard from the player on the rafter in lobby, so that's why Rops is able to swing into that so premeditated. Beautiful shot from him still.
Yeah, still need that crosshair placement to be bang on. As it was, Brokey walks past that idle AWP.
T-side and Nuke, it's definitely not a necessity whatsoever. The AK will allow you to be a lot more mobile. Not going to have to build the round around the AWP either, but the CT side center, I'm sure he's going to want. So Speaks staying alive, holds onto an M4. It's FaZe, they've made it 2. Best they could muster is 4 consecutive going into the halftime break, and have been able to force out some respect from Vitality. Tactical pause. We've had 3 within this first half, 2 from FaZe, 1 from Vitality, and there's still plenty of cash in the coffers. Need to take stock. Look at the residual going into the final round for the next if they can't win this one. Spinks with 4.8 after the full buy. Then you're looking at Apex and Flamesy, also around that 4K mark. Loss bonus will be 400 going into the final round. Should see them with buys regardless. It's just if you get off to such a flyer of a start, you're not taking too many dents. The rounds are coming down to clutches. Got to build that bank. So FaZe are having to do this the hard way.
Certainly can't just be Rain though. Yes, a master of his craft in this map, specifically on that yard position. He has been seen as the most consistent presence within FaZe, not only just in the jersey, but as a presence in the server.
It's the duo right now, Rops and Rain, both finding those contributions.
Okay, information gathered by Rops safely against that AWP starting ramp.
You can tell this is a completely different flavor. They've started Flamesy towards the back of Warehouse towards Red Pole. That's going to be a Lockers smoke thrown out from Carrigan, so that block main, block Lockers, and that's going to allow Rain to turn yard into a bit of an aim map. Will not have the AWP to contend with. Block with the squeaky, and they want a dual yard. Coming out hot, just dry.
Going straight in and taking a heads up duel. You did need that one. Spinks will punish. A messy spray out of Carrigan. Rain's gone. It will have to be at this 3v4. A retake demanded of Vitality. Iwa's got 2 flashes. Is he likely going to be set up for this? Still concerned about a potential late heaven, or rather hell arrival. Oh, that's a very well-timed Molotov. The restraint on that. Just as they were starting to line up the util, do they have to call this off, or is it really going down to the wire? Here we go. Flashes in. Brokey, what can you deliver? Needs more than one. Gets it with Frozen's help. And now ZywOo and Apex, they have to think twice about this one. They'll give it all away. ZywOo trying to get out of dodge. He's being hunted. They want to take it away, and they will. Frozen puts down the AWP, 3 consecutive. Can they get that 4th?
Now, if you went to the FaZe restaurant and you ordered the special menu, that's exactly it. Your aggressive riflers of Karrigan and Rain helping create the space. Sure, Karrigan should have had that kill, but he entered in and was traded upon. Rain went down in yard for free, but gave them the information. Then you have your, what is meant to be star trio of Brokey, Robs, and Frozen to close down the round. And they did exactly that. Last round to play, first half. This one's got flavor and pace.
Oh, it certainly has. Karrigan goes flying straight into the loving embraces of Vitality, but here we go! It's Robs' moment! Breaks through, connects onto the double, and immediately the A site lost. A familiar feeling now for Vitality.
Same 3.
Will it be the same result? They've used their molly earlier. This time a connection through the smoke spam of Apex. As CT smoke thrown out towards the squeaky door. Will only have to focus on that CT vent.
Another replenishment over towards main.
Yeah, Frozen's blocked him. Eyes on that heaven approach. 2 players going in this way. ZywOo does have the flashbang.
The incendiaries could be key. He's going to eliminate a few key positions.
Oh yeah, that's licked the flame up. Robs onto just 26 points of health. Frozen is going to have to hit this headshot. A hard fight from the vent. But Robs and Brokey providing support, but it's ZywOo left. Robs delivers a massive round out of Robs. Multi-kill, top of the scoreboard. He's proactive, he's opening, he's closing. Robs has kept FaZe in it. After an 8-0 start, FaZe trying to make believers out of us on their map pick.
Now, this is the thing, right? This is their environment. This is where they do their best work, in the arenas, the big games. It's an extremely experienced roster. And Robs is the one who delivered them 3 opening kills within that half. Now, whether or not they're all converted on, we'll have to go back and double check. But the fact that he's been proactive in those duels, that's a great sign heading into this second half of play. 4 on the trot, you win the pistol, you win versus the Force or the Eco. Let's say you get the 3-0, okay. Well, damn, we're a 1-round game at that point.
Karrigan in the interview references MR12 and how quickly those, you know, those 8-4 halves can slip away, just as Chad has highlighted. Oh, brilliant second as well onto Mezzi, just a bit late on the punish. They have enough to work with. Chad has talked about it, but this T-side pistol from Vitality, it's got a smoke and a flash on Apex. There's a plan. Trying to set it in motion.
P250 to ZywOo will probably be similar scenes, right? You want that P250 towards yard to search. Dual Berettas, one for Brokey, one for Frozen. Karrigan with a flashbang in his hand, but all 5 starting yard. So they'll either have contact from Rain in main or Karrigan from heaven. Whether Karrigan actually sticks and tries to deliver the fights, that will be against ZywOo's P250.
Rain tucked in on the vent will let the yard space be taken. Karrigan does confirm multiple bodies out towards yard. And they're quick about this. They're ready for this fight. Long range Glock hits the head of Karrigan, forced away.
Beretta's clearing lobby. Rain looking for info. Whether they've been put into a bit of a box to fight out of this phase.
Robs accounting for the pivot B. Silence on the map, about to be broken. It's Apex that spotted out. Blocks on main. Karrigan needs to hit these, because otherwise Mezzi will. Long-range Glock headshot, 3 in the feed for Vitality, and it falls away from FaZe. Out of reach.
Can't hold on to the Kevlar. And Frozen get away. Still some upgrades if you do opt to force behind this into the next. And Frozen's actually going to go looking, so Dual Beretta's in hand. Robs is also searching.
No kid, this seems like a fool's venture, but Robs finds a headshot and ooh, Frozen. Had he cleanly found and dispatched of Spinks, there could have been a conversation for that late 2v4, but Robs now tasked with just maintaining his Kev, and backs away as Vitality start their T side as they mean to go on.
Be careful they don't feed him a couple more kills here. If he gets 2 more, that's an M4 into the next round of play. Spot one towards Warehouse, Goosed immediately, does get the kill, but the bomb's going to start to be a bit of an issue. Get right off, and oh, Spink's got the job done. Fox will not be able to retain that Kevlar. Otherwise, you could have seen a bit of a FAMAS investment behind it for that. But I think now, likely to see a FaZe eco. Broky's invested into just a flash. Rob's treating himself to a 5-7. Quite an easy round for Vitality to find themselves notching double digits. Double digits is something that they're not too familiar with receiving the other end. One of their maps went overtime, 16-13 victory, and the next closest was a 13-11. Everything else has just been drubbings. 13 3s, 13 5s.
And you know, we've highlighted how little they've actually had to play, given
4 days out of a month.
Yeah, suffering from success.
That's RMR and Elimination Stage.
Just gliding into these playoffs.
And people will question the opponents, but they're taking care of business. Those games are not close. Yeah. They're not concerned, right? This is the way it works. If you're one of the absolute best Counter-Strike teams in the world, of course you're going to be versing lower-seeded teams.
And then you have to strike this difficult balance as well, where you don't want to underplay, you know, you don't want to be cold coming into what's been a hiatus from gameplay and officials.
And that's what was most impressive with that 8-round stretch, just how sharp everybody was. Everybody was delivering. Sure, FaZe gave us something to believe in at the tail end of that half, but right now, they could snuff that flame. It could be immediately turned off, and then we move to map number 2, the territory of Vitality, and they might be able to wrap this one up nice and quick.
Checking in on the eco, they actually took ramp control. B site was open.
Yeah, I'm glad that they've... Yeah, there's the lobby push.
Hang on.
It should still be fine.
It's just the pacing on this now. Oh, good clean conversion onto Rain. Wasn't anticipating ZywOo just sneaky red container, and Spinks, he's managed to catch Frozen off guard as well. Should have this one. A bit of a messy spray, punished by Karrigan. Galil as he gets another. Now the USP comes hunting. Barges open the single door. Bomb planted, sure. Scary diffuse sound heard. ZywOo doesn't bite, doesn't budge. Door swings open. Karrigan deleted. Clean conversions with these SMGs. And Robs, he likes the feel of that AK in his hands a little too much, despite it being very convincing from Karrigan.
That was almost a moment of madness there, wasn't it? You were bang on about the timing. I think Vitality just got no information, so they couldn't piece the puzzle together of where the stack was. You don't find anybody from FaZe, you don't get a lick of information, you didn't send any real probe, and then things got a little bit out of control.
Yeah, when I saw them like knife out back to lobby, and then there was something was said.
Terrorists win.
And they do hit the unstacked bomb site, albeit the penny drops as they start charging into lobby with USPs. And Apex probably shouting at his boys to get that bomb down.
And Apex would have been a key name to talk about there if that round did fall apart. He would have been extremely frustrated with the outcome, with all things considered. But this is the FaZe rifle round. Rops with the AK carried through, upgrades for everybody else. Ball for Frozen, he's going to be playing over towards that top site alongside of Karrigan. Rops is the ramp. Rain, Yard, and Brokey the rotator.
Incendiary there.
Rain started down to B immediately, so straight in with the secret drop. Frozen tasked with getting that early information from main. Quite a heavy lobby lean at the moment from Vitality as they're mantling up Silo. No immediate pressure or presence towards Yard. They're going to do this on a second tempo.
Apex is lining up a smoke from here. Double smoke
There's
from
a good flash
Silo
you can do into
sets
main.
them up.
A very good flash.
Drops in. Look at him, fully blind. Oh, what a beautiful piece. Set up for success is Flames. Now Rob's under scrutiny, but that AK has found the head of ZywOo. Now support has arrived. The cavalry. Brokey canters over to provide support, but now he's got to be worried about this lock. The windows was broken. He wasn't ready. Flames sneaks and slinks into the back line. Cut down now. Karrigan hearing a lot of footsteps. Is he going to be overlooked? He certainly is for one. Can't finish Spinks. Oh, maybe it could come down to the 1v1. Rob's has done so much, and he delivers. Continues to deliver. 17-9. Not a single member of FaZe Clan has passed 6 as Rops is closing in on 20.
Yeah, another impactful round there for Rops. he's really come to play today. He is putting on a bit of a show. His impact again. Now this flash was perfect. The yard control, they got this first one great. The second was going down simultaneously. Rob's dealing with plays. Nice little one tap there. Then trying to rotate in time. Trades going down. 1v1 situation. And his counterpart on the other side, Spinks, couldn't get the job done. They've humbled Vitality early. That damage done with just those USPs already, reaping rewards for FaZe. Vitality have a scout for ZywOo, not Apex. That's a little bit strange.
Yeah,
I know that seems silly, but the in-game leaders, they love to run with these scouts, especially Mr. Dan Mattisclair.
Now the question is like, Robs has kept the seat warm. He's kept this game alive.
Yeah, for somebody else to step in and join him.
Rain's got a lot of work to do on this yard position. Brokey will be his scout. Speaking of, weapon equipped by ZywOo, going to take this fight with Brokey in this off angle. They isolate him, spot him out, and Rain restrained. Bides his time. ZywOo's trained on him. Oh, that's a problem. That is a problem for FaZe. Rain empty-handed up against this half-buy.
Seen them lose to just Glocks before. That was against Furia.
Trying to catch that timing.
You've just done the hard work. You've just done the hard work with that last rifle round. You need to be converting this one. Sure, Rain down, but hold on tight, FaZe. You still have some advantages in your favor. Sure, not the numbers, but the weapons. Time on the clock. A fake smoke. Playing through is Rops. Nobody home towards lobby.
Oh, Carrigan. Aware of the potential here. The main focus.
Feels like he's going to get caught.
Certainly does. Oh, just as he turns his back. Just as he turns his back. He's blind. He's dead. Mezzi brings him down, and Vitality are making this one a reality. Spinks not looking. ZywOo's scout doesn't hit the shot. That's unfortunate. For Robs, there's another multi-kill required of him. He's doing everything for FaZe. Throws it up the ladder. Good with the SMG. Flames forced away. Robs needs to activate more. It's Flames that puts him on the floor. Now up to Brokey. What can he deliver? Enough is what he does. A double kill from Brokey. Sweat off the brow. A terrifying round for FaZe Clan and their fans.
FaZe fans right now better be thanking the lucky stars that Robs is showing up in this fine form today. Bows them out again. Another big round from him. And they just, again, by their fingertips, are holding on to keeping this as a competitive match. 2 rounds now posted in this second half. Neither pistol to their name, and they stop Vitality from going on another slew. So lots of damage done. Vitality buy back in. Brokey with the AWP.
Door open from the HE. Pros intending to it. Carrigan smokes off the squeak.
Feels like they're ready for a top play with Rain starting Heaven and Brokey yard with the AWP. So Rain will be able to assist if it is an A finish shortly. Still 1:25 left on the clock as Spinks is looking for a fight on a jiggling player backside. More block utility being dropped.
Late smoke wall. Just Mezzi's trying to sell it. Yeah, this util, this util. Force Carrigan off for the fight.
Is it a double pump, right? They could throw out the first set and then follow through with the second. Backside and top hut to be lined up.
This is geeky. Living in the lab, and 2 of them are on the hut. Flames charges through, double kill. Forced into the fight with Flames by the Molotov, and it's a triple. Finally, Rob puts him down, extinguished, but the damage is done. The round is won, unless Rain can do the impossible. Apex down as well. He's on for something. Mezzi denies. What a way to manufacture a round from Vitality. That felt beautiful. Just to watch.
In terms of those opening kills, it could not be easier for Flames there. 2 players dropping off of the hut straight to his crosshair. Thank you very much. Lining up for him. And then he's palming into the side, finds Brokey back at the side, flashed up. And Flamesy wreck House and wreck FaZe calling their final tactical timeout. And this really hasn't felt like a close game. FaZe have had opportunities where they started to excite us, but really, Vitality have been in full control, looking for another map under their belt in Shanghai, where it's just been clean. They are going to force. This is essentially for the game. That loss bonus coming into their bank balance in the previous was only 1,400. They lose this, they only get 1,900. You're going to see 2 of the same buys essentially back-to-back. FaZe, you need another miracle round, and Rops, he's had a whole lot of impact. Right now it's an opportunity for somebody else to try and contribute, but it's been quiet. Couple of moments from Rain. Frozen's had some key kills. Same to be said for Brokey, but realistically, FaZe on their map choice.
Losing their grip. MP9's anticipated, deleted. Good trade back. Robs puts him on his ass. Finds himself a nice upgrade as well. They have gone yard, but now pivoting back. It seems a second guessing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can see there Apex really put the leash on.
Wait, look at this angle. Look at this. I don't know if you're ready for this. You're not, but you missed your shot. Rain needs it. Rain needs it. Can't convert. That was a golden opportunity. Another rifle, a man advantage.
And a pesky position on the roof with an AK-47. It would be very difficult to deal with. It feels like you might even have to ice him out, try and leave him, and hope that you can rotate and he doesn't chase or find a timing.
Damn, Apex had so much nades on him as well. Like that was the kill. He survives and he swings. He swings into that 5-7. He has the confidence, the conviction. And now potency fades.
Yeah, two players from FaZe have dropped down towards the lower side. They bit real hard on that smoke wall towards yard. But Frozen and Brokey, they are in the wrong place. Flames just walking into the A site, very diligent on the clears between the two of them.
I feel like I have to credit Apex, whether or not it's him that has that leash, I presume. But the Counter-Strike and this T-side structuring, it feels beautiful, it feels considered, it feels like a team that haven't lost a single map so far at the Major.
And this is going to have to be a save.
These two captains, you know, elder statesmen in Counter-Strike terms, playing for the better part of 20 years for both of these captains.
And one a saucer, one a 1.6er. A little bit of flavor from either, but both successful in CSGO and, well, CS2.
Yeah, and now both saddled up with some of those new gen talents.
The powerhouses, the international rosters, but one of these is firing on all cylinders as the other said they have another gear once it gets to the playoffs. Well, right now, snuck in third. Might be going out in 8th.
Terrorists win.
Mirage up next, and with the desk, likely to break this one down in probably a round's time. You could get excited about a FaZe Mirage if some of your names were hitting a little bit harder. You know you can turn that map into a brawl. It's not as tactical as a Nuke, but again, there's only one bright spot for FaZe. Whereas for Vitality, name me a player that hasn't had a moment in the sun.
I'll remain silent.
Go again. MP9's the saved AK and the Scout in Rain's hands. He's been having a tough time.
Oh, he's done.
That was Ramps, man.
Opening.
That
Yeah,
was
just
Ramps,
through
man.
the smoke, spins down. It's a big Scout posted, and now a Scout tag. The jump is his demise. Into the crosshairs of Apex. Brokey trying to tend to this secret drop quick. He has a smoke, could play that little pixel angle and block. Has elected not to. Blocks nonetheless. Will they respect it? One can only assume.
No rush for Vitality. Can allow this one to subside. Got so much utility for the finish, even looking for the boost pre-fade.
So close. He's confirmed it. There is contact imminent. Dismount the boost, flash and go. Brokey concedes space towards that low site. Audible steps. He's got 2 to deal with. Brokey, can he? Oh, nearly find 2. Puts Mezzi on notice. Still a 3v3 with 2 players low. And Zywoo, I can't believe they're considering it going down the vent. Is this, once you've lost this space? Frozen's trying to catch a timing, and a crazy one at that. Waits for the sound
25.
cue. Steps are made. Mezzi wants to go up the vent, and Frozen's got that on lock. Oh my God, they're not ready for him! Flies down the ladder! Apex reveals himself!
Now get the bomb down. Both players went down ramp. There's plenty of time for them to get this and set up the post plant.
Kit on Rops as well. Carrigan's recovered an AK-47. They have got the weapons for this retake.
Carrigan's gone the long way around. He's going to come up secret. Rops through heaven.
Rops already takes the fight, and Apex bests him.
That's the kid in heaven. Carrigan has to get a move on.
What an incredible round Apex has had here. Saves his team from red faces, and Carrigan, you can see, almost accepts defeat at this point. The only route to win this round is through heaven, and to do it silently leaves you with no time at all. It's unwinnable. It is unwinnable. It is unbelievable from Vitality. FaZe's pick. and just 6 rounds to boast. The Counter-Strike is beautiful.
That's some confidence, CS, coming out of Vitality, firing on all cylinders to kick this one off. An 8-round spree. They convert this map, and in the major campaign so far, that is the 3rd map win against FaZe Clan. And guess what? They've played Mirage before, 25 days ago. That was 13-5 in favor of Vitality. This one's looking like a 2-0.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Le major ne définit pas la norme.
Because the major is the standard. It is rooted in passion, glory, attitude, and style. Even after the years have passed.
It remains the grand event you long to remember.
This is the major.
This is the major.
Inbot major.
This is the major.
Niekto sa ma spýtal.
To jest major.
C'est le major.
This is the major.
Это мажор.
This is the major.
Yes, this is the major, and someone should tell FaZe that, because they have kicked the hornet's nest with their map pick on Nuke. Not pretty, not competitive, despite Robs' best efforts to try and drag them into a respectable scoreline.
Yes, it was going to be an uphill battle no matter the map, and we were prefacing it with saying, well, the fact that Vitality hasn't played in a week, and like the casters pointed out, they played 4 days in the last month.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's how dominant they were. Could be potentially a way in for FaZe, but
no.
You know, I feel like an 8-0 start from the side of Vitality is...
Yeah, that narrative got stomped to death very
exactly.
early.
And just so unfortunate because, you know, we've been pointing fingers at Robs, and he did deliver. Listen, it was 0-8 for FaZe. It looks like this one going to be a complete corpse storm coming in, but some inspired moments coming out from Robs to net them those 4 rounds. But the pistols, man, they need at least one of those pistols. And the second half, Vitality just better. And individually as well, every single player on Vitality were better on any single player on the FaZe team apart from Robs. FaZe went 2-13 in opening duels, taking Robs aside. Not a single player apart from Robs got to double digits. I mean, at the end of the day, you got to shoot some heads. No one else was doing it apart from Robs for the side of FaZe.
Yeah, and I got to say as well, tactically, I thought they were kind of just pushed and pulled around the map a little bit. It didn't really seem that their executions were as thought out as you would associate with a Carrigan team. It was a nice comeback there that you just saw to even get 4 rounds on the board, considering they went 8-0 down, but
it was just a lot more labored from FaZe. And I mean, there's probably not a better round than the anti-eco that they almost fumbled really with just some pistols and a scout on Zaiwu, right? Like even that, when you're thinking, okay, FaZe, we win this one cleanly and one more gun round, maybe then we start to think this is possible. But even that couldn't happen. It was just a clinic from Vitality.
And also just like, even when it comes down to just the full execs coming in for Vitality, there's one round you could see Karrigan and Frozen on top of the hut and just getting completely outbrained and out-aimed as well. And this paints such a great picture for Vitality. Just look at the kill spread between everyone, man. Even Apex chipping in, Mezzi having a grand old time. Obviously, highlights from virtually everyone on the Vitality side. And for FaZe, it's a one-man show. We asked for Robs to step up. And again, it goes down to the conversation we've had about the ups and downs and the consistency of the players, of the individual. And today, unfortunately, no one's woken up apart from Robin.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say this as well. This guy on your screen, I love talking about Flames. I wish we had a chance to do it a little bit more often. I think he's the most improved player probably in World Counter-Strike across 2024 from where he started to where he's at now. I think he's incredibly clutch, a lot of fun to watch. Seems to be a great teammate in terms of his mentality and approach to the game. Doesn't mind getting his hands dirty. And I think he had a very impactful performance here.
He had a very impactful performance as well, and considering his role, he's going to be playing a little bit further away from the rest of his team as well. But most importantly for me and for Vitality as well, it's about Flames, Spinks. Mezzi is a bonus. Mezzi performing the way he is right now is a bonus. It's about Flames and Spinks peaking at the right time. And this entire journey this year has been leading up to this major. After the failure they had in Copenhagen, win in Cologne, fantastic stuff. But the fact that it continued to deliver, despite the fact that when you played, 4 days of Counter-Strike this year, I think that's the winning condition being met for Vitality right now.
Yeah, again, there's still to be truly tested. I mean, undefeated, still in the major, right? Going on to their map pick doesn't really feel like it's going to be changing for Vitality at the moment. And Casters touched on it as well, just very well put together, even on the T side, the details, whether it's utility usage, flashes, like when Flamesy cleared A main, they went directly through windows, caught Brokey off guard as well. It's, you know, FaZe is playing checkers and Vitality is playing chess.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at some of those rounds. Let's analyze the chessboard with the FaZe checker pieces on it. We got round 5, I think it is.
I think this one for me is sort of, like, this game is probably, you know, this is it for FaZe. I mean, it starts off with the different smoke combinations, so there's a gap in the smoke. So that's open. Apex has the information. Okay, doesn't matter. We don't want to go secret anyway. Smoke window, smoke main. We want to fight the guys outside under heaven. Vitality sort of expects it. They keep sending bodies outside for this fight. FaZe sends 5 guys. Robs is there. Everybody's there. They're actually, because of that, going to win out on this fight. But what happens here at the very end? They're 3v2 and sort of still somehow they're trying to get back. They're not trying to get back. Zyvo finds 2 more kills. Robs is left alone in a 1v2 with low HP. I'm like, kill him, you know, just keep fighting. If you're already there, if you're 5 guys there, you fight with anyone who shows up, right? Where are you gonna go from yard? Back to lobby where you have no information and don't know what's going on? Just shoot him, right? And for the players on FaZe's lineup or whoever maybe said let's get back, is like, that tells you where they're at as a team, instead of just, just kill him and then we're 3v1 or 2v1 or whatever it is.
I don't know about 5 guys, but Vitality are giving them the in and out, right? Just completely just getting absolutely wrecked. I think we have a round right here. This is less cerebral, so to speak, but I just want to talk about how immediate, how quickly they move, right? So it's going to be a nice opening find by Rain here, catches the outside player right there. It's a 4 versus 5. Now Zyvo just lurking around the smoke is going to get a free kill. Now what Spinks does, he knows where Robs likes to play, pushes through the smoke, catches his kill onto Robs, immediately just drops on down, and from here, like, I love the, you know, just very decisive decision making coming out here from Spinks. And then, man, this 3K is absolutely ludicrous. All headshots, and FaZe, they're getting tactically outplayed and even individually as well. And look at how early in the game this is, Rich. There's no, I mean, what can you do against that?
Well, like Yanko says, you can kill him.
Well, they're not really doing that either, are they?
Yeah, so
I think for FaZe as well, the problem is, even in their heyday, how did they win close games? How did they win championships? It's a little bit of clutch, you know, 2v4 from Robs and Brokey, 1v2 from someone. It's a FaZe Deagle round, right? A FaZe BS round, something like, and of course a couple of good calls sprinkled in from Karrigan at the right time. And you're not seeing almost any of that at the moment, right? Like, FaZe is just not a team. Like, Karrigan is a great in-game leader, like, but he's always had really good players, and you want to give those players freedom, right, and space on the map. So it's never going to be super step-by-step out positioning the other team and trying to be one step ahead. It's like, I'm going to put my player in a good spot and then he needs to deliver me the frags. And when the players aren't doing that, the whole system collapsed?
I mean, like, sure, when you're talking about some of these hero rounds coming out, we had a couple from Rops, but as Yanku said, the foundation is still some really good calls coming out, right? If you look at some of the classic FaZe games on this very map, in arenas, in majors, there's so many cool calls coming out where they're completely outbraining their opposition as well. I didn't see that over here. I saw some hero moments, some hero plays coming out. Rops, by the way, finally waking up, being a little bit more impactful, being a little bit more proactive. But apart from that, there's nothing much.
I'll say, Richard, though, we were in the exact same spot against Furia.
Read my mind. Read my mind. Exactly where I was going to take it.
Your pick doesn't really work out. Everyone seems, to be lacking, and then we go to the opponent's map pick on map 2.
Well, crucially, the decider was the map we're going to get on now. It was Mirage, and we saw Carrigan call a T-side masterclass.
And we saw Rob step up, but I think more importantly on the map before that, on Dust 2, it was actually Carrigan who sort of started leading the way in a sense with calls, and also finding double entry kills back-to-back gun rounds. So he's had a poor first map. Can he step up as well?
Yeah, I mean, look, the good news, as you can see from that number on your screens at home, is Rops is very much in the building. Now, whether this is his last appearance in a FaZe jersey, last appearance with this FaZe lineup, whatever's going to happen in the, great roster mania that's coming after Shanghai, all irrelevant, all academic for now. Rops is here. He's already had a good first map. He's warmed up, ready to go, and he had a monster performance. I mean, one of the performances of the tournament from an individual player on Mirage against Furia. Now, I know Vitality, they are a step up, but that has to be the pathway to victory here.
Sure. Look, I have absolutely zero criticisms for Rops in the past 2 maps he's played so far. Even here on Nuke, by the way, T-side, I said, Rops, you need to be a little bit more proactive. You just can't keep baiting your teammates and playing it slow. He was getting so many good timings. 3 opening duels found in 3 rounds, which FaZe were able to convert in that mini comeback they had right there. My problem is, like, if you're talking about the rest of the individuals, look, you're going to be starting to see this side, I'm assuming here. It is Vitality's map pick after all. Vitality play Tex. Their defaulting might be one of the best defaulting I've seen so far in Mirage. Rarely are you going to see many calls coming out, going for any fast beats or fast stays. Such good defaulting that when you try to push extremities of the map, you're going to be caught out. And when you start going for this individual plays, maybe trying to push towards apartments, trying to push towards palace or ramp, if you're not hitting the shots, there's nothing you can do. You're going to get just choked out. And some people might enjoy that, Rich, but FaZe won't today.
Okay. I know a few people like that. Right. What do you think, Yanko?
I think for this one, unfortunately for FaZe, it's going to prove a bridge too far, really, to continue and sort of shock the world one more time, right? Like, yes, we've seen him do it countless times before, different iterations on the lineup, perhaps at times, but it does feel like this lineup, this roster is out of gas, and that, unfortunately, this is the last time we'll see these 5 guys play together, and they're going up against the main favorite and the #1 team, if you look at just pure form at the moment. So I feel like this is just where Vitality, as pointed out, does FaZe a favor and sort of puts them out of the misery.
We've still got some time, so let's talk about Vitality on this map and what it is they do so well. Blair was talking about defaulting, but I mean, obviously as well, this is a map that I think if you're able to put up that brick wall, you're always in for a very easy time.
Here's the thing with Vitality's T-side, which they're going to be starting on right now. Firstly, they just had the momentum going for them. They won all the pistol rounds as well. Just the way they take mid, just watching the way they handle mid, the utility protocol, it's so really good. And then you have the extremities plays. You have Mezzi actually doing a fantastic job recently towards that A ramp position, the A extremity. And you have Flames over towards B as well. It's like, it's really hard to kind of disrupt the plays they have. Now, FaZe, once upon a time, have the manpower, have that, that extra 5th gear to have the disruptive element. I didn't see that on Nuke. I have no faith in them being able to do anything against the T-side.
People are talking about 5th gear, like FaZe included. Find a 3rd gear. Like, you're in 2nd gear at the moment.
Rob's just pushing the car. He's pushing the car alone. And they're all sitting on it.
We're talking about the 5th gear. Like, you guys are in 2nd gear, like 3rd gear at best, and that's the problem. And you're on the other side. You have a race car who's firing on all cylinders in Vitality. So that's the problem. In whichever way, I don't know what kind of a talk they needed to have in between maps, but these guys individually have to dig deep. I mean, Brokey, one more time, right? Like, sure, on CT side, Nuke, not a great economy, didn't have the op, can't really say it as much, but if there's a map where you can wild out a little bit, I mean, it is Mirage. So I want him to sort of take a little bit more initiative, try to establish himself, try to find some impact in this game, sort of give momentum and imbue his teammates with some confidence.
And even someone like Robs, who has been, the slight consistent force that FaZe have had so far, is nowhere to be found. For me, look, listen, for FaZe, this might be, as Janko pointed out, might be the final map we're going to see of this particular lineup, right? At least at least go out swinging. Brokey, want to go for the bullshit plays? At least go for that. Rain, just pop some heads. None of them were there to be found. So at least if it's going to be a 2-0 or whatnot, at least go out swinging. Let Vitality bleed a little bit. Otherwise, just going on a whimper in this fashion is just so sad.
Yeah, he nailed my pre-game prep with FaZe. Rain, just go nail some heads.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're still waiting for them to get on the servers. So, I'll say this. We've said something very similar when we did the death segment going into Furia. And this is what I love about FaZe. It's like, whenever you think you just finish it, it's like Lord of the Rings. You think the movie's done. It isn't. There's another end. Then we're off to the Grey Lands. And then here's a book or something. And that's what's been happening with FaZe this, whole time. It's like people wrote them off. People thought they weren't going to make it to the playoffs, right? People were saying back in the RMR, they weren't even necessarily going to be at the major for real. I think this is a team that understands that, yes, this is the end of the line, but we do want to go out on our terms. And so I do wonder. I remember that T-side. I remember that T-side against Furia and how good it was, and how even a belated Furia comeback couldn't change the destiny of FaZe to be here.
Here's a problem there, right? Right now we're in the index of the book of Lord of the Rings. We're going through the glossary of terms and places in the book for FaZe Clan.
It's Christopher writing now. It's sad. No one wants to read it.
And also one final difference. That was Furia. Sure, they had a nice, fun run, but that's Furia. We're looking at a Vitality who are gunning for the trophy in the form they are in right now.
And their backs are closer to the wall than Yakinder's face is to the monitor, right? So if there ever was, a time for you to sort of turn it on and step up, it's now. There's nothing else to it. You're the underdog. You're playing against the favorite to lift the whole trophy, right? What is there to hold back? Just let loose one last time and try to shock the world again.
One last ride.
One last ride. And Frozen as well. We haven't had a lot of time to talk about him. Obviously, in terms of relative experience, probably the youngest in terms of big game experience on that team. He's been one of the guys who, even when FaZe have been bad, he's kind of played really well and kind of lived up to his billing. And obviously, we don't know what's going on with the roster. It's super important for everyone's future right now that you kind of dial in and deliver.
I kind of wish Brokey just looked into the monitor once in a while, because this has just been... Look, we've been critical of Frozen, we've been critical of Robs, of Rain, even of Karrigan as well so far, but everyone has had a map, at least a map, a series perhaps, where they have shown some signs of life, a pulse. I don't know what's going on with Brokey, man. It just he seems broken.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I agree with you. I think this is... Look, I was hate maxing on Brokey before it was cool, to be fair. I think his decision-making process for a Tier 1 AWPer is pretty poor, but he had the numbers, he had the delivery, he was getting MVPs because his production was so good. You take that away from him and you're still left with a player that makes bad calls but doesn't hit the shots. And like you said, Janko, he thrives in chaos, so let's get a chaotic game going.
Then it becomes a liability, actually. Yeah. That's what you end up with. And you can't have your AWPer be a liability on the team. He's just a wild card. I mean, he has been a wild card, right? And you need to sort of try and play towards his strengths. And I mean, at the end of the day, he just needs to play well. We talked about it, like Brook, sure, the chaos and everything, but the clutches too. He's not a poor rifler either. He's not one of those guys who has to have an AWP in his hand to find impact. So yeah, just finding ways to impact the game, even if you're struggling.
And it's also sure, you can talk about how his positioning, he has a wildcard plays and just X factor when it comes to certain 2v2s or clutches and whatnot, right? But overall, it's not, I mean, of course, at this level it is hard, but he knows how to approach the game. Obviously, he's been around for such a long time, where the position is to play a little bit more safe. Doesn't have to be a crazy play every single time. Just play default a little bit, perhaps, to get a little bit of confidence going. But we really haven't seen much from him at all. In a month, 2 months.
Yeah, and look, we've talked a lot as well about coaches over the course of the major. I do feel we don't do that when it's FaZe, because Karrigan is such an autonomous genius and savant at the game and how he thinks about things tactically. But I also think, Neo has kind of been a little bit insulated from some of the criticisms. Xtaz has never had that luxury. He gets called out pretty quickly. He's kind of a prominent figure, but Neo's been in the background, kind of not doing a whole lot of much.
Well, I think some of that is also he is a very cerebral guy, like great mind for Counter-Strike. Can definitely tell his impact in some of those half-buy rounds and utility-heavy Tech 9 rounds and whatnot. But that's why Robin was such a great fit in a way. You know, when you have an in-game leader like Carrigan, that's not the main thing that the team needs. It's how do you get Brokey to kind of play well? Like, how do you get him in the zone and Robs and everyone else? And that's what they need now.
We're about to find out if he can deliver on that promise. We're going to have it. It's FaZe versus Vitality on Mirage.
Is this one a done deal then? Vitality's turf undefeated. And that continues into the first map of this quarterfinal, a head-to-head. Robs certainly present, desk discussed. Technical pistol to start us off, Chad.
Yeah, just Apex there feigning on mid control, but removed by Robs. They're into Rain right now. This is an A execute.
Yeah, cost him his life, the fake, but Rain hitting a shot big. Ooh, one back. Spinks has put him on notice. It's the goosh. Carrigan has a whole lot of util as well for this. Despite the bomb going down, retake is on. Man advantage. Smoke, flash, grenade. It's all about that flashbang. They start to flood in. Rain saying, trade me, boys. Starts to take first contact. And oof, but Mezzi puts him down, puts him in the dirt. ZywOo kept to one. Important frag back from Brokey, and with Frozen helping out, but still not locked in. Flames and Spinks, the duo. That smoke might get them scared. Carrigan does hit the first. And he's just going to have to stick it. He's just going to have to stick it. A 10-second defuse on the stage in Shanghai. He's got more bullets. Spamming away. One single headshot, all he needs. Slice it and dice it. Denying the chance for a FaZe Clan pistol.
That one came down to the wire, didn't it? Spinks, another impactful moment for him. Making sure Vitality keep it clean in the pistol department, 3-0 in that category. This is how it started. But it was that smoke that Apex dropped towards Connector that was part and parcel of the space that Vitality were able to take. Spinks and Flames used that cover from jungle as well to push on in and allow them to post up to deny that defuse. FaZe really could have used that one. Carrigan towards the B site on his lonesome. The rest of his players posturing around middle and A for the time being. There's been Deagles upgraded, 2 of which, 1 for Robs, 1 for Frozen. He's got the knife in hand. He's hoping for a Hail Mary, but Flamesy, head on a swivel, will remove his. And they're in towards the B bomb site with what should be not too many problems.
Yeah, just trying to entertain. Here's Carrigan. And farming his Flames. $600 a pop. 3 FaZe heads popped. Quad kill so far. He could be on for an ace here with the Glock trying to track as Rain scarpers. I'm sure Vitality have let him off the leash here, so go get him.
Yeah, well, he almost got one on Nuke, and that one got taken away by Mezzi.
It's got to be his. An ace for Flames in the playoff stage. And will we see FaZe buck that trend, Chad? Coming into this second map, after Nuke, where they were tactically, mechanically, and mentally outclassed.
I like what the desk addressed. Obviously, the future of FaZe is uncertain, but what is certain is they're in the server in a quarterfinal right now in Shanghai.
Right.
This team, traditionally, well, actually, traditionally not the best way. In recent times, we tune into a series, they lose their map pick. Oh, they go into their opponents. Yeah, they expected that. They're prepped for it. They're ready to go. Well, if they're ready to go, it's right here, right now. It's not a default from Vitality. It's going to be direct towards A. The bonus round with 2 MAC-10s, a couple of Galils, and just, well, 1 man tending to the site, and that is going to be Rain. Not even from a strong position whatsoever. They might just have to play retake on A as he sees the util start to rain in. The rotation on its way. He's going to play ahead for a fight.
Has got his M4 ready. Knife finds a nice elevated angle, obscured by the smoke, and edge the Molotov, chooses not to. Layers to this exec. CT smoke last to arrive, but they're through. Bodies swarming the site now. FaZe Clan hoping to find something on their smoke spams. Layering of utility. Now it fades. Rain punishes. Spinks on the retreat. Opportunity here for Flames to do some damage, and damage denied. Robs, good headshot. Carrigan as well chips in. Galil, only 1. And just Mezzi with low HP, cut down, forced wide. FaZe do put themselves on the defensive board early.
There's no kit in that situation, so Vitality, it took a little bit long to get the bomb down. Smokes had faded and getting caught in transition, so that was the drama for Vitality in that very round. So well handled from FaZe, and this time it's not an 8-0 start. It's just 2-0 into 2-1. Keep 3 alive, that's nice. If you found yourself in a 1v1, 1v2, not too many bodies alive, that would have been a real problem with the follow-up investment, because Vitality, that's a bonus. Now, you get to bring ZywOo's AWP into play very, very early in the piece. The same can't be said for FaZe and Brokey. This time, there are defuse kits that can be invested in, so it won't be so many issues if the bomb goes down. But will it be another direct approach? Looks like Heavy through middle with 4. They're going to fight.
Wow. No smoke. They just want to take the headshots, take the jewels. They welcome FaZe into the engagement. Brokey forced to throw out the smoke as the flames spread. Warning shot fired, and Spinks will punish Rain. Onto Spinks. Nade in response puts him low.
This is the Spinks you want to see. A Spinks who's happy to take fights, who's going to play ahead on these extremities. And as part of the lurk, this is not a lurk whatsoever. This is active space taking, and he's under 1. That information will be relayed, and he's going to continue to take space.
Oh, Brokey completely unprepared for that. Just catches the perfect timing. The sound of Robson still stands his ground, removes Spinks, but the damage is done.
That is exactly what you need for your lurk, and Robs can't get anything more. It's just going to leave Carrigan, who had a really rough time on map number 1 individually, just not hitting anything, not even the broadside of a barn. And he's going to be found by Apex here, low on HP. Switching between the nades, has been spotted and removed. Apex, no dramas whatsoever.
Low HP, you get the information, and you still don't hit the headshot. That's another one. That's another brick of your confidence shattered, removed. Starting to look wobbly.
Really, really have to credit Spinks there. There was a while earlier on in the year that he was getting a lot of criticism for his lurks. It seemed very, very baity. His contributions were late. They never really felt like they were in sync, but now his team goes mid, they get an opening, and he pivots and takes some room. So really appreciate Spinks there.
Yeah, horrible jump scare for Brokey as well. He always knew it was a possibility, but he's kind of in transition, starts moving.
When you have Rob stop a stairs, you don't think someone snuck out to sandwich, right? Tetris maybe, but Brokey shouldn't have been susceptible to that. It's going to just have to be a light investment. Funds not there. And a moment where we thought, okay, this is FaZe getting started, not to be. I brought this up. One of the keys to FaZe success previously is having players who can pop off, who can not only bring you stunning multis, but unbelievable clutch rounds. And that's almost the blueprint for all of the top international teams now. You look at Vitality, they have that recipe for success. They have ZywOo, one of the absolute best players in the world, in contention for #1 this year alongside the likes of Donk and m0NESY. Well, then that takes us to G2. And that's the similar recipe for success for them. Might be getting Vitality versus G2 tomorrow if we continue in this fashion, but they're walking into the stack.
Still, the stack will have to hit some headshots instantly, and Frozen has done so. The jig is up, the shot is hit. ZywOo does get that late
so
trade.
Much info. They know that there's at least 3 players on B.
Yeah, Carrigan's going to try and push through the flames, and a missed shot from the Orc is going to force into the fight. Needed the headshot. m0NESY comfortably collects. USP spamming smokes. It's hopeless for the two of them. Job done. Disaster averted. And a 4th for the Vitality T side.
Just have to mop this one up now, and if we reflect on Nuke, FaZe had the T side start. Now they were struggling to find opening kills, but that's T side, right? So yeah, you're going to trade your teammate as you're taking that room. Vitality, so far, they're not looking too shabby in that category. They've only given up 2 opening deaths, and one of those came on the pistol round, and they still were able to convert. These can continue for Vitality. They are gunning for that semi-final, and while they were able to keep that average, touched on the fact that throughout the RMR and the elimination stage, they have a clean sheet. They've dropped an average of just less than 7 rounds per map. And with the 13-6 on Nuke, they've been able to keep that average now over 9. So let's see if they can make that even better.
Can't even keep it.
Nah, nothing for Robs, nothing at all. All right, well, another gun round opportunity for FaZe. An AUG for Carrigan, that's how you know his confidence is low. When in doubt, bring out the AUG, right? Yeah. Trying to level up the playing field against those AK-47s. Brokey into his AWP. Desk wanting him to stand up and deliver. Right, let's see him make some of those crazy moves, get in the game. You saw him with that letter to himself. Well, now would be a time to read that.
Rain's got his work cut out for him this round.
And focus fire towards ramp because Brokey has jumped up for that Palace fight. we'll get the late string of Apex coming through late by the looks of things. Bomb through a ramp alongside of ZywOo. Point man Flames.
Doing it dry. Crouch peek in. Ready, track it, ready. Does hit just a shy bullet, wants to extinguish it if they continued. Does so. Oh, he adjusts! Like his old self for the first. Removes Apex. Palace a threat. Rain confirms commitment. Spots out the bomb as well. Rops chips in. Spinks, this lurk now does need to activate and is frozen. They may overlook this position. Spinks peeks in. Spinks delivers. Removes Frozen. 3v5, now 3v4. ZywOo with 40 seconds to work his magic. Mezzi to escort the start in and losing his head to Rain. Stalwart defense from FaZe. Robs and Rain lock it down, put up a fight.
There's Brokey with an opening kill on the AWP. That was an awkward position to be in. He had to thrust himself forward into apartments because Rain was pushed off of the active line that he was jiggling info for on ramp. So in that time, you're worried, has a player been able to sneak up close range? But fortunately for him, Apex was extremely late to that. There is FaZe with their second. Probably one of their more convincing rounds. You think about how they had to scrap for rounds, how Rops had to step up. It was Rops clan. Map number one, it needs to be a team effort. They want to try and draw this out to the third.
There does have to be assistance in the AWPing department. Brokey has already started well.
They missed their incendiary for the mid box.
But they are going to be concerned about it. Smoked out. Fighting for this. They certainly are. Now Flames is moving. Still by the smoke is Robs. Flames could be caught out with a nade in his hands. Robs reveals himself now. It's a big fight. It's a big fight for Robs. ZywOo cuts him down. Job done though, a 1-for-1. FaZe losing mid control here. Brokey misses a small chance. Gap of the smoke has to be addressing Alice, but she's spotted now. Spots the hip of one. Spinks noted. No scope. Oh, quick scope straight to Apex. He's under so much scrutiny from so many different angles, but Brokey remains the 3 versus 3. Mezzi advancing closer to this bomb site now. The whole team joining him. Working for CT control. ZywOo has the bomb. He will be tasked with the plant. Carrigan reveals his location, swings it to ZywOo, and delivers with the orb. Confidence boon for Carrigan as FaZe make this a one-round game.
A bit of a fist pump there from Brokey. Important round because now you know that the finances are in question for Vitality. Finding impact as well, was quite labored over towards middle. This is a bit of a pitter-patter to it with some of these fights. We see them start to initiate, then they stall out, then more space taken, garnered, and it's going to come down to moments like those multi-kills from Carrigan to decide rounds in the final throws. Now Vitality are just going to, oh, hold up, I was going to say partially invest, but they brought in a hero AK in the hands of Spinks. I don't hate this whatsoever. He's been finding good impact. How do they try and set him up for this? And how the U2 avoid the flak damage, try and level the playing field as the clear of the smoke top mid has been a consistent feature. Second time round, Brokey not posted on the line. Doubting, and understandably so, because you knew this was going to be a lighter buy. Your expectation immediately is going to be potentially Tech9's execute into a site. Poppy, waterfall out Palace, hit over towards B, exploit that of Carrigan. That's not the case. They're just crawling through the mid-round after the initial block utility of FaZe.
And you preserve that secondary orb, so you can't help but feel it could be exploited by something Poppy, but it's Deagle searching for an overextension from your riflers. Robs, prime candidate to fall foul to this Spinks boost. Boosted up. Rob's right millimeters away from spotting out Spinks and putting his head right at his crosshairs.
See the acknowledgement though, knowing he doesn't have to go deep for this. He just needs to make sure they're not in window. Oh, okay.
He overextends. Yep. It's Apex.
That's the vent.
Breaks through, breaks the skull of Robin Cool. Has to be the 4 of them now. Vitality, they make this round feel like an eternity.
And look at the radar. They should be able to get their hands on this second rifle.
Pressure applied. Brokey reveals himself, rifle recovered.
This is action on Rain. He needs to come up massive here. We need a multi.
Tucked in, Tetris. Brokey, crossfire established. Flames running at him. Distraction's great. Oh, pull of the trigger from Brokey. Rain lines up too, and they put them to bed. Tucked in tight. Vitality, they make it threatening. And he makes it exciting with another. Removes Brokey with a clean headshot on the dig.
Some nice shooting from Apex. Sure, only up to 5 kills, but we're still very early on, and still another team effort game looking like for Vitality. 6, 5, 5, 5, and 7 for Spinks down the bottom, and tactical timeout called. Xtaz, an opportunity for him to contribute as part of the conversation. Just as I was discussing the restraint of Robs, well, Apex found a way, but this crossfire, you can see that angles 180 degrees that Vitality are having to deal with, and Brokey shooting first baits all the attention. Rain gets to activate, gets a 2-for-1 special, and did deliver within that multi-kill capacity. What's the change-up going to be?
Necessary shots here there from Brokey.
And positive that this didn't look as shaky as what happened with the Scout upgrade round that we saw on Nuke.
Yes.
It is a really good sign for FaZe that they were able to keep that one pretty level-headed even after the death of Robs. And that is another key, that it so far hasn't just been Robs. Brokey is here to play as well. 3 players starting over towards A for FaZe Clan. Put all the pressure on Carrigan solo B. That double AWP setup is not being carried through for another round of play. Searching A ramp early. As Vitality take the mid control for free.
How far did Robson Rain push this? As he is there to receive just a bullet between the eyes.
It's a connector player, but can you try and take the space? Still very risky. So many smokes to deal with. You'd be walking through. You could offer up another kill.
Not a perfect break. Apex not exposed. Smokes out, applies the con. Pressure. All of Vitality occupying middle. Brokey concerned about those extremities. Concedes mid.
Have to worry about the flank. Did Robs fall back or did he continue? That's the big question. He's actually parked himself up in Palace. So Vitality with 55 seconds left on the clock, the timeout. The round has completely changed now. You weren't expecting that ramp progression now. You have to mid-round now. You have to find a new solution. Very light on util at this point. Just a molly and a flash. So smoke being used to shroud them up connector. It's going to be one player through A ramp. That's Apex.
Rain ready to receive. 30 seconds for Vitality to find this finish.
This push. This is crazy.
Through the
He was just staring at that.
Apex is spotted. Beautiful, proactive maneuver from Rain. Puts them into a 3v5. Vitality, the News Titans, as Brokey finds Zywoo's lead. Another from Brokey. He's back in the server when FaZe needed him most. Round after round, we're seeing his all in the feed. Flames just getting one for the consolation prize, but it's Carrigan to secure the 5th. A CT side they can be proud of. Another gun round goes FaZe's way.
And 4 consecutive where the bomb has not gone down in the favor of Vitality. Sure, the loss bonus has been building, but you'd love that extra $600. Unable to get that to their name, so stunted, and this is the first time that's kind of felt Vitality lacking that polish for the finish. You had Apex, he was standing behind that smoke, looking exactly at the oscillation of it. As it starts to fade, Rain plays forward, Apex pivots away. He's going to be kicking himself.
Thought about it. Now, something to think about for them. Apex and Flames gone immediately. Escorted off of the premises of round 10. And this round just disintegrates for Vitality. They're supposed to go searching, but all they find is trouble. Every single frag clean. Team effort, as you highlighted, double digits for Brokey and Robs, and a 6th for FaZe Quick.
It just needed a hill start to get them into this gear. Looked like the Major was going to be rolling away from them, but now they finally found some form.
In true FaZe fashion, you know?
Well, hey.
Just when everyone started to think, okay, yeah, I know there's supposed to be some magic and mysticism surrounding this roster, but not today. Not against this Vitality.
And the doubt's understandable when you've seen them go up against Vitality not long ago, just that RMR, and get 2-0. They had a match against G2, they were absolutely embarrassed.
Yeah, FaZe not seen as the same team that ruined the Copenhagen dream, the dream of a back-to-back for the Vitality organization. First of CS2, they win the last of Go. Denied by FaZe Clan.
Oh, big clear, they know exactly where that AWP is. Great work.
Big start, Apex.
You're really seeing the clears of smoke starting to come in more and more, right? Obviously, this is one of those CS2 changes.
Okay, it's their turn to claw their way back into a game, or rather back into a round, certainly the game. No robs.
They're going to try and lock down on middle, and as they do, you're going to see Vitality running towards B.
That ladder room lineup. Geek, Rain punishes ahead of the flashbang.
They're taking the B space.
Oh, Simon gets a lot of information and a headshot too. Rain puts down the woo.
3v3 that they can set up. They've still got mollies and smokes to deal with. Vitality are in a very good position to win this round.
Not an easy retake, especially this head-to-head. Frozen versus Spinks is everything. Spinks called upon to smoke out the window as he returns. Frozen is advanced and now spotted. Information as to one of them for FaZe. Brokey boosted up short side. That's the win. Frozen takes down Spinks. FaZe, this is late. This is labored, but 1 kill away. Flames looking to deny them with a 1v3. Brokey jumps onto the bomb, spotted out and headshot down. Rain delivers. FaZe Clan 7.
This is more like it. This is more what China expect when FaZe Clan are in the server.
A monstrous fan base in China. Some of the loudest cheers we've heard are for FaZe.
And they're finally living up to that name. An opportunity here to get an 8-4 half in their favor, and that this time is without the pistol. They got 4 rounds, tail end of Nuke, but that really counted for nothing. Looking like their former selves here on Mirage. Going into the final round, first half, second tactical timeout burn. Xtaz wants this 5th. He does not want to give an 8-4 half to FaZe when we swap sides. That is the first round in this spree where FaZe have been able, Vitality have been able to get that bomb down. All right, highlighting an M4 left at spawn. Taking a look at the purchase from FaZe, the double AWP setup has been brought in once again. This is a nice little boon. If they do have to go for a retake, they can get rid of the sniper, bring up something a little bit more agile.
Yeah, 3 AK-47s as well for your riflers. They've got everything they need. Everything they need for that 8-4 half. Sounds a whole lot better than 7-5. 2 timeouts. Vitality want this 5th. Flash from Brokey, setting up for the swing. Break of the smoke, but break of the skull. Flames wins out the duel. Vitality gifted an opening kill. Pressure applied, Rain in sandwich position. Opted for it upon this pincer. 3 different attacks, 3 different fronts. It's gonna be in unison as he pushes out of the smoke. Brokey misses his chance. The back was presented to him, but unable to convert. Now Rain with a bit of discipline, a bit of destruction, just 2. The Spinks and Sai would put him to rest. A 1v3 for Brokey, asking the impossible of the AWPer, and he gets shut down by Spinks. Vitality respond with a 5th. From 4-1, they do find that 5th in the last round. It's something to work with. FaZe have certainly showed a better face as we swap sides.
Well, we've got something to work with now. Again, we just returned to that pistol conversation, and I feel if you want this one to go the distance, you are going to need to convert this FaZe. Sure, you can battle back in, you get a force by going. I'm going to try and make it easy because Anubis is going to be that 3rd and deciding map if we need to get there. Second half to get underway. Purchases are through. Good luck, have fun in the chat. Carrigan with the P250, smoke for Rain. Made that 2 smokes in play, 1 for Brokey as well. 2 windows start, hopping out. Apex with aggression. He's going to search for info immediately.
Okay, Apex, what are you made of? We kind of a clash of the captains to start this pistol off, and it's Carrigan. A P250 in his hands and a bullet between the eyes of Apex. Saiwu tracks him just ahead of that smoke. Just on that corner. And a jump. Ooh, risky business here. They are testing Flames on B. Throws out a smoke to delay. Chip damage inflicted onto this B site. Zaiwu awaits on site. Flames tracking onto Frozen. There's another headshot favoring FaZe. Things are shaping up, but still trying to punch in that code. They know Zaiwu was on the site somewhere. How long will this man advantage last? Over on the box, Brokey, it's clean! And it's a FaZe Clan pistol!
Oh, there we go. Is that the breakthrough moment? Is that the aha moment for FaZe? Could have been a real tussle there. Apex, the opening exchange, not working for him. Force buy for Vitality. Smoke. Iwu obscured. Just one man on A, that is going to be Flames. 3 players hedging over towards B early for Vitality, and it wasn't Poppy, it wasn't immediate, so freed up to rotate back is Spinks. So have Apex now the lone B defender. Drops has the bomb in the B apartments as Carrigan is starting to kick up a bit of a fuss.
It's gonna feel like a fake for Apex, right? No steps, no commitment. One guy throwing out some util. The rest of them crawl.
There could be a flash over mid, but the fight, they're not in connector right now. So they have blocked. This is just going to mean they have to sit on their haunches for the moment. You don't want to run through a smoke against pistols and MP9s.
No, but Zai was trying to work with what little he has over the top of that smoke.
Still posture for the B split. Apex has not been able to force them away.
Smoke just delays this B finish. Smoke is up, bodies are spotted, bodies are tagged. Good tag from that scout. He finds the feet. Rain tries to throw evasive maneuvers, jump across. Taiwu has delivered an opening, but the B side is now open for business. FaZe Clan plant their flag, plant their bomb. Making a strong case for this one to just be lay down arms, accept a 9th round for FaZe and save what you can.
Need for FaZe to hunt. Don't want to give away any of these rifles. Sure, that means you will have to deal with the force buy again, but well, you know there's a scout, so that helps Carrigan inform his next call. What are the options for Zaiwu? Where can he try and force fights? What are bad moves for us to look for in the early stages? Clustered up now, Vitality. Will they get another round to be threatening? Not have to just operate with those USPs. Solid approach to give them more opportunities to fight back, but FaZe just 1 round away, 5 kills away from the double digits, and the rifles will come out. But these rounds stay stressful. They don't become hugely easier, right? You know that there's still going to be this lighter investment, what's being carried through. There tends to be more risk taken with these type of buys, more gambles, more pushes. Running up the insta window. No, there's a scout. Want to make sure you're very diligent with your utility right now, and even when they used it the previous, it didn't give them what they were looking for. Top cat and window as aggression through mid. Nice protocol nade there from Robs. Flashes are good too.
Was looking so sharp on Nuke. Can he continue to hit some headshots? Up against what was aggressive start.
Yeah, so you can see just how worried they were about the aggressive maneuver. The HE, the flash, now the molly, trying to clear out and flush out behind this little ledge smoke. Carrigan applying the same beam pressure as he did in the previous. A flash, a molly to clear anyone off of the balcony position. This time, there will not be the B split commit. At least not yet. Minute 15 on the clock. A second wave of Veto to obscure the view. Rotating back around the world into an A execute. Question is, what type of execute are we looking at? There are smokes available, and if they go for up-down to cover bench and stairs, Zaiwu's scout will get an opportunity to take a couple of pot shots from CT spawn.
He's been waiting a whole minute for any sort of action. He hasn't moved, continues to be posted. Flames goes looking for Frozen. Oh, this is a big head-to-head. That's a big head-to-head! And Flamesy removes Frozen's! That's a problem now for FaZe, starting to accelerate. They are going to be running in towards this A site. Zaiwu scout does connect. Body shot, but Rain finds the head. Tries to get across, Flames unloads his magazine. Drive-by from Apex actually does some significant damage. Can't try to recover with the scout. A hipfire shot doesn't connect, and Carrigan's Deagle does.
Keep your eyes on the flank. Spinks is going to come late through Palace.
Yeah, that could be influential, especially now he's spotted one. Hits the headshot. Flames his spam. So suppressing. Now Spinks' flank could be very impressive. Brokey's not considering this. Brokey's not ready for this. Huge, finds the AK. He's fallen away from FaZe Clan. The second bite of the cherry is so sweet for Vitality. Is Mezzi's good? Mac-10, not the weapon he wants.
It's a default plant. They can just defuse.
He can't touch it. He can't stop it. Vitality rip away FaZe's momentum with one fell swoop. How has Flames contributed so much from that jungle position?
Spinks. That Galil right there, the amount of damage that he was able to do. Yeah, Spinks that late piece. Zywoo with the tag as well, making it a little bit shaky on the way out of the round. Rain sat him on his ass when he went for that second pot shot.
Can't believe Flames has just ran at Frozen, and you could see Frozen, like, he's more worried about window. He's not considering a Deagle drive-by. I mean, you still have to hit the shot. Not an easy one. By any stretch of the imagination, Flames has given Vitality a way in.
Is that a momentum shifter?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be.
Well, there still can be a buy for FaZe. Sure, lacking a little bit in the firepower department. Rain into a Galil. Brokey with just a Tech 9. Until Rain's over towards the A site. They're starting to apply pressure.
Karrigan's actually going to push and try and disrespect the smoke, try and take some space. Bomb isn't moving with him, though.
Yeah, and Rain's applying pressure over towards B at the same time, so they really just have Vitality guessing, where is this? Was it an A fake? Now have they gone over towards the B site? Well, Flamesy finds Karrigan.
Important frag to post. Flamesy continues his impact, jumping over the sight line of Spinks on this angle. Bomb to be planted. Brokey gets it down uncontested. Nade will do damage. Still functional. Can FaZe really hold off the wrath of Vitality on this retake? Outgunned, outmanned. But time is on FaZe Clan's side. That smoke block delays them. They're going to be channeled into just a Tech 9 on Brokey. He needs something special here. Now how's that? A quick conversion onto Mezzi, and he lives on. Nimble, dipping, darting, ducking, finding damage. It's big from Brokey. Down at last. And defuse just in time. It really came down to the wire there.
Yeah, I thought that Rain swing, that should have been the difference maker. Brokey gets the first to draw some attention. They've thrust out that doorway. Thought Rain on the AK should have been good for one in that situation, but really good work there from Vitality. They were thrown for a loop in that one. Pressure all over the map. FaZe can't get into a side. They get the bomb down, but still the finances are the biggest issue, and Vitality now should have their easiest round of the second half so far. Likely to see the shove all in from FaZe. Some pistol upgrades are starting to don. Plenty of damn Deagles, a P250 for Frozen, and Yuto has to be light on.
Well, back in the day, Chad, FaZe Clan's Desert Eagles were infamous.
Be living on a bit of a hope and a prayer, I think, to be able to snag this one away.
Most definitely. Vitality got it done with that.
It looks like they're flowing now, right? Maybe they came into this second map, and I don't want to say they took their foot off the gas, but hey, we dealt with them on their map choice so easily. Now, FaZe have definitely been showing some finer form, but Vitality look like they're hitting a bit more of that flow state.
You know, in the head-to-head, your confidence is going to be flowing. Coming into Mirage. Nice smoke from Zywoo, throws it out towards Palace.
If they can find an incision towards A, then they might have been able to fool Vitality, draw that rotation, and get into the B site. Now, Mezzi has glanced away for a moment. Rop's yet to sneak past that line.
That's the fight Mezzi was waiting for. And tracks him, trying to leave the apartments, and it's not easy. Punching in the code, getting the bomb.
You take the plan.
It's certainly something. Extra cash to splash into the next. Sure, Frozen with a P250. These frags feel like a formality. Damn, the P2K rips off Frozen's head. And the Rain Desert Eagle unable to post a frag.
Really well handled there from Mezzi. Good round from him, 4 kills in total. No, it was the lighter investment, but tidy fights for the V anchor. It's a one-round game now. We'll see a tactical timeout call from FaZe. Looks to be their first. Neo. Getting him as part of the conversation to see if they can find a way out of this hole. Should have been double digits. Should have been them going in against the first rifle round in the potential round they lost in the second half, but no. Flamesy, huge impact, has changed the tide. 3 consecutive rounds with the bomb going down for FaZe short.
So what's the conversation? You've taken your tactical. First we've seen from FaZe on Mirage in the face of what feels like that momentum shifter. 3 consecutive off the back of it. Bomb plants in each for FaZe. Brokey top of the scoreboard.
Residual cash left over for Rain, and he hasn't bought full utility. So that's telling that this feels a bit more like a premeditated set piece, right? You're not going to play through the default of the round. You are going for a set finisher, and you've only bought what you've needed. They've sent 3 players over towards B, up the gates, 2 top mids to B split. Look at that, you two coming over, pressure.
Immediately applied. Rain coming in from behind. ZywOo unprepared. That's a massive start. Apex responds. Mezzi on site under scrutiny. Dips for through the smoke. Spinks lends a hand for through the gap. Not ready for Carrigan. What a shot! What a play! Expect the unexpected. Carrigan delivers a massive double kill.
He's going to give this one a go.
He certainly could. He's even got the Desert Eagle. Fancies his chances. Knows Carrigan's his first fuel. Overlooks the position. Just nicely. Frozen has to convert this. All the pressure, all the hopes of FaZe Clan fans, all on his head-to-head, and Frozen delivers! A must-win duel, converts what his captain started.
Well, they took that timeout, and as mentioned, it was premeditated. That was just a B split. That's something that they've been working on. We know that FaZe went home between the RMR and the Major. We know that they had an opportunity to work on things in the lab that was isolated away from the rest of the pack. They were one of the only teams to go home. So being able to boot camp and work on strategies that are a bit more veiled, they pull it out right now, and they grab that 10th round. But still, with only 1 player staying alive, it's still quite touch and go for FaZe. Do you go back into something set? Do you go back into the default?
Ooh. Much of aggression from Spinks. Flashed in, charges straight into his demise. Rain delivers an opening kill. Now the CT side. Gaps will start to form.
Want to retake some mid-control to Vitality, but in the interim, FaZe have been able to reroute, regroup, and set their sights on A. Frozen again with the smoke and mirrors, selling B pressure. Follow-through isn't there. Mezzi playing a tucked-in angle, and now utility dons A.
Okay, they're going to be behind these smokes.
Apex running
through. No, they're not. Apex! A suicide mission! Eats flashbangs, braves the flames, down to Brokey.
Might be considering the save. This is a 5v3 situation. If Flames can't find anything, you're going to want to hold on to these guns. You know that there was B pressure, and the position of Frozen, he hasn't moved a muscle. That puts him in a great spot to be able to remove these guns on the hunt. If they're loud, he'll be able to communicate that.
This is a real power play here from Frozen.
They've made noise.
Knows there's 2, hears them, communicates and relays that information. There is a player behind. Flames might be able to deny here. Works it out. Is that a warning shot? Bang forces him forward. Flames trying to get this threat nullified and dealt with. So the rifle's likely to be brought through, an upgrade for Flames for the frag. But it's a FaZe Clan 11th. In true FaZe fashion.
Showing a bit of tenacity. Thought that maybe the undoing, that momentum shifter could have been the loss to those saved second round force weapons. 3rd tactical timeout. Vitality are well and truly under pressure. Saves coming through does enable another full buy. ZywOo still has the AWP, there's defuse kits, everything they could hope for to defend. Next is trying to slap them back into this. This is their map choice. This is Mirage. Up next, Anubis. And if you look at the history between these 2 teams on the map, I want you to go back. There was a crazy game when Anubis was kind of just first coming into the map pool. It was insane. I think it was 12-1 crazy comeback. Even could have been CSGO. Yes. It could have been a 14-1, right? You're going to have to really go back in the history books. But history hopefully could be telling of an absolute banger, an absolute barn burner. This one not done yet. Just a 3-round gap for Vitality to try and claw back. FaZe, 1 more necessary to secure overtime at a minimum. But they haven't let this get away from them. They have stayed in contention. They are not done in Shanghai just yet.
Haven't been consumed by that loss on your map pick, but for FaZe, perhaps it is just business as usual. Take their opponents, just 2 rounds separate, but this time Carrigan's called his boys out mid behind the window smoke. Spam from Apex finds nothing.
This is going to be so quick in the face. They are just conga lining straight into connector.
That con smoke, guys, is their
There's no
assault.
spam, there's no mollies, there's no tell that this is about to explode in their face.
Simon flashed off now, the penny drops. Simon, what can you do? Missed your shot between the wickets. Responds onto Carrigan. Frozen though, caught Apex, charging through jungle, trying to react. And FaZe set for success. Zywo's gonna have to do something impressive. Mezzy and Spinks not even looking like they're going for it.
2400 loss bonus into the next round. You just have to take a quick look. Like, you don't add up.
Oh my God, they're saving. They're saving 12.
That's 2 of these rounds, right? These 2 of these really explosive rounds from FaZe. It was the B split to get things started, where they threw the util B, and then it was the late camp play from Rain coming in behind, dealing with Zywo. This time, they've thrown the util mid. Vitality have been conditioned to worry more about the sites. So they weren't playing for a mid control. They weren't in their face. Nobody jumped out connected. Nobody ran out mid playing behind the smoke. They were just very light on in the mid department. Carrigan has called 4 players to just push straight down the guts of middle. Sure, silently, they get into connector undetected. Then they explode. Flashes come over. util's there. Well rehearsed from FaZe. And these 2 key explosive rounds with the pistol in this second half are the clear difference makers. Vitality are just getting rattled. It's happening and they have absolutely no idea.
Inspired run from FaZe. The calls, Chad highlights just how impressive it has been. 4 map points.
And it's not the Rob show. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard right now. Brokey's been here to play. Rain finding contributions. Frozen in the clutch and Carrigan calling a good game.
Zywo sent to middle to ensure that won't happen again. Peeks around his own smoke. Brokey boosted up. Flash is good. Zywo spotted. Rain unable to finish it off cleanly. Nade and flashes though. He's in trouble. He's in so much trouble, and so are Vitality. They have to win this round without Zywo. Spinks has kept us level. Removes Carrigan top mid. Brokey, bomb and an AWP. And time to search. Mid is now FaZe's. Shanghai wants a third.
FaZe at the brakes. Sit, and they wait for the aggressive maneuver. We can see on board Mezzy, there's one coming. 55 seconds on the clock. How far does he go? Is it through underpass? Is it into Frozen's crosshair? Trundles down the stairs, ever so silent. He's the only one that can really play for this mid information.
So much uncertainty for Vitality. Flames' movements indicate that. Safe from the flashbang is Robs. Here's that clear. So 2A. Picture starting to become clear. It's hard to track though. Just the toes. Flames mantles up to evade.
Everybody will be on A for Vitality in time. 25 seconds.
They have to go. Flames repositions. Knows he can play the clock. It's against FaZe now. But headshots required. Rain spotted out. The setup's potent. Frozen is 2. Breaks in to the site. Double headshot. Double trouble. Frozen another. It's just Spinks standing between them, and FaZe force a third back. Just when you doubt them, just when you think the story ends here, FaZe Clan arrive, and the 5th gear is found.
They said they had it, and they are delivering here in Shanghai. Vitality will not remain flawless. They will drop their first map of their major cycle so far to FaZe, a team that has looked down, a team that has looked out, but a team that forces this the distance. They are not done in Shanghai.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
I can smile through an interview.
All cry as I lift the trophy.
ובנימוס ארשום GG.
Or shout out the F word in celebration.
Someone asked me,
why not here?
Why not now? This is the major.
This is the major. This is the major.
This is the major.
This is the major.
This is the major. The a major.
This is the major.
C'est le major.
This is a major.
Yes, this is the major, and it's shaping up to be a great day of quarterfinals. FaZe are making a series of it, and they have taken Vitality's pick. And guys, you know, look, I don't want to say I'm prophesizing sometimes, but I did say Mirage, we saw Carrigan, you know, do a masterclass on it against Furia. Yes, Vitality are better opposition, but once again, they've come alive when they really needed it.
It's crazy how every time we count this team out, like every time, you saw it against Furia as well, we count them out and they come alive. They found it fifth gear. Rain was talking about it. We have a fifth gear. They found it. Everyone finally woke up. And I think the difference here for me, Richard in particular, is they finally played like they believed. They played with conviction. They were taking the fights. And we said Robs needed a little bit of help. And maybe, I don't know, maybe Neo gave them a speech. Rich, I don't know who it was. Maybe it was Carrigan telling them, you need to start to believe. And that's what happened here.
It's just freakish, Richard. FaZe have a fetish at this point in time. I feel like it really does have to be the last moment in the tournament before they show up to play. Doesn't matter which map it is, doesn't matter who the opponent is, right? Like that's when they decide to start playing some damn Counter-Strike. And this one, even at the very beginning, did not go their way. I mean, they were 4-1 down on the CT side, going on to win 6 rounds in a row to get it up to 7-4. Finally firing on all cylinders. Finally, we see Brokey with that AWP managing to find some impact.
And it's also like, just to emphasize what a turnaround this has been. This has been Vitality's worst loss on this map all year. It's tied when they lost to G2, where they had Jax playing in the World Finals, and when they played Mouse earlier in the year. This is FaZe just completely switching on and just smacking Vitality.
And first map they've dropped at this major as well, which is crucial to think about. But also, I mean, look, I talked before we went into the game about the brick wall, that CT side. It looked like it was going to be very shaky, but key to it has been Brokey, finally. Now, look, everything we just said about Rops in the previous segment, we now get to repeat. That's all we really do on desks anyway for everyone.
Ad nauseum.
Yeah, it's just the same narratives with the names changed. But Brokey obviously did find a game, and he really needed one. I've got to say, like, it's not just this major where he's been disappointing. He's been on the outs for a while, but this was a monstrous performance.
But just look at the kill feed on this graphic, right? We were saying FaZe was down 4-1. Look at round number 6. Brokey 1 kill, 7, 2, 2, 2. Like, he would get a kill every single round or 2 kills for the remainder of the half, and that was the main reason why FaZe was able to stack rounds together. When they were making an aggressive play, when Robs was trying to make a move, Brokey was ready for the reactions, or it was him himself who was the aggressor, who was finding openings, who was pushing apartments like we saw here, right? And finally being able to put his stamp on this game.
Oh, absolutely. Looking at all the kills he's getting over here, you know, just so confident. There's a difference in the way he's approaching these peaks. Going for the peak into Zywoo, knowing it's someone over there, instead of playing scared. And if you look at a lot of his positionings here, Richard, as a prelude to this map, we said as long as he plays his game, there's no need to go for crazy stuff and no scopes and running into the middle of the side. Just do what an op is supposed to do in Mirage, and he did it with aplomb. That's what we needed all this while.
Well, if I had to use a word for it, it would be the same word for my scooter: mobility. He was all over the map. He was able to, you know, get those picks, and he just hasn't played with that kind of verve at this event. Like, that was really, I mean, hands down his best performance.
Oh yeah, easily by far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the main difference between some of FaZe's previous games and this one, I think you could also tell how it started. We were talking about it, like him playing better is going to imbue his teammates with confidence. That's what happened. Guys all of a sudden started picking up the slack. We had that round where they were in a 3v3 retake where Vitality had the whole of B, right, frozen, somehow wins the fight coming from B apartments against Pinks, and they get the last second defuse. Like, those are the types of rounds that we see FaZe win where they're on a roll that they're not supposed to win.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's also like,
I think this one was though, like moving on to the T side, this was the pace changer from Carrigan, right? The fast B split, as Vitality is getting on a roll to win rounds together, he makes a great call, but what does he do as well?
Yeah.
He pushes through the smoke, makes a play, finds 2 more kills. We saw it on Dust 2 with the B splits and him being the tip of the spear. Here it's another B split, right, with him in all the chaos, makes a Carrigan-esque sort of a play, pushing through the smoke, finds 2 more kills, and this was the first one on a sequence of rounds that FaZe went on to close out
the game. It's such a quintessential round from FaZe as well, because ZywOo is just locked into a shoulder. Remember where you are. You're in an arena. How many times have you seen calls like this from FaZe saying, just run up Rain, run up Twist back then, go for the kill. He had no idea Rain was just running up right there. But what I really like from the side of FaZe, apart from, of course, Brokey popping off, apart from, of course, some crazy rounds like that from Carrigan, was I kept saying about the mid defaulting from Vitality. Really, really good. What I like from FaZe, the way they were very patient. Rain was playing like, I'm the better player in the server. He was peeking out, outdealing ZywOo. They seem to have Vitality's number on the T side. And when they realize, hey, there's no need to fight anymore. There's like 30 seconds, 45 seconds remaining. They fall back onto the bomb sites. Textbook CS. But the most important thing, the difference maker here, were the individuals had woken up.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it bodes very well for FaZe when Carrigan is able to have those individual moments. He's always good for 1 or 2 crazy rounds, even when he's at the bottom of the scoreboard. Also, as well, the way they got the game over the line, the last round. Frozen. I mean, this is another player stepping up to the plate for FaZe.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about him kind of a little bit slow in this series, right? You can see FaZe in control. It's a 4v4. Clock is running low. Vitality trying to find some extra information. The patience of FaZe sort of pays off in this situation, but even though Vitality is on the rotate, Frozen is just going to hit a couple of blinders. I mean, you can see Vitality is in position, Apex in a little bit of a Joker position there, not to be expected, but Frozen doesn't give a damn. I mean, he just completely deletes him off the server, going to find 1 more here, and that's FaZe finishing it off against Vitality on Mirage.
Yeah, and that's obviously as well a player imbued with confidence at the end. They can see the victory on the map within touching distance, but they don't always play like that. And look, Vitality, they knew what they were getting into when they were taking on FaZe. They knew there was going to be the Carrigan curveball. We knew it wasn't going to be easy. Even a down-and-out FaZe is very dangerous. But now we start turning our attentions to Anubis. And you did say in the Veto, Blair, you were kind of a little bit worried about this one.
Yeah, look, here's the thing. It was FaZe who had the opportunity to decide, are we going to play Dust 2? Where we lost to Vitality, albeit it was 13-11, a very close fashion, a map where they have looked better. They beat Fury very convincingly as well. They could have taken it there. Instead, he said, no, I'm going to take it into the mud. It's Anubis, a map that one of the weaker maps of Vitality, who have a very solid map pool overall. I think they have like a 40% win rate or something in the past 4 or 5 months. And FaZe are like, yeah, we're going to take you there. We're going to play it right there. This map, all bets are off. Like, you just saw the way FaZe completely mentally turned it around. And now you're playing a map where neither of these 2 teams have really had much success recently. So, I don't know, actually.
But I think it's a little bit deceptively bad for FaZe because they only played it once, and it was in the RMR against Fnatic, and they beat them 13-5 on it. Though, yeah. You know, so I'm sure they have some things on the map that they haven't shown yet. They also, you know, obviously had a lot of time since the RMR up until the major. And I think the main thing for me, this Vitality lineup all year long is like, clutch situation, if ZywOo and Apex are not alive, one of those 2, I don't trust them. Like, I don't trust Flamesy, Mezzy, and Spinks in some of those high-pressure late round situations. And sure, Spinks' second part of the year has stepped up almost like he's playing with a lot more freedom, knowing that the future is going to look a little bit different for him and is let loose in a way. But let's see if these guys, you talked about Flamesy, most improved player maybe this year. Let's see mentally where they're at. Now that the big bad wolf of FaZe Clan, you know, that you've seen so many times do it on stage, that you played a ton of times on stage as well, if they get off to a hot start, if all of a sudden you're again on the back foot, right? Have you matured enough? Do you have what it takes to fight off the enemy at the door, right? And take the win home? Because by all measurements, Vitality has been the better team, right? And is coming in hotter form. Individuals much playing much better. ZywOo, pedestrian game on Mirage, has to be said, right? During the conversation for the world's best player, show it now on the decider.
Yeah, well, this is the other issue with Anubis. It's a very heavy T-sided map. We know that. And it really does come down to some pretty brutal executes in those key choke points on the map. And it's just who can hit those headshots.
I mean, Chad brought up that particular Anubis game, which happened, I think, back when Anubis just came in as a map, where I think it was like an 11-1 lead for FaZe, and Vitality brought it back. The map has evolved quite a bit since then, but it is still very much T-sided indeed. This is what's going to happen here. We've seen it many a time against CD side. It's brutal, it's tough, it's suffocating. The B bomb side, it just can't play default all the time. So it's going to be a lot of aggression coming out from both the teams, right? It's going to be a lot of Hail Marys, a lot of haymakers coming out. But what we're seeing from FaZe right now in Mirage is they're willing to throw more haymakers, more Hail Marys rather, than Vitality are.
I mean, Hail Mary, can we win a pistol and convert? They all won one on Mirage, right? Lost the anti-eco, right, eventually. And I think for FaZe, they've been the worst pistol round tournament team in the tournament, right? But come on, man. There's Rain is on this team, like with a USP. Rops is on this team. Brokey as well. Frozen. Like, these are sick pistol players. I don't know how this is a thing for this team in the tournament, but surely it has to turn at some point, right? And wouldn't be a better moment for them than now on the decider.
I'll also tell you as well, just knowing how Karrigan operates, I've known him for so long, and I've seen him do this so many times. How many secret practices on this map do you reckon they've been doing on their days off, bro? Like, for real.
100%. Because, like I said, when I saw Dustin getting taken out, I'm like, okay, you really want to bring it here, a map where you have struggled. Sure, you beat Fnatic, but, you know, everyone is beating Fnatic. But, yeah, I think this one's going to be some interesting pocket strats, some reads, perhaps. But then again, they haven't had enough reps, Yanko. That's my worry.
Also, you want to talk about Chaos, Richard, and Brokey? Yeah, Anubis can get pretty chaotic in some of those B executes or A executes. You can jump through a smoke, right? Try to find a kill, make something happen. So I'll never forget the ancient game between FaZe and ENCE in Dallas, you know, last year, where he was just being Brokey doing his crazy stuff, going through smokes, finding kills time and time again. If the game becomes that, he's going to thrive in that sort of an environment.
And also a couple of players we have here, right, from the side of Vitality, as Yanko touched upon, you're talking about Spinks, you're talking about Flames, you're talking about Mezzi, and how good they've been so far in the tournament, right? You're looking at the CT side of Anubis. Flames, buddy, you're going to get tested now, right? Mezzi, you're going to get tested now. You've had a great major so far the past month. You're peaking at the right time, but when the pressure is on, once playoffs FaZe has shown up, can you handle it? Because I'll tell you who can handle it. ZywOo can, and it needs that little bit of help.
Well, you're saying that. I agree with Yanko. You know, this is the game where you make your reputation, you make your legacy. I think it's a little bit overplayed narratively that maybe you don't see the best ZywOo in the playoffs. But like I say, I think he needs this major under his belt if he wants to get that #1 spot.
Probably so, and I think it's no secret, you know, some of Vitality's runs at these majors and the opposition that they faced, you know, compared to his performance, it hasn't been what you would come to expect from a player touted as the world best, or definitely being in conversation. So every game like this is another opportunity for ZywOo to prove the doubters wrong and show them what he's capable of.
All right, guys, great getting your thoughts. We are ready to go back to Shanghai. The loser of this quarterfinal, you might never see that lineup again. Legacy is on the line. FaZe versus Vitality. Apex versus Karrigan on Vertigo.
Ready to get this one started. T-side Anubis, and look at the nades. So much at stake. The desk has highlighted well exactly what we have to look forward to. I can't quite believe we're on a third map.
Yeah, and FaZe, they're the ones in the Veto who decided to take us here by removing Dust too. Did connect a smoke thrown out there. Gonna apply a bit of pressure towards this B side, but it's a retake set up just Rain over towards Temple. That one plumes as the cluster of FaZe is elsewhere. Here comes Vitality.
Playing for one and unsuccessful in doing so. Tapping away, site conceded.
Hit and smoke on Karrigan for this retake, but not able to make a dent right now. This needs to be clear for FaZe.
Very forward positioning here from Apex. He's supported by Flames. Spinks lingers. He's going to have a lot of bodies here.
This is a huge load.
Surely they
this is insane.
This is ridiculous from Spinks. Comes from behind and only one with the delay. They help finish him off. Finally, he falls. The clock ticking throughout all of that. Robs gets a drive-by onto Flames. There's something here. There's certainly something here. The smoke in the kit, but Carrigan down. Kit on the floor. A 1 versus 2 handed to Frozen. It's not easy. It's near impossible because Mezzi with 3 kills to start off proceedings, and the FaZe pistol woes continue.
All right, so only 1 to FaZe's name so far. The rest going in favor of Vitality. I'm questioning now, do we see a FaZe force buy into this second? It looks likely.
What a rascal Spinks is.
Oh, that is just such an unorthodox position to see someone playing for the B lobby control. Actually, when you think about it, big brain. Just to play, making sure that the Glock gets to be at that range, and you're never going to be clearing. So the fact that they get into the site for free, unscathed, means that Spinks does not need to assist the assault and gets to play late. It won't be the force from FaZe. It's just going to be a flash for Carrigan and a 5-7 for Rops. So we will see the rifles coming out into the next. B split on the agenda. 2 up through Canal, 3 outside B main, and Diligent with the util.
Forced into these fights, just going to be walk in the park for them. Mezzi tending to the potential out in main. The flash fight, there's going to be presence, and will comfortably collect. At least the first. Rops' 5-7 makes light work of him, but going to be an irretrievable Galil given the positioning of Zywoo. Going to be picking that one up after taking down Robs.
See if Robs can get off to another performance that we had on map number 1 of this series. Trying to carry FaZe through. Sure, map 2 is a bit quieter, but the rest of the team woke up and remembered how to play. Carrigan gets 1, so 2 kills on the eco. Could have been better, could have been worse. As Spinks has a nice shot to the vet. 12th major playoff appearance for Carrigan, 10th for Apex and Rain, and only 1 of those 2 sets of names is going to be able to march forward. FaZe are going to make us all believers in fairy tales if they're able to convert this series and take on G2 in that semi-final. Drops into the AUG. It gives him some positional advantage over towards this A site. You can see these tighter lines he'll be able to lock into, but a 2-3 split of the defenses is quick through middle, but the drop into the B split. This one's got pace.
Yeah, Rain, they're going to be ahead of that. They're going to be ahead of that, running him down. He's in so much trouble. Jeopardy. Frozen just trying to bait himself out. Smoke to delay, but that bomb will go down shortly. Spamming the smokes. He's so vulnerable. Brought low. Bomb plant to be planted swiftly. Nade just chips away at Zywoo. 57 to work with. Carrigan, can Nade finish the job? Oh, Zywoo gets away. Zywoo gets away. Into the swing is Carrigan, tapping the head of Apex. Couple of shots to the shoulder. 3 versus 3. Looking for the kit, looking for the frag. Spinks catches Frozen. Going walkabout towards that jail position. And Brokey trying to desperately get a smoke on that bomb. Sow some seeds of doubt, but they have to get out. 10-second defuse, not realistic. B-site exploited, gun round converted.
Yeah, so doing the double mid-molly, making it look like they're just doing a mid-control round, drop straight through the window, pincer towards B, catch Rain out of position. As you just highlighted there, no defuse kit available for that. So that's why it seems like it's a bit helpless. You know, you're having to charge through and hope that you get that timing, hope that you get that kill. Unable to do so. But saving 2 guns, what does that mean for the next round for FaZe? The Spinks dealing with Rain on the way back. Carrigan gets a boatload of information after that initial kill, but dealt with handily, and that's the one. That's where Frozen is desperate to try and make some magic happen to get them an opportunity. They will half buy around the save, so next round will be a rifle round with the full loss bonus of 3,400 being injected. And these 2 teams have the lion's share of previous major winners left in Shanghai. Apex, Zywoo, Spinks, Carrigan, Rain, Rops, and Brokey. Twist has been eliminated, and Snacks is waiting in the semi. Pressure again. Carrigan look to block with the incendiary in hand.
Throws it out, eats the flash, they'll push through this. Recurring theme already, charging into the incendiary, charging into Carrigan. Gets 2 with the 5-7, not ready for the AUG. Rops delivers a multi-kill, and it's FaZe's first.
Carrigan erupts with that one. The Showman delivers a massive multi-kill, and I thought his incendiary was way too deep. It flushed them forward into the pesky pistol, and he's able to secure FaZe their first round, an unlikely round Catch that again, so you can see it's burning just on the tippy top of the steps. Those flames are actually carried through residual on the feet as the indicator that, hey, they're burning. And that Org of Robs perfectly positioned to shut this one down.
Robs can't get that double without Carrigan.
Quite late on the purchases. We were already leaving spawn and Flamesy was just buying. You can still see Apex in spawn. So that one's going to rattle him a bit. We know that Apex definitely can get frazzled when things don't quite go his way.
He seemed very composed here in Shanghai so far, but of course, no problem so far.
Exactly. The first map they dropped, we just witnessed. It had been smooth sailing up to that point. Just under 7 rounds per map over a 9-round spread, and finally defeat.
Only limits Brokey's options. Have an angle to hold.
Looks like they want to try and test this B defense of Frozen and Rain again. Rain just has an MP9.
Yeah, eyes on Frozen's AK. Throws out the main block. Rain's got a flash for Dark here. Just trying to delay them. Makes them uncomfortable. 3 faces. Blind.
Might get an audible here.
Incendiary, timing, everything. They're pushing in. Good MP9 work. Incendiary isolates the jewels. Zywoo brought down. Rain and Frozen passing this test with flying colors and headshots are galore. It's another one on the floor. Frozen with 4! Ice cold.
And there's that confidence he was talking about in the pre-game interview. Need to see that. The only member in this FaZe jersey not to lift the major trophy. He joined the team coming into 2024, taking the position of Twist. There's been questions about how these role overlaps, but right now just delivering the pain on the B bomb site. Had to deliver on the AK-47. And you love to see how Anubis is developing. Used to just be constantly block con, block con, block con. Well, you're seeing teams starting to lean more in the direction now of late. Block B main, take out that prong. Focus via con, where it's the small choke point.
How powerful an Incendiary can be.
And this is the round that FaZe must convert. Not only does it tie things up 3-3, we've been hammering home the factor that this is a T-sided map. For FaZe, if they can get 4, 5, 6 rounds, 6, that's going to be fantastic. 4 or 5, that's what they'd be aiming for. That's going to be par for the course. And the third is what should be the certainty. They can't give away kills to these Deagles. Vitality, however, grouped up, and they have room to work with. Can they sit Rops on his ass? Well, they're letting the Glock of Mezzy take the room. The Deagles to find the trade. Well blocked. It's awfully quiet, isn't it? The minute mark, that lands. A boost over. They won't be able to see anything. Maybe they just come flooding through.
Big front boost to Glock, and he commits to a spray. A headshot. Flamesy puts his captain down. And Brokey just puts his AWP on his back. Comes running into the side with his pistol out. Chaos indeed. Chaos incarnate. He gets it done. Terrifying for a moment there.
Yeah, it makes it look sketchy. Not stopping for Brokey as he charges in and almost makes a mare of it.
Drops the AWP, someone picks it up, hits a quick scope. We are in a different world.
Well,
but
bomb goes
3-3.
down. So considering the investment from Vitality, you'll take that. Get into the site, sure the TK. Not going to concern Flamesy too much.
5 players pushing through a smoke. It's going to get hectic.
It's part of the job, really.
Yeah.
Double AWP set up quite early in the piece here for FaZe.
Well, they want to extend this. I mean, you talked about it. You're playing for a 4th CT round already.
Molly. So having both of these AWPs will allow FaZe to hold on to utility for a bit longer. They can stay posted on the line. They don't just have to play smoke molly defense. Because the T's can really bully you out of positions with key utility, but that is a tidy nade.
Flashed in. Doors control seized. Brokey elects to smoke it off. Careful smoke, and oh, he missed his chance just pre-bloom.
But that's nice. That's the Brokey that you want to see, willing to take those type of risks.
Good point. Jiggle smoke defense. Carrigan holding on to this for as long as he possibly can. Now blocks them camera. Are you running through a smoke into Carrigan? Yes, you are, because the flashbang's perfect. Mezzy sets his team up. Rops with the AWP, gets naughty, gets the double. Zywoo sits him on his arse, but there's Brokey's AWP to worry about as well. Combat AWPing. Oh, stairs, Mezzy overlooked. Rain gonna be walking through this one. Mezzy's got so much to focus on. The bomb not going down, and Rain takes down Mezzy. Zywoo's got no bullets! And Vitality have no money. FaZe have the advantage.
Not only have they found their 4th, it looks like they found themselves. This is what FaZe have been hoping for. You have the interviews over the last couple of months. They say, hey, the results aren't there, but we're feeling it in practice. Things looking up and up. It's just felt doom and gloom from the outside looking in. Where is the FaZe that started the year, that ended the last, that was in the major grand final against Na'Vi? They looked out of sorts. They looked individual. They didn't look like they were playing on the same page, reading from the same sheet.
Yet here they stand.
And they got this half started with 2 save guns and a couple of upgrades, and Carrigan, the showman, with a double on the 5-7. So have they stunned Vitality? Now we turn to them. Now we look for their resilience.
Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. Catches Flamesy. They wanted to double nade him. He'll get away at 69. Lock smoke. Brokey tested by these Deagles. As is Ross. Was susceptible to that Zywoo Deeg, but this shot and punished comfortably. Comfortable for FaZe Clan here. No trip-ups. No mess. No problem. 5 alive, 5 frags between Brokey and Rops.
Before we got the server today, we had 5 series in 2024 between these 2 teams. To kick off the year, they met in the semi-final of Copenhagen. FaZe eliminated Vitality. Since then, Vitality have been looking to enact revenge. A win at Pro League, a win at the Spring Finals, a win in Cologne, a win in the RMRs. That has been one-way traffic in favor of Vitality. But have FaZe saved the best for last, the final event of 2024, and they might break their heart in a major yet again. That bar of rounds that we discussed only moments ago has been hit. 5 secured already. Now, you can throw whatever you want their way. You stick 1 or 2 more rounds, you are sitting pretty with a strong CT half. FaZe, for the first time, are in the driver's seat. They had to battle back. They had to make themselves believe on Mirage, and now they definitely are. Stairs smoke from Carrigan on the insta.
This is an unfamiliar feeling for Vitality.
Okay, well, that's either misthrown or a little bit awkward.
Rops is very proactive here on A. Does not anticipate Rug's occupation. Spinks to be tested potentially. Brokey posted. Mid-util throw. That's their signal. Horizon works his way in. Hard clear. Off angle. A headshot posted. Brokey dips back into the site, audible.
Sound cue communicated by Spinks. He sent that information to Apex. 4v4 situation, still just a minute on the clock. Bomb picked up, 3 players on B for FaZe.
Look at this positioning from Brokey. This feels like it's guaranteed a frag. Zywoo gonna try it dry. Into the AWP of Brokey. Zywoo down, empty-handed. Now the advantage is FaZe's. Brokey repositioning, pressure applied to Carrigan, but he's taken it in stride. Breaking the smoke, exposed, but Spinks delivers. Carrigan can try and spam away. He's got a good idea as to where one of them is. Behind the smoke and spams him down. 10 HP for Spinks. Mezzi's getting flanked. Robs is coming. Brokey's fragging. Another multi-kill round for FaZe Clan Zorpa. Not absent, but present. And in the moment, seizing a 6th FaZe Clan. Have got Vitality right where they want them.
6-round spread, loss bonus is built. Bomb's only gone down once. So a little bit of extra cash to splash at Christmas time is what Vitality are looking for. They are going to be able to half invest, so they can still stay threatening. But this is actually becoming a bit of a problem with their T side now.
It's spiraling.
Gonna get out of control. Oh! Carrigan just taking a heads-up duel, a flash, a fight, a frag. Spinks down first.
It's exactly what you talked about, Chad. Carrigan just says, I got the spawn, I'm going. I'm gonna make it worse. And Flames has fallen. Ray's feeling himself, and so is Frozen. Actually goes down to Zywoo. Wait, Apex onto Carrigan. Ray now focused on so many fronts. Takes the head-on duel, head-on collision. Zywoo low. Look at the HP. Nade. Avoided. How's he gotten away? 1 single point of health. This round to give them some hope. Just a little bit of hope. Apex is on his own. Rob found him. Rob saves them. A glimmer of hope for Vitality, but their T-side woes continue. This problem is exacerbated now. A 7-round haul on CT side Anubis.
And Rob's putting it a shift, 15 and 4. Massive impact with most of the kills that we've seen coming his way. Yeah, Brokey finding impact as well. Carrigan with 8 frags to his name, 7 for Frozen. He had that massive B defense round alongside of Rain with the MP9. And scrambling for answers are Vitality, the French in-game leader on your screen. Xtaz behind, and this is the moment where you need to give him that stern talking to. Boys, we need the 2 rounds going into halftime. This isn't done just yet. We haven't come this far. We weren't undefeated up until this point, and we're not going to be knocked out by FaZe. Second half of the year, the second season, Cologne is the trophy they have to their name, one of the biggest outside of the majors. We lost Na'Vi, the reigning major champs. The question mark is, who is going to be able to take this one home?
But the majors, the trophy in game, your legacy inscribed in the trophy. That's what FaZe Clan are here for. And that's what's been eluding Vitality. FaZe Clan, sure, 8 months ago, cut down Vitality. Could they really do it again at the end of the year? A strong case being made here.
Flash out, aim, no fight. With the setup Vitality are currently rocking on this T side, it does really look like they want to try and test Romps over towards A main. There's the util set from Mezzy just on the fade of the smoke.
Force forward. Oh, Romps has to fight! Mezzy loses his life. That's an important trade back ZywOo provides. Block smoke from Carrigan. They're going to walk through this. They're coming for you, Carrigan. They're coming to test you. Playing anti-flash, but they're not looking. They didn't clear him. Hiding in the corner. Carrigan strikes twice. An unbelievable play. It's slipping through their fingers. Vitality didn't even clear him. Flames takes the site. On the back of Spinks. Side by side for the ride. Spinks makes a reality out of the 1v1. It's just Brokey standing between him and a necessary 4th. Pressure's on Spinks to plant. Cut of noise, tension mounts. Brokey recedes, lets him play. Can't find him. He's opted to find or search for the frag until time is of the essence.
Brokey's dropped all the way back. He's going to let Spinks make the next move. Bomb to be faked. He has to plan it now. Brokey thinks he's rotated completely away. The penny's going to drop. Now he knows.
And uncertainty grows for Spinks. So much time has passed since he last saw him, since he last noted him. He's got the right idea, though. A must-win clutch for Spinks, and he delivers. Steps up when his team demanded of him.
They put a stop to that 7-round run. They don't let it get crazy out of control. You can still salvage this half. Sure, you're not going to get the lion's share of rounds, but what has been the problem for FaZe in this series across 3 maps? Pistol rounds. You win that as Vitality, you're all tied up. You're back into this. Carrigan thought he had done enough there. Massive impact over towards A main. Here we go, final round of the half. Again, early A pressure. Carrigan with the AUG, taking a duel. Can't swing this again, because it's into the AUG.
Straight into the AUG. Yeah, you've got a scope, but ZywOo's is better.
Now number disadvantage. FaZe are going to be scrambling.
That's a nice change up. That's a nice opening. Pressure mounting, though, to
That's
Spinks.
the lurk. They're into the side.
Yeah, so they can rotate a bit more comfortably now. They know they've taken down Spinks on B. Pressure onto A, and the site is lost.
Final round of the half. They're definitely going for this, and there's decent util as well.
Oh, miss smoke. Re-smoke. That was going to destined for camera from ZywOo. Instead, forced into heaven. They are all coming through heaven. Have they got their retake nades? Incendiaries. Apex is going to take first friction. Fight on bricks. It's good for him. Headshot found and he gets away. Slipping back, taking another engagement. Frozen does best him. ZywOo remains active, trades out, catches Romps. Brokeyzorb is still in the feed, and Brokeyzorb has delivered just enough time to make it 8. FaZe Clan, unbelievable scenes, a CT side that puts Vitality's pistol into the compulsory category.
Something about FaZe, I said, if they win this series, if they pull this home, if they book themselves a spot in that semi-final versus G2, they're going to make us believers in fairy tales. You look back throughout the years of Counter-Strike, you had the NIP Magic, you had the Virtus Plow, and you got this FaZe who are never down and out when they're in an arena. This is the type of team, this is the caliber of player that you love to see step up. And at the tippy top of the scoreboard again is Robin Cool, 17 frags for him.
Yeah, Rob's as cool as a Baltic winter.
The Des brought this up just before we jumped into game. Is ZywOo, the superstar, in contention for Player of the Year alongside m0NESY and Donk? Well, those two names are already in the semifinals.
You want to be a part of that conversation? You got to have the ticket to attend.
It's going to be a necessary component, a necessary force now that we flick on over to the CT side for Vitality. Still at the top of the scoreboard, 11 kills to his name, but he's going to have to step up with impact and be counted. Sure, it's a team game, but there is a reason that we talk about the greats. There is a reason that we highlight the absolute best in the world. That is because in the matches when they are needed, they step up and they deliver.
Right now, Robs is doing
the pistol rounds. If FaZe win this, it'll be their 2nd out of 6. But the most important with the scoreline sitting in their favor, it's their T side.
Smoke. Hands on cam. Steps are heard.
It's a fake to try and buy a mid gap, which it has ever so slightly, but Spinx is here. He has support.
Flames just arrives in time. Headshot so necessary. Carrigan delivers. The P250 connect, but Spinx was overlooked. Only the one. Frozen keeps FaZe Clan's claws in the backside of Vitality. Another body drops. This round is starting to manifest. The FaZe Clan T-side pistol on Anubis. I'm starting to believe in fairy tales, Chad.
Oh, yes, indeed. And this is the matchup where they break the hearts of Vitality again. You have their number all year long, other than the majors, the ones that matter the absolute most. FaZe floundering, questions about what their roster will look like once we hit that tournament break, once we hit that Christmas break. And they are sitting 9 rounds to the good. Pistol need the conversion, and they could be running this one home in front of a crowd that are FaZe fans.
I thought it was pageantry. I dismissed it at their nonchalant approach, saying, yeah, we'll step it up in the playoffs. They barely got here. On the last day, securing themselves a ticket to the playoffs and now up against their adversary who's what? Head-to-head is ridiculous. And yet here on the major stage, FaZe sit 9 rounds to the good. A pistol win, one of their very few, has put them just 4 rounds away from eliminating Vitality, from eliminating ZywOo.
It's the clean sheet versus the rocky road. A once come out battle hardened on the other side.
And this rocky road is delicious. It's sweet.
Force buy from Vitality. If they lose this round, if they lose everything, if they can't go for the double dip, FaZe should get the 11th for free. The outcome of the weapons and this round, Vitality are going to be under absolute immense pressure.
Some of the most intense 90 seconds they're about to stomach.
It is a 3-2 split of the defenses. On board with Flamesy right now. We'll have a smoke to drop in the MP9 to shred heads, but here comes the execute.
It's quick. Flames plays the block. Surely they don't disrespect this. They'll break it though. He's exposed. Catches Carrigan moving. And another one available puts Rain low.
They can call this off. They don't have to go. They've been blocked. They've sustained a lot of damage. The rotation has come in for Vitality. That was to be the finish, but they did it early enough that there's enough time they can pivot back. The contingency of all of this is Spinx, still in connector.
So much uncertainty. Rain asks for the Galil with a low HP. A pivot back now. ZywOo realizing that they have cut noise, will acknowledge the potential. m0NESY, B player tasked with holding mid for now. That's another gap.
If Rain is first in, he should just be blown over by this MP9. Then it's about, can Spinx double up? 3 players on the site for Vitality.
It's all about the straight from Frozen. What's he got? Swings in, headshot found! It's up to ZywOo! Just a scout at the back of the site. He's got Mezzi in support and a headshot clean. Can't double up. Doesn't deliver. And Apex, maybe he can. A manageable 1v2, not easy. Not easy for the Frenchman. And yet he has isolated Jules. 14 bullets, Rob strikes, 10 is found, and there's not a single weapon saved. Vitality's days in the server at the major are numbered.
This is the tough decision. This is the tough call that you have to make. And it feels like you need to give over the 11th round. You need to just go for some light pistol upgrades. If you shove all in again and you lose again, even though the economy for FaZe is limping with only one staying alive, the risk, does it outweigh the reward? Vitality don't think so. They will be subdued in round number 15. For Vitality, it is going to be a crazy comeback required in China. Again, early presence to bait out utility, done so with ease. It was the one piece of block utility. The concern at the moment would be a B finish into the Deagler Sphinx. Now, he would have to do something unbelievable. But that position, if not mollied, is great to take a couple of heads. Carrigan with full mid space.
This is such a typical Carrigan call, sets himself up.
Well, the B defense has to move. They need to acknowledge the CT slip. Temple is a possibility.
As they do that, Carrigan loses his head, pulls the crosshair, confirms Sphinx's occupation of Temple.
They should be able to get into the site now.
They can just walk in.
On planet default. Good post-plant positions. Not aware if there's a player home on the plat. One pillar, one con. Brokey still where he planted. So the flank is also
timing on this
bit of a possibility.
Is everything, Chad. They will have to swing at some point. Brokey sends it high. Jiggle out. Robs delivers onto Flames. Pressure applied. Still damage inflicted. Zywoo's hitting Deagle shot. Robs 2. It's back and forth. Tit for tat. Apex in the 1v1. Robs, one bullet will bring him down, and Apex can't do it. FaZe can't make 11 a reality. 2 rounds away from a semi-final in Shanghai.
And this is the Rops form that everybody wants to see. 23-6, the superstar. He's driving this one home.
Where has he been? But he arrives when he needs to. A wizard.
Extaz, it's a final 30 seconds on his time to rally his team, to remind them of what they came here for, what they have spent a month in Shanghai, China for. They have been here for 28 days. They have played 4 days of Counter-Strike, this being their 5th. Success could be the undoing of Vitality.
Not only that, the unfamiliarity with the opposite. That Mirage lost the first at the end of 28 days of labor. And now they're off kilter into Anubis. Lost. Unfamiliar territory, a third map.
Get plenty of swings right now if you FaZe. The same conversation we had on that CT side. They can run Hail Marys, they can be in your face.
It has to be Zywoo. This is his time. This is his moment. If you want to be a superstar, you dig your team out of holes like these.
FaZe's finance is still brittle. The scoreline is damning, but the bank balance is not. Vitality can convert this must-win round. They can start to work their way back into this half. But it has to start right here, right now. It'll be too late otherwise.
Carrigan's getting naughty with it. Applies pressure on his own. Apex's responsibility. Flash for the uncrouch, confirms no one out. Pressure applied to the B defense. Layers, multiple nades, sky high. Pressure applied, left and right. Sphinx smoked off. No vision, no confirmation. Down goes Carrigan Shaw. The boost is a nice and inspired pivot. They'll have to spam just to see the vision. It's a good smoke. Apex here. Spamming smokes, but bomb is planted.
There's no kit for the retake.
What do you do? What can you do? pushing through. It's Mezzi. No one's ready. No one's holding. They're playing it too safe, and Mezzi jumps through. Ignites a little bit of hope here for Vitality. A 2 versus 4. Rops and Frozen. You hear that sound. They call the bluff. Frozen starting to activate. Making steps. Nice one from ZywOo. They just have to hold it here. Apex going for the hole. He's covered by every angle. There's no way in for FaZe. Rops accepts. The 5th round is Vitality's. No kit. No problem.
Terrorists win.
Moment to take a breath. Well handled from Vitality. Have to give props to Mezzi. Great work from him. When the chips were down and play had to be made, those kills had to come through, and they just weren't expecting that audacious nature. So Mezzi over towards B, a difference maker. That's Carrigan found in mid, and then Mezzi with the push up towards jail unlocks the key to this retake. Rop's doing his best, but knowing, as I discussed, the finances is a little bit miserable for FaZe. Even though they've been able to secure the 3 rounds out the gates into the second half, they've come down to these really tight scenarios. So Rops holds onto the AK as a weapon of destruction that they can carry forth, but they get more than a moment. They still have all 3 tactical timeouts available to close this. So with a saved AK, some upgrades start to take shape around it. This also just gives you that time to really look in on the finances. Okay, 1,900 is the loss into the next. Where's everyone's money out? Do we really need to force right now? Will we get a buy if we take the more conservative approach? And the answer is yes. If you keep yourself around that 2K mark, 1,900 comes in, you can get the AK, you get the Galil, and you get this round. Do you set Rops up for aggression? Do you try and send him in? We've seen him with flavors of in your face.
Look at his mechanical self. Oh, and that's a problem for Spinks. That's a disaster.
Did he?
The Glock hit his head. He did have the reaction as though he was without a helmet. They managed to find the opening.
That's crazy that he didn't invest into the head armor. Maybe he was expecting a buy.
Incendiary's great. Buys time. Second available for him as well. He's got the block utility here, so the cavalry has arrived.
Mid push is huge.
ZywOo is cooking.
Tough in this environment, tough to stick the landing.
Can go wrong, can go south, but has timed it well. And not spoiled whatsoever. Robs onto Apex is just one, but hang on, Brokey's managed to kick open the door. ZywOo, they know where he's coming from. And Flames from the temple, they need them now. Flames, these kills worth so much more than just the number on the score. Carrigan, just a pistol. It will have to be Brokey with no Kevlar either. It's set for Vitality, but what's that? ZywOo's fine, pushes through regardless. And it's up to Brokey, can't do it. ZywOo delivers in their time of need. A triple kill on the flank. In Spinks' shortcomings, it's ZywOo that just bails them out.
It's tough when it comes down to that, but stands up and he has countered. That is a pressure scenario. Spinks pops the goosh, gets finished off. They brawl into the site. They know where ZywOo is. They deal with Flames through Temple. But Brokey, he knows he just has to dance around the site. ZywOo stays calm. But that was a saved AK and light upgrades where they took 4 kills and got the bomb down. It's a full buy for FaZe now. The same to be said for Vitality.
Apex to set up. This is perfect. This is a perfect call. Swings through. Flames does deliver. Dispatches Rain. No trade available because the AWP is trained on their location. Good flash, but they get away.
It's a 2-man advantage so early in the round. Vitality, look at all the util they have to continue to block. This is the moment where you play for information, you jiggle, you make sure you can get out. You never want to be full committed to a fight in their 2-man advantage like this.
Oh, great flash, but Spinks is trapped. Oh, Carrigan can't finish! A golden opportunity, and now in the flames, Brokey burns! Mezzi finishes off the job, bails out Spinks. He feels lucky to be alive.
Yeah, and look at Apex. He understands the scenario so well. He's just sprinted straight through B main to make the map feel very small. Loss bonus going into the next is going to be the problem. It's only 2,400. So he knows if he can remove the AK, there's not going to be a threat like there was last time they took a half buy into it. So Frozen left in this 1v4 situation. It would need to be the ace. He got the kill on the A push. They know he was Canals. There's only so many options.
Test is pre-aim, 40 seconds. Who's the space? It's likely. Oh, finds a clean one onto Spinks.
30 seconds, and the fact that Apex is behind him, even if he's able to put pressure on this B defense, he's still a dead man walking. Worst case after time. So if he just messes about a little bit too much, I think we're destined for a little bit earlier head-on collision.
No way he's ready for that. Apex, he's won the round, sealed the deal with that one.
And he was the only member of the team to spring to action off the info. This is the in-game leader brain. He's already thinking 3 steps ahead. So now we're back in it. 11-7, a great CT side from FaZe short, but there's no reason that Vitality can't do the same. These two have had some crazy Anubises against each other in the past. Some games that really need to be seen to believed, and maybe we have another one right now to be delivered on your Friday.
Only popcorn worthy right now.
Another round where Vitality have all the advantages. They're going to push with a flash again. From A to B.
Flash through. 2 bodies to be tested.
Could be bad info.
Could be bad info.
And the round, right, it's not done yet. There's no full commitment from FaZe. They're quite spread. You see 2 outside B, 2 towards T-stairs, 1 on rugs. So spread out with these sidearms. Test connector. 2 through B main. There's util for the finish.
Still that defensive util to be deployed. Spinks is holding on to his, and now it's been too late. Rops is ready to flood it in. Problems! Problems! Oh, the Tech Knights! They fill the feed! It's Rain and Rob side by side. Oh, hang on, that bomb. It's going down. Brokey gets it in. Vitality. Crumble. There's nothing for Apex here. Trying as hard as he might with Flames by his side. Brokey knows. FaZe know. The 12th round is theirs. It's just a matter of time. They will be 1 round away.
What a cruel twist of the knife. The fact that Vitality put themselves in such a strong position and work back into this game, and it's the pistols. It's something that FaZe have struggled with as the starter rounds, but apparently not the finishers. They flood in. Damage is all Vitality have to report. They're keeping 5 players alive off of a partial upgrade and a B execute where Spinks and Mezzy are left worse for wear.
And in the presence of greatness, in the presence of pressure, playoffs of the major, which every Counter-Strike player aspires to do what they do best at their best. It's Rops again. A name we cannot keep out of our mouths in Shanghai. 28 frags deep. 1 round now separating them from the semifinals. FAMAS.
Yeah, look at the buy. Look at the buy to defend their honor.
Pressure. A touch of it at least forces the AWP shot out of Brokey. Good flashbang connects, but there's one in response. Rops regains control of the first stage of basket. Smoked off.
You got to ask yourself, what is info even worth at the moment for Vitality? It's the kills that they need. It's the shutdown.
That's a terrifying combination of util for Flames to deal with. Here's the break of the smoke and the flashbang.
Six head-to-heads in 2024. And 2 of the most important looking like their FaZe clans. The playoffs of the majors. 1 more round, 5 more kills. And they'll give Vitality that feeling they felt months ago.
To end the season, same way it started. Doesn't matter if it's Copenhagen or Shanghai. FaZe clan
coming through.
FaZe
He's
fashion.
undetected. He's undetected.
Slipping through smokes, only 2 players to defend. A break of the smoke, he's exposed. Flames is vulnerable. Just a FAMAS to Apex's name. As reality is starting to feel like a problem for them. It's collapsing 1 by 1. No longer fantasy. But reality, a fairy tale. FaZe clan 2 frags away from knocking out Vitality, who up until today did not taste defeat, did not feel it. A sour taste in Spinks' mouth as he needs to clutch up just to keep his team in it. No time, no hope. FaZe clan, truly miracle run in Shanghai, no less, the major playoffs, and they knock him
They told us they had an extra gear and they delivered. They weren't lying. They have set up a semi-final against G2. Vitality are done in China.
You better start believing in fairy tales. We are in one.
We certainly are, and it is a fairy tale where Carrigan is the protagonist with a little help from his sidekick, Rops. Remember, they said in the RMR, maybe FaZe don't even make it into the final 16. That would be a FaZe thing to do. Then we watched FaZe kind of limp across the finish line. Looked like they might lose to Furia. They had to step it up on Mirage. Then we said, hey, you've made the top 8, well done, because this is a broken FaZe, a dysfunctional FaZe. You cannot even think about beating the likes of Vitality, one of the teams of the year, arguably the #1 form team right now. And they do it again. They defy the expectations and they go to the semifinals.
You talk about fairy tales. I talk about plot armor for FaZe. It defies expectations. It makes no sense.
Snow.
I have no idea. Richard, I said they needed some necromancy to come back to life, and somehow they managed to do it again. I don't know what to say about this FaZe team. It's incredible.
They had them right where they wanted them, Rich.
The whole time.
Just, you know, cozied up, thinking this ain't the real FaZe. This is a broken FaZe, you know. These are not the legends that we've seen do it so many times over and over again. We took their map pick, right? This is going to be done and over, already thinking about G2, but FaZe, man, again, against all odds, they just somehow find a way. It is actually bizarre how they're able to do it.
It sounds like hyperbole. The amount of times we keep saying about FaZe, it makes no sense. It's a fairy tale. It's bizarre. It defies logic and expectations. But somehow, when you count them out, Rich, when you count them out, when their backs against the wall, on the precipice, battered bloody fingernails, hanging off in one finger, they manage to claw it back. And I have to give the flowers to the one man who we have been critical of time and time again, and for very valid reasons. Rops came to kick some ass.
Absolute player of the series.
He destroyed Vitality here today.
Hands down. This is the difference maker, though. This is right in CS2, where we're at now. You have to have a star. You have to have a guy that can take over a game when things break down and go wrong. And Rops is the guy for FaZe.
He's that guy.
He hasn't been that guy for most of the years. Well, not since the start. Last 6 months certainly had a drop off, and yet here we've seen in these last 2 series how he's been able to take over the game, and we can hear from him in Shanghai right now.
站在我旁边的正是来自 FaZe Clan 的 Robs， 你们击败了非常有实力能够去夺冠的 Vitality， 并且完成了复仇晋级了，请你分享一下现在的感受。
First, congratulations. Many people picked Vitality as the team to win this tournament, and you guys managed to get a victory against them. Also, finished the losing streak against them. So, what is the emotion going through your mind right now?
I mean, it's like the last major, you know. We're coming in as an underdog, I feel like, in this matchup, and we have nothing to lose. I think that's the main thing going for us, and it's all about who shows up on this day. And I think we did.
我觉得其实就跟上一次的 Major 一样，我们来到了同样的舞台，然后我们还是那支不被看好的队伍，但是我们作为一支队伍来说，我们已经没有退路了。最后归根结底就是谁在比赛上打得更好。我觉得今天我们的发挥更好。
我们要聊一聊细节。今天的 FaZe Clan 确实打得非常出色，尤其是在最后一张地图阿努比斯，我们都认为这张地图是 T 方更加有优势，而你们在 CT 方就打出了非常好的成绩，从而锁定了胜局。你们怎么做到的？
We all considered Anubis as a team map, but you guys has spectacular performance on CT side on the upper half, which can use the advantage into this matchup and make you guys win the whole series. So how did you guys manage to do that?
I mean, step one is the individual showing up, but I think it's both the map that we and Vitality are struggling on. And well, that was the main reason that we were open to Anubis, is because they have shown some weaknesses on the map, and I feel like it's really a 50-50 matchup, I think, on Anubis, because it's always not our comfort map. But again, if we show up and we get the reads, we win the first openings, I think, you know, we are FaZe natural, and I think we can take anyone on any map.
我觉得其实归根结底要看这个开场的这一分到底谁来拿，因为有的时候大家见面平常就是一个你来我往的一个情况。然后我觉得这场比赛的话，我觉得我们拿到这张地图也是非常有自信的，而且我觉得今天状态非常好，所以我觉得在这张地图上我们也不会怕任何一个对手。
说到今天的状态 ，Robs 你打出了超高水准的表现，我们熟悉的 Robs 又回来了，你怎么评价今天的发挥呢
？You personally has a great day today, so your performance is spectacular. So how do you reach your performance today?
I just feel happy showing up in playoffs. I mean, you know, it's what we live for as players, showing up in the most prestige moments. And I'm just satisfied we are able to do it. So the crowd as well is amazing, so thank you as well.
我觉得作为选手，这就是我该展现自己实力的时候。很高兴在今天这样的舞台下，我能够发挥自己，我对自己的表现非常满意。同时也感谢所有在场的粉丝朋友们，你们的欢呼我听到了。
今天 FaZe 的表现再一次让上海成为了 FaZe Clan 的主场，而我们再一次恭喜 FaZe Clan 成功晋级4强。接下来让我们把画面交给鸽子。
好的，那我这边即将进行 Flames 的一个败者采访，有请帕拉。
First things first, commiserations, Flames. You're now out of the perfect world, Shanghai Major. Always tough to talk in a circumstance like this. Can I ask, just generally, what's going through your mind right now?
Obviously, like a bit disappointed, frustrated with myself on the last map. I think I didn't feel like I had the game going anywhere my way. But as a team, it was. I think I have to give it to FaZe. They played really well. I think Robs also played amazing. So it was tough to get back in the individual department, and we also had. I think we had like a good comeback sort of on the third map, but it was just like the round on B that we lost to the Tech Knights. I think it ruined our game a bit, or like the smoothness of the game, right? So it's tough to come back if all the rounds are competitive, even the fourth round. So obviously frustration, but every game has a loser and a winner, and this day is us. So.
帕拉刚刚问他说，即使现在这样的情况，感觉可能会比较难去开口，但是我们还是想问你在输掉这场比赛之后，有什么可以跟我们分享的吗？然后 Flames 说，我其实对我第3张图的表现有一点点失望，我觉得我们在第3张图当中其实是发挥的不是很好，我觉得我们可以打得更好，然后在一些感觉可以连续拿分的时候，却断掉了我们自己的比赛节奏。然后 FaZe 是一个非常强大的对手，他们在今天的比赛向我们展示了他们在对阵当中在比赛上面的实力。即使我们可以说是这场胜利我们没有拿下来，他们拿下来了，但是我觉得我们还是最后一张图会让我非常的沮丧，但是没有办法，这就是比赛，有输就有赢。
Flames, you already gave us some details on the match. Let's get just a couple more. You looked great on Nuke as a team, and then on Mirage and Anubis, things just didn't go in your direction. Any other thoughts on why that was?
I think we didn't have enough courage on the second map. I think on Mirage we had like good ideas, but we sort of like the pressure, like we just didn't understand each other in many rounds. Like we said the good information, but we didn't react on it, we didn't play on it, and I think it was due to the pressure. I think people, like we all felt it, and I think also you have to understand, like FaZe played really well, so we couldn't find our foot in the game, and then when they played better than us and we didn't have the confidence to push through the game even when we were not as confident as we are individually. So I think that's something that was lacking on Mirage. And then Anubis, I think obviously the city they played was quite good. And then you come into 8-4 and yeah, it's quite tough, but I think we had a good situation to come back, so we didn't like give up, we gave our best. But it just, yeah, you might lose, it's CS and you might lose those rounds that you're not supposed to lose, especially against such an individual, like such skilled players. So it's just gonna happen like that.
好的，那刚刚帕拉是问他说，请跟我们再描述一下，帮我们再剖析一下，在这3张地图当中，第1张图你们打得比较轻松，第2张图和第3张图其实都出现了一些问题，然后可以帮我们讲一下是什么情况吗？他说，我觉得我们第2张图的话，其实是没有果断的去进行一些反击，然后 我们在一些决策上面其实是信息给到了，但是没有人去做反应。然后我们在比赛当中的话，没有去果断的给队友一些回应，所以这导致我们第二张图可能打得不是特别好。然后第三，当然 FaZe 是非常强大的对手，我们在对阵他们的时候就是会有一些压力的。我们在实际对战过程当中也是感受到了这样的一些压力，可能体现在第二张图继续打法上面。然后第三张图的话，他说我们其实在8-4。不好意思，具体记不清了，但是他说了一个具体的比分，然后他说第三张图打到那个点的时候，其实我们是有机会翻回来的，但是我们在当时在决策上面，其实发现这张图我们即使有机会翻回来，对面的信息打得也很好，然后 FaZe 没有给我们太多的机会把这样的一张图打回来，所以还是感觉对阵 FaZe 我们还是有点吃力。
Flames, final thoughts on finishing top 8 and what's next for you and the team?
Well, on the top 8. I think we didn't have the best run and the run we hoped for, but I want to thank Perfect World and all the Chinese fans because this was amazing. The host was great and the fans were really loud and cheering for the game, even if FaZe did something good and even if we did something good. So I think it's nice to come to an arena that appreciates Counter-Strike. So thank you very much, guys. And as for the team, well, obviously right now is the player break, so everybody's gonna have some time to rest and look into the future. In 2025, it's going to be a very different year regarding the schedule. But obviously, the aim is to win trophies. We want to do our best, and this year was not the year we've hoped for. But we will work very hard for 2025.
帕拉问他说：“那这个比赛结束了，他们拿到了前8的成绩，他会怎么想？”然后他说：“其实整体来说，我还是比较享受上海 Major 这样的比赛的。然后我们所有的队伍，我的队员，然后我们在打比赛的时候，不管是 FaZe 这边做了什么比较好的，就是收拾残局怎么样，或者是我们这边打出比较好的一些操作，我都能听到现场的观众为我们加油欢呼。然后我很享受这样的一个氛围。我觉得这个比赛我们打下来还是比较开心、比较享受的。整体的一路打下来，我们都感觉非常的好。我很感谢所有支持我们的粉丝，也很感谢所有在场的上海的中国的粉丝支持我们。我很期待2025年会是不一样的一年，我们也会有不一样的一些行程和赛程的一些计划，所以我还是期待我们2025年会是更好的一年。好的，那我们这边败者采访就是这样，我们回到分析台。
And so you heard it from the horse's mouth there, Flames saying, you know, look, it's going to be a very different year. We're going to take the player break, take some time. Obviously, it is a bitterly disappointing result for them. Many felt they could indeed go all the way, certainly at least make it to the final. And, you know, we don't sugarcoat things here. I would agree with that take. I think Vitality, they have this weird thing where when it gets to the playoffs of majors, they just don't seem to be able to beat the elite level team.
I mean, firstly, a lot of poise from Flames right there, because obviously must have been really disappointed, because this was Vitality's best chance in a while to show that, you know, that Paris run, all the naysayers that talk about the teams they had to beat right there. Listen, they beat the teams in front of them. They didn't this time. Copenhagen didn't quite pan out again to the same team as well. So it's definitely going to keep them awake tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And I mean, the hard part about it is I just don't really understand why they were playing with so much pace early on the T side. They're 3-0 up, and that third round was a buy round for FaZe, right? So you win that, they have 2 saved guns, especially on a map like Anubis. What do we say about Anubis? Super T-sided. Why? Because the CTs don't have much room to take map control. Like, they can't hold certain areas of the map throughout the round. You're going to lose mid eventually, right? And Vitality was going for a lot of these sort of set plays from Freestyle, a little bit faster splits, where the first round that they lose, it's a 3A stack from FaZe, which if you're playing slower and you're playing default and you're using some utility to make map control, you're going to force FaZe to react, or you're going to get someone in a forward position where then you can cut off rotations, you can throw a fake. You don't need to full commit going into the unknown. It was very strange to me. I think Apex called FaZe into this game, really, by giving them this sort of opportunities early on. I mean, to go from 3-0 to 3-8, right, to 3-7, and then or 4-7 rather, and then, you know, FaZe winning the final round. I mean, you just don't see that on Anubis.
And especially, I mean, Yanko hit the nail on the head right there. If you look at any elite team playing the T side of Anubis, it's about manipulating the rotations of the CTs, you know, forcing them, keeping them occupied on the bomb sites, forcing them to perhaps even go for gamble sacks and whatnot. That didn't really happen right here.
This one's for me because, like, this has a lot of it going on. So carrying good flash, Karrigan dies. Robs stepping up, gets one, gets the second somehow. I don't know how Flames doesn't get the trade, and now you have Brokey with his BS just pushing through the smoke, finding an extra kill, and now the Vitality players in a 2v3 situation, which is winnable. I mean, it's not, you know, the end of the world, just can't even set up for the post plant. Mezzi dies to the smoke fade. Zyve only has a couple of bullets left, and Rain mops up. It's just a microcosm of everything that was going on, where it's like the FaZe players are doing great in that first line of defense. Their guys are stepping up, and on the Vitality side, they just couldn't get it done.
Speaking of step, I mean, dude, like look at the number of multi-kills. It's like almost every round they had, Robs was there with the AWP, with the pistol, with the rifles, on the force buys. The guy was doing everything.
But that's the Robs that we saw, you know, at the start of the year, and then it slowly tapered off to where he's been, you know, almost unrecognizable. And, you know, he said, like, oh, I'm just happy I can show up in the playoffs. I mean, bro, like, you're the star. Like,
and that's why we were always like, it was hard to criticize FaZe when they were struggling, because you're watching them play and you're like, this is not bad Counter-Strike, right? Like, they're just not getting the same output from the players. Like, if the players were to step, you know, they're not playing bad, they're not too easy to read, all of that stuff. The CT side, it's not too static. Like, they're just not executing the plays, they're not finding the frags. And as soon as that happens, right, albeit, yes, and above, you know, a really superlative performance from Robs, you can tell the result. They look like a legit contender all of a sudden.
And also you look at even everyone else, and I think the game, the complete momentum and the map and the series was decided, especially once those few series of rounds went the way of FaZe, when they're 4-3 up or something. Like, you can see Karrigan just running out B main, taking duels, taking the fights to the side of Vitality. And this is something which we said, for FaZe to win, they need to be disruptive, they need to push the extremities and do all those plays, but you need to win your duels. And that's what happened right there. You have this talismanic performance coming out from Robs, and obviously everyone has to rise to the occasion when you see someone like him popping off like that.
I mean, and obviously, look, you can see on your screens, they got it done on the CT side. You're not supposed to have as easy a time as that on Anubis, because indeed it was Anubis and not another map.
Yeah, absolutely not. And if you look at the first 3 gun rounds that FaZe won, first one, Karrigan steps up with the 5-7, right, in sort of a saved guns half by. Then you have Rain kind of doing great blocking with utility. Frozen gets a 4K on B. After that, it was the Robs round that we just showed. So all these different individuals from FaZe, when they were tested, they would step up to the task.
So here's what I'm going to ask you, just final thoughts, right? We won't say anything about Vitality now. We'll let them go away, lick their wounds. Let's talk about FaZe, right? That they are on, as everyone keeps calling it, their bullshit. Right now, they are doing crazy things. Brokey stepping up when he hasn't for a while. His stats are poor. Robs just imperious over the course of that series. Is this something that they can just keep replicating now? Maybe this is the one that they get. Maybe this is the second major, you know? Think about Karrigan. It was meant to be a gimme in Copenhagen. Didn't happen. He had a personal nightmare as well. Really poor performance. Veto questionable. Maybe you get this one. Maybe you get the one you're not supposed to win.
And like we said, like, Karrigan has to throw a few curveballs coming in, right? Anubis coming out to play. I was surprised. Like, I thought they'd probably go with Dust too, but no, they said we've been doing the prep. We've had some decent practice so far. It's the individuals really not stepping up to the plate. And listen, I'm still gonna say maintaining these sort of games consistently throughout the most stacked major playoffs we've had ever would be insane. You'd have to be a religious person to believe in that. But man, if Karrigan ever starts a cult, I'm joining it, dude.
And also throw it into, you know, the less experienced players, put them out of their comfort zone, right? And they did crumble. Vitality ultimately crumbled in this series. And for FaZe, I mean, if they were to go all the way and even just to the final, it would be one of the unlikeliest runs. I mean, they just beat Vitality, who they struggled to beat all year long. Well, guess who's up next? G2, who you also struggled to beat all year long, right? So it's the toughest possible opponents for FaZe coming up in this bracket, and if they're able to pull it up, it will be one for the history books, that's for sure.
And it's so ridiculous because we preface this entire segment, this entire matchup saying it's 11-2 in series for Vitality versus FaZe, and one of the ones where FaZe beat them, the only one they beat them this year was in the major itself in Copenhagen in the semifinals, and now they're done in the quarters. So I mean, all bets are off, man.
Also, when you put it that way, that's so damning on Vitality. Like you're actually owning these guys everywhere except for when it matters the most.
Well, look, one thing we can say about FaZe, we know they've had a good time in China. You know, Chengdu, the CAC
last year.
So obviously, you know, maybe history can repeat. And I know G2 are waiting for them, as you saw on the bracket at home. But you know, I love a good Cinderella story, and it's crazy to think of FaZe as being a Cinderella in this, but.
I mean, if you look at
crazy stuff.
If you look at the 4 teams remaining, right, they're FaZe are the only ones who know what it feels like to lift a major trophy, right? You're looking at Spirit, you're looking at Mouse on the other side, G2, Nico lying in wait. I mean, you can't
Snacks knows.
Snacks too. I forget about it. Tatas, of course, as well. But this is shaping up to be perhaps one of the most exciting semifinals we've ever had.
And this is another key component, right? Remember what I was saying, CS2, you have to rely on your stars. This is a star player game. You've got to have one, and this is just in this elimination kind of stage. That's what Rops has stepped up to now. He's up there with the rest of them, the Donks, the Nikos.
You have to. I mean, big players make plays on the biggest of stages, and that's what you need if you want to lift the biggest of trophies. It's always been that way, and I'm just thinking, man, how blessed were we today with some of the performances from individuals? I mean, you had the Nico Nuke game, the Malbs Mirage game, and now Rops really on both maps, especially on Anubis. I mean, these games are delivering. It's just been a joy to watch.
It's not even the weekend yet.
I know. Well, let's take a look at the schedule that we've got for you coming up tomorrow. Yes, we move into the semis. Mouse versus Spirit. A lot of incredible young CS2 talent on display there, but then almost again in a dance as old as time, G2 versus FaZe. And I know that they've had a great record against them, obviously over the course of the year.
They played at the elimination stage, right?
Yeah,
like it was 13-5, 13-3. Like it wasn't even competitive. Then again, it wasn't for FaZe against Vitality at the RMR, and look what happened. I think without a doubt, you know, G2 is not taking anything for granted in this matchup, right? Like what you don't want to face is a FaZe team on the rise, sort of finding their form at the worst possible time. So yeah, I think that's going to be just a straight up banger.
There's a reason why we call it, you know, playoffs FaZe, right? Every time we're like, yeah, surely they don't do it again. They manage to do it, Richard. They can make a believe.
We know the script though. FaZe is going to lose their own map pick. Wake up on the second map.
At this point, just forfeit your map pick and all right, just play your map and just like toss on the final map the way they're approaching it right now.
Why not? Anyway, guys, great working with you as always over the course of the day, and that is it. We are done here. Make sure you come back at the same time tomorrow for the semi-finals of the Perfect World Shanghai Major. It's history in the making. We'll see you then.